Wang Yu instinctively reached out and touched his forehead. Wanted to check if his head was injured, but he touched a metal forehead protector. Squeezing out the last bit of strength in his body, he raised the forehead protector in front of his eyes. What is this? Ninja? Sparse snowflakes fell on Wang Yu through the messy dead branches. Wang Yu was lying in a pit. His clothes were tattered, and there were more than 10 wounds all over his body, especially the one on his chest, which almost penetrated his body. It was obvious that this body had experienced a life-and-death battle. Wang Yu endured the pain and stared at the forehead protector in front of him in a daze. Where is this? Did I travel through time again? Yes, I must have traveled through time again. In the previous life, I came from Blue Star and traveled to a world of immortal cultivation. I started as a low-level casual cultivator and went through countless hardships. Finally, my nascent soul was perfected, and I made up my mind to ascend to the immortal world, but I encountered a heavenly tribulation. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth barely outlined a bitter smile. While feeling lucky to have survived the catastrophe, I couldn't help but recall my previous life, which was both long and short. When I first traveled to the world of immortal cultivation, I thought I was the son of destiny and was very excited. When I was on Blue Star, I read a lot of immortal cultivation novels and yearned for the scene of flying with a sword and shaking the earth with one move. Unfortunately, I traveled to the body of a casual cultivator and a bandit cultivator. My master died in a heroic post, leaving me without a golden finger. Relying on a Lingxian sutra and my cautious character and a little luck, I survived in the world of immortal cultivation where the strong prey on the weak and reach the nascent soul great success. In order to strengthen his Tao heart, Wang Yu did not enjoy the blessing of being a nascent soul great success master. He prepared for 500 years and resolutely challenged the immortal heavenly tribulation with a chance of winning of no less than 90. There was a moment when his luck ran out, and then he was struck to death by thunder. After nearly 1,000 years of hard training, what he finally got was the destruction of his soul. The world is unpredictable, but he didn't expect that there would be a sudden turn of events. His lingering thoughts luckily escaped the heavenly calamity, shuttled through the endless darkness, and floated in this young body without knowing when. Wang Yu sighed in his heart. If I have another chance, I should enjoy the present moment without any firm determination or immortality. The strength in his hands was finally used up, and he collapsed weakly, hitting the snow beside him, and the forehead protector in his hand fell to the side. A strong sense of weakness came over my body, my consciousness gradually blurred, and my eyelids seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Just when I closed my eyes, I heard footsteps passing by me. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. They performed very well in this mission. Especially Sasuke and Naruto as companions. They never abandoned or gave up. Sakura, I'm awesome, aren't I? Teacher Kakashi, let's go back to the village quickly. Sasuke has lost a lot of blood. Humph. Wang Yu also realized that the culprit for his half-dead body was the 4 people who passed by him. Fuck. Finally, unable to bear the fatigue of his body, his consciousness slowly disappeared. Could it be the Naruto world? Damn the child of destiny. When he woke up again, he found himself in an elegantly decorated small house, lying on a soft bed, covered with a thick quilt. He had a terrible headache, trying to adapt to this body, and felt a dull pain all over his body, especially in his chest, which was wrapped in thick bandages. The slightest movement of his body caused a pain that went deep into his bones, and he didn't even dare to breathe. After a long time, I got used to this broken body and recalled the fragments of Naruto in my mind. Damn, it's been too long. I almost forgot the plot of Naruto. I can only remember the general direction of the story. The words I heard before I fell into a coma should be from the protagonist group. I didn't think that the injuries on my body were caused by the protagonist group. It would be difficult to hold their thighs. Who am I? When I was thinking about my future, I heard a creak and the door was pushed open. A girl came in with a medical box. Wang Yu followed the sound, endured the pain, and turned his head, and the two looked at each other. The girl's handsome face bloomed with a youthful smile. Master Bai, you are awake. I will go to inform Master Qing. The girl seemed to forget to put down the medical box in her hand and hurried out with the medical box. Looking at the half-open door, Wang Yu thought about the information about Bai Naruto. I vaguely remember that Bai should be Zabuza's younger brother, whom the protagonist met during their first mission outside the village. He used his bloodline limit to fight Sasuke and Naruto alone, and was reluctant to kill them during the battle. He let Sasuke activate his Sharingan, and Naruto used the power of the Nine Tails to break his bloodline limit. He finally died after blocking Kakashi's fatal blow for Zabuza. Thinking of this, the wound in his chest still hurts. I should be the first stepping stone on the road to success for Sasuke and Naruto. The child of destiny, haha, since I have come to this world, the child of destiny will have to be replaced. Cough, cough. It hurts. It hurts. Thinking of the excitement, I can't help but move my mind and cough a few times. The severe pain instantly extinguished the blood in my heart. The pain also made me calm down and think seriously about my current situation. Try to feel my body. There is no spiritual power in my body, but there's an inexplicable energy hidden in various parts of my body. This should be the so-called chakra. Wang Yu tried to stimulate these energies, endured the pain caused by the squeezing of muscle tissue in his body, and gathered the energy together. He had to master and understand this Naruto world as soon as possible so that he could make a correct judgment on his current situation. After all, he was an old monster who had lived for nearly 1,000 years in his previous life, and he still had some judgment on the situation. He felt that the chakra in his body was gradually squeezed out of his body and gathered at the tip of his nose. A thumb-sized water ball floated at the tip of his nose. Finally, he couldn't stand the pain caused by the squeezing of muscles in his body and gave up control of the water ball. The water ball fell on the pillow next to his face, soaking a piece. The pain just now was not in vain. Combined with some memories of his original body, he also understood some of the differences between chakra and spiritual power. Simply put, chakra is produced in one's own flesh, and spiritual power relies on the body to absorb the external spiritual energy and transform it into spiritual power and store it in the body. One is to squeeze the body and overdraw life, and the other is to refine the body and nourish the soul. After understanding all this, Wang Yu relaxed his body and concentrated his mind to feel the surroundings of his body. He found that there was actually spiritual energy floating around him. The concentration of spiritual energy was far less than that of the cultivation world in his previous life. If the spiritual energy here was rich, why would no one cultivate? Although the spiritual energy was thin, he was still familiar with spiritual power cultivation, which was much better than exploring unknown chakras. Moreover, he had experienced the feeling of the nascent soul level in his previous life, which was completely incomparable to chakra. Thinking of this, Wang Yu resolutely determined to embark on the path of seeking immortality in this life. Thinking that he could travel the world, split mountains and rivers in this world, and there were no people of the same path to compete with him. His eyes were slightly closed, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised. Due to the pain in his body, he squeezed out a few strange laughs from his throat. After imagining for a while, he suddenly felt that two pairs of eyes were staring at him. He opened his eyes and found that two women were standing in front of him at some point, looking at him with a strange look. Chapter 2. Cultivation. Wang Yu felt a momentary embarrassment, but it swiftly dissipated as he composed himself, clearing his throat with a serious demeanor. The two women, recovering from their astonishment, now focused on the taller one, who appeared to be in her 30s, clad in a form-fitting purple gown that accentuated her flawless figure. She delicately adjusted her sliding glasses with slender fingers to mask her earlier inappropriate expression and bowed deeply, causing the two white rabbits before her to sway gently. Lord Bai, I am Tian Haiqing, the daughter of Tian Hai, president of the shipping group of the Kingdom of Waves. Wang Ping swallowed hard, the pain in his throat instantly awakening him, and he inwardly cursed. What a bewitching woman, almost shattering my resolve. Thank you for your rescue. How may I be of service to you? Tian Haiqing looked at him quizzically. Why would Lord Bai speak in such a manner? Was it due to the death of Zai Bujan? However, her refined upbringing restrained her from asking any inappropriate questions. Lord Bai, please accept my condolences regarding Zai Bujan's passing. She adjusted her glasses once more and continued. 2 years ago, Cardo's design led to my mother's demise and the usurpation of the shipping group. Now that he has been killed by Zai Bujan, it is just retribution. However, Cardo's son, Yudaji, has inherited the shipping group. I humbly request Lord Bai's assistance in reclaiming the shipping group left by my mother. I am willing to offer any compensation you deem appropriate. As expected, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Wang Yu shifted slightly, and the girl behind Tian Haiqing understood, rushing to assist him into his semi-reclining position on the bed. Since the matter was laid bare, he took his time to respond. After settling into a comfortable posture, He nodded gratefully at the girl and slowly inquired, "What allies does Udaji have at his disposal?" "I have already gathered that information." Cardo was known for his stinginess, and his followers mainly consist of lowly rogue ninjas and insignificant samurai. Moreover, most have been slain by Zaibujan, leaving Udaji with very few subordinates who are not formidable opponents for Lord Bai. Wang Yu pondered for a moment, contemplating her words with a mix of skepticism. Yet given his current condition, even an ordinary person could easily overpower him. He resolved to agree for now, focusing on recuperating before devising a plan. Just as he was about to respond, Tian Hai Qing interjected, "There is no need for you to rush your answer, Lord Bai. It is wise to recover before making any decisions." The words he intended to speak were caught in his throat. After a brief pause, he finally managed to say, "Your sense of righteousness is commendable, young lady." She, assist Lord Bai in changing the bandages. The girl stepped forward and began to remove the blood-soaked bandages from Wang Yu. Though he felt somewhat uncomfortable, he did not object. Once she completed her task, Tian Hai Qing offered a few parting words about recuperating and then departed with Shi. In a separate courtyard, she followed closely behind Tian Hai Qing, unable to suppress her curiosity any longer. "Lady Qing, it seems he is not particularly willing. Are we to continue tending to him in this manner?" Tian Hai Qing halted her steps, contemplating for a moment, yet continued to stride forward with a steady pace, calmly responding. "Does he have any other paths to choose from?" The young girl, she, wished to articulate further, but the words failed to escape her lips. Instead, she could only curse that ungrateful fellow in her heart. Regaining her senses, she noticed that Tian Hai Qing had already distanced herself and hurriedly followed suit. A week later, Wang Yu's injuries had nearly healed. Throughout this week, he had not remained idle. After thoroughly understanding this body, he discovered a peculiar phenomenon when absorbing the spiritual energy from the universe. As the energy entered his being, the chakra within him uncontrollably yearned to devour the newly settled spiritual force. The chakra that had consumed this energy became extraordinarily restless, striving to break free from his control and escape his body. With no other recourse, he slowly forced the chakra hidden within him out. And the chakra that had not absorbed any spiritual energy dissipated naturally once expelled. Conversely, the chakra that had consumed the energy drifted lazily into the air, ascending without a known destination. After 3 days of diligent effort, he successfully expelled all the chakra from his body. In the subsequent 4 days, he tirelessly absorbed spiritual energy to open his meridians, utilizing this energy to unlock the 12 meridians corresponding to the 12 levels of qi refinement. He eventually achieved a state of unimpeded flow within his body. This culminated in the gathering of energy in his lower dantian, allowing him to enter the foundational realm. The Lingxian Sutra was ingrained in his mind, so he lacked no techniques for cultivation, having experienced the process of refining and opening meridians in his past life. He now merely revisited this journey. Though the spiritual energy was thin, he could still cultivate. Adjusting his posture, he settled into a lotus position on the bed and activated the first layer of the Lingxian Sutra. He felt the scattered spiritual energy surrounding him and began to guide it to adhere to his body, opening every pore. With each inhalation and exhalation, he gradually drew the energy into himself, rekindling an incredibly familiar sensation, the taste of spiritual force. As the spiritual energy slowly circulated within him, he finally completed a full cycle. Wang Yu exhaled a breath of turbid air, sensing the presence of spiritual energy in his first meridian, which brought a sense of relief to his heart. Calming his excited spirit, he understood that in this unfamiliar world, strength was the path to survival, and he dared not allow even a moment of complacency. He tightened his focus and continued to absorb spiritual energy. After 4 full days, Wang Yu successfully opened the first meridian with spiritual force, marking his official return to the path of immortality, having reached the first level of qi refinement. As the energy gathered increasingly within the first meridian, Wang Yu distinctly felt the transformation of his physical form. Under the nurturing influence of the spiritual force, every cell in his body became more vibrant than before. His continuous 4 days of meditation left him devoid of fatigue. Instead, his mind was exceptionally clear. Wang Yu sensed a substantial amount of refined spiritual energy surging into his mind as his consciousness concentrated there. Finally, it had arrived. Feeling a tremor deep within his soul, Wang Yu soon discovered that his consciousness had arrived in a wondrous realm. This place, boundless and infinite, was shrouded in a delicate mist that enveloped him. He could distinctly perceive wisps of transparent spiritual energy continually seeping in, which swiftly transformed into ethereal vapors that floated around him. This was his sea of consciousness. And the faint mist, born of spiritual power, represented his divine awareness. During this tumultuous week, Tian Hai had not returned, leaving the young girl who had been caring for him daily, to attend to his needs. Since their prior conversation, wherein he had not explicitly agreed to assist in eliminating Kato's son, Udaji, Shi's demeanor towards him had grown exceedingly cold. Upon entering the room, she wore a stoic expression devoid of the respect she once held. Reluctant to exchange even a single word with him, Wang Yu, however, remained indifferent, finding solace in his newfound leisure, which allowed him to concentrate fully on his cultivation. It was only after reaching the third level of qi refinement that he expressed his willingness to assist, needing to clarify certain details with Tian Hai Qing. In an instant, Shi's previously impassive countenance transformed into one of sunny delight. She offered him a formal 90-degree bow and, with a quick word of "please wait," dashed out of the room. Wang Yu chuckled helplessly, realizing it had been quite some time since he had encountered such an innocent child. He had forgotten that his current physical age was quite similar to that of Shi. Before long, the familiar figure adorned in a tight-fitting purple gown appeared at the doorway. Tian Hai Qing entered gracefully, just as she had before, her demeanor calm and composed. Yet, the beads of sweat on her forehead betrayed her composure. Behind her stood the breathless Shi. At that moment, Wang Yu, propped up on the bed, opened his eyes, awakening from his meditation upon seeing the two enter the room. "Miss Qing, why are you so insistent on reclaiming the maritime group? You must understand that the bridge from the country of waves to the country of fire is destined to be constructed, and once it is, maritime transport will lose its competitive edge," he remarked. Hearing these words, Tian Hai Qing, already somewhat irked, felt an additional wave of frustration upon witnessing Wang Yu seated on the bed without any intention of rising to greet her. Her chest heaved with emotion as she retorted, "Wang Yu, do you wish to know the truth?" Chapter 3. The transaction. Wang Yu narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. Aware that he was not a significant figure in this world of ninjas, was there truly a monumental task awaiting him? Tian Hai Qing continued. "Zai Buzhan is a ninja I hold in high regard. Despite being on opposing sides, my respect for him remains unchanged. He has borne the weight of many sacrifices for the world he envisions, willingly offering everything he has. Thus, his fate was sealed, merely due to aligning himself with the wrong individuals, standing in the shadow of the Mist Village." At this moment, Wang Yu felt somewhat perplexed. If his memory served him correctly, Zai Buzhan had defected due to dissatisfaction with the tyranny of the Fourth Mizukage, taking up work for Kato solely for monetary gain. So how could he still be considered a man of the Mizukage? I realize I should refrain from speaking of Zai Buzhan in your presence, yet the truth remains. What right does Kato have to possess such wealth? Is it merely due to the ragtag band of wandering ninjas and second-rate warriors he has gathered? Before Zai Buzhan came to you, my mother, Tian Hai, managed the shipping conglomerate. At that time, Kato was merely a lowly overseer, and the business was modest, limited to the simplest maritime trade between the land of waves and the land of fire. With no ninja village in the land of waves, other nations began to covet its riches. Eventually, Kato orchestrated my mother's demise. After he took control of the shipping group, he frequently engaged in trade with the land of water, rapidly expanding the conglomerate with their assistance, thus dominating the economy of the land of waves. Yet, Kato was not satisfied. He even covertly murdered the lord of the land of waves to better manipulate the innocent and helpless populace, mercilessly draining them of their lifeblood. As Tian Hai Qing spoke, her emotion stirred, and she turned her head aside, brushing away tears with her hand to regain her composure before continuing. In a world like this, where the land of waves lacks a ninja village, such occurrences are far too commonplace. I neither possess the ability nor the will to save the land of waves. I merely wish to eliminate Kato, the man responsible for my mother's death. Kato is now gone, but his son, Udaji, still controls the shipping conglomerate. I require your assistance to remove Udaji, and I shall handle the rest." At this point, Wang Yu began to grasp the underlying implications. In truth, the power behind Kato was the land of water. Zai Buzhan's defection to Kato was a covert maneuver by the Mizukage to provide Kato with protection, ensuring the land of waves continued to supply the land of water. "Miss Qing, why would I betray Zai Buzhan and assist you in assassinating Kato's son? You must have witnessed how Zai Buzhan met his end. From another perspective, you and I share a common enemy," Tian Hai Qing replied. Wang Yu recalled the events in the world of ninjas. Although Zai Buzhan had ultimately slain Kato and his associates, he too had fallen to Kato's brutal hands. Logically, Kato's son was indeed his adversary. Then, Miss Qing, to which side do you belong? At some point, the young girl she had procured a chair, and Tian Hai slowly sat down, straightening her back and crossing her legs, adjusting her skirt to reveal a glimpse of alabaster skin, yet she did not respond directly. Continuing instead with her discourse. Sir Bai, do you know what name Dasna has given to the newly constructed bridge? Tian Haiqing, noticing that Wang Yu was ignoring her, cleared her throat awkwardly and continued. The Naruto Bridge, named after the Jinchuriki of Konoha village that you are familiar with. Dasna has now established a new transportation group, which will likely squeeze Ueji's maritime company, leading to its eventual disappearance from the land of waves. So, what significance does reclaiming the shipping group hold for you? In my opinion, it would be wiser to ally with the land of fire. Perhaps you could still profit from it. The money my mother left me is sufficient for my needs. I harbor no ambitions. I merely wish to prevent the maritime company built by my mother from vanishing at the hands of Ueji. Previously, he was protected by the land of water, and no one dared to touch him. But now, with the land of fire intervening, he is akin to a stray dog abandoned by its master. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yu finally spoke. Very well. I agree to assist you in eliminating Ueji. What will my reward be? Tian Haiqing, relieved by Wang Yu's agreement, relaxed her demeanor and elegantly adjusted her skirt, crossing her long, fair legs anew. Sir Bai, what is it that you desire? Anything within my means is yours. Wang Yu swallowed hard, cursing the enchantress under his breath, while reflecting on the plot of Naruto, seeking anything that might be of benefit to him. Kagaya, Otsutsuki Kagaya, if his memory served him right, was not a being of this world. Could it be possible that she, like him, hails from another planet or perhaps even the same place? He recalled that the Akatsuki had been collecting tailed beasts under the deception of Black Zetsu, aiming to resurrect Kagaya, who was imprisoned on the moon. To establish himself in this world of Naruto, he would inevitably have to meet Kagaya, who might very well be his compatriot. However, given his current weakness, it was not yet the right time for such a meeting, though he could still gather intelligence. Mentioning Kagaya inevitably brought up the Akatsuki, and it was imperative for him to enhance his strength, as he remained uncertain whether Kagaya would be friend or foe. I seek information regarding the Akatsuki. What? Tian Haiqing's expression showed a hint of surprise, though she quickly masked it, responding with utmost seriousness. Very well, I promise you, after we eliminate Ueji, I will share all that I know about the Akatsuki. In truth, Tian Haiqing was astonished by the modesty of Wang Yu's request. The Akatsuki's presence in the higher echelons of the shinobi world was not a secret. Having infiltrated for many years, she possessed a fair understanding of them. The Akatsuki was originally an assassination organization for the elite, and as long as the price was right, they could resolve any troubles. Although Wang Yu was aware of certain matters concerning the Akatsuki, the passage of time had blurred many details, making a thorough explanation from someone knowledgeable highly desirable. Wang Yu understood that trading such information for a life was undoubtedly unbalanced, and the information he sought was not exclusive to Tian Haiqing. As for the remuneration mentioned by Tian Haiqing, Wang Yu was primarily uninterested in monetary gain. His focus remained steadfastly on cultivation. For one who had yet to embark on the path of a ninja, there was little of value that the other party could offer to aid his training. Assisting her in eliminating an adversary was merely a gesture of gratitude for her willingness to rescue him from unconsciousness and aid in his recovery. Moreover, taking a life was a trivial matter for him, given the countless beings he had vanquished in his previous life while seeking the path. Now, with the location and character traits established, Wang Yu proceeded directly to the matter at hand. The smoothness of their negotiations brought a faint blush to Tian Haiqing's cheeks. In the private room number 1 on the 6th floor of the Bo Lan Tavern, characterized by his black hair and distinctive red mustache, Wang Yu listened intently. After hearing the details, he leapt from the bed, hands clasped behind his back, and strolled leisurely toward the door. Upon reaching the threshold, he glanced back, revealing a profile marked by pride, and declared, "Await my good news." Without pausing for a response, he exited the room. Inside, Tian Haiqing and the young girl she were left in stunned silence. After a moment, she exclaimed, "Such severe injuries, and he will recover in just a few days?" Tian Haiqing, slightly taken aback by Wang Yu's rapid healing, chose not to dwell on it. In this era rife with conflict, everyone had their own secrets. Turning to she instructed, "Contact Uncle Yi Heng and make the necessary preparations. We shall return home tomorrow." She could not help but inquire, "Lady Qing, do you truly have such confidence in him? He seems far from ordinary." Chapter 4. Uchiha Itachi, the Land of Waves, is but a diminutive island nation, with its inhabitants primarily congregating in a quaint town situated at the heart of the island. As Wang Yu traversed the town, his feet trod upon the firm, earthen ground, and he surveyed the modest edifices that surrounded him. This marked his first opportunity to thoroughly observe the nature of this world since his arrival. The dilapidated structures and the emaciated, ragged citizens painted a scene of desolation. Many able-bodied men bore signs around their necks proclaiming their willingness to undertake any labor, a testament to the dire poverty that afflicted the land of waves. While the sight evoked sympathy, it stirred not a ripple within Wang Yu, who had long been accustomed to the tragedies of existence. If blame were to be assigned, it would rest solely upon the harsh realities of this world, where his own inadequacies rendered him powerless against the whims of fate. The town, already diminutive, boasted a conspicuous six-story building that towered among the rest. This was the Wave Tavern, easily identifiable. In casual inquiry, Wang Yu discovered that the establishment contained a total of 5 private rooms, with the top floor designated as Room 1, descending sequentially to Room 2, and so forth, while the ground floor served as the reception hall. Generally, the Wave Tavern remained closed to the public, being the private property of the Cardo Group, now inherited by its son, Moondaji. Wang Yu was not so presumptuous as to intrude upon the tavern in broad daylight, storming from the ground floor to the 6th, intent on a bloody rampage. Moreover, he harbored doubts regarding his own combat prowess, barely at the first level of chi refining, and whether he could even best a mere genin. As for the request from Tian Haiqing, he felt compelled to feign strength before her, lest he inadvertently reveal his vulnerabilities and provoke her ire, leading to his demise at the hands of her associates while he lay incapacitated. Furthermore, Tian Haiqing had saved his life and tended to his injuries. Though he did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, he had not forgotten the value of gratitude. Assuming Tian Haiqing spoke truthfully, Moondaji likely lacked any formidable allies, surrounded instead by mere parasites skilled only in rudimentary combat. Throughout the day, Wang Yu remained vigilant outside the Wave Tavern, meticulously observing its interior. Based on Tian Haiqing's description, he noted a short, portly youth with black hair and a distinctive red mustache, emerging from the tavern in the company of 5 or 6 others, making their way toward the harbor. Wang Yu refrained from following them, as he wished to avoid drawing attention during daylight. Committing murder in broad daylight would easily expose him. An escape on this small island would prove exceedingly difficult. He firmly believed that Moondaji would return before nightfall, for the land of waves was scarcely larger than a pinprick, and its lack of entertainment would compel a wealthy heir like him to return to his haven after sunset. As anticipated, before the sun dipped below the horizon, Moondaji returned to the Wave Tavern, but this time he was not flanked by his usual entourage. Rather, he led a group that surrounded a ninja adorned with a forehead protector. Wang Yu, possessing sharper eyesight than the average person due to his chi refining, recognized the insignia on the protector, identical to that which he himself bore. He was a ninja from the Hidden Mist village, and judging by his appearance, he seemed unfamiliar, leaving one uncertain of his prowess. Before ascertaining the true strength of his opponent, it would be prudent to observe the situation quietly. Despite his earlier bravado, life is singular and precious. Caution must prevail. As night deepened, the 6th floor of the Wave restaurant remained ablaze with light, accompanied by sporadic cheers and laughter emanating from within. Wang Yu surmised that this group had likely indulged sufficiently in drink, marking the opportune moment for an ambush. The restaurant was enclosed by a rudimentary fence. He circled to the rear and effortlessly scaled the wall, channeling the scant spiritual energy within him to his limbs. He ascended the restaurant's drainage pipe with the grace of a gecko, striving to remain utterly silent. After half an hour, he finally reached the window of the 6th floor. Peering through the translucent glass, he beheld a spacious hall with a stage at its center, where a scantily clad woman was singing, her movements suggestive. Below, many patrons lay languidly on sofas, intoxicated into sleep. At the main table, the ninja from the Hidden Mist village had his left arm draped around the diminutive, rotund figure of Suki Daichi, while his right encircled a captivating woman who frequently fed him drinks and delicacies. Laid upon the table before the Hidden Mist ninja was the fabled broken blade, decapitation. It was evident that this ninja had been dispatched to retrieve this sword, as it represented one of the highest combat powers of the 7 ninja of the Hidden Mist, and the village's higher-ups would never allow such a blade to fall into the hands of outsiders. In the midst of such indulgence, the ninja appeared thoroughly engrossed. Having forsaken the clarity of mind essential to his training, he leaned in, whispering to Suki Daichi, who listened with feigned reverence, nodding eagerly, his obsequiousness nearly spilling over. Wang Yu continued to observe from the window for another half hour, noting that the Hidden Mist ninja, under the influence of alcohol, was now somewhat unsteady on his feet. leading him to infer that the ninja was likely of CH Nin rank. Wang Yu wished to avoid a confrontation with this CH Nin. His only objective was to swiftly eliminate Suki Daichi and depart. Carefully, he opened the window, adjusting himself into a comfortable position. With a kunai firmly grasped in his right hand, he focused intently on the heart of Suki Daichi, channeling his spiritual energy toward his fingertips, determined to strike with lethal precision. Just as he was about to execute his plan, a shadow descended from above, landing in the center of the stage. The singer gasped in terror and collapsed to the ground. No one could discern how the shadow had infiltrated the stage, and even Wang Yu was startled by the sudden turn of events. He quickly retracted his kunai, slowly closed the window, and concealed himself, peeking through the gap in the glass. Finally, he could make out the shadowy figure, clad in a black trench coat embroidered with red clouds. A conical hat adorned with wind chimes obscuring its face. An Akatsuki member, yet which one remained unknown. The scene fell into a chilling silence as each individual, upon beholding the glaring red cloud, lowered their gaze, devoid of the courage to glance a second time. In recent years, the Akatsuki organization had become exceedingly renowned within the shinobi world. Nearly every member possessed strength on par with that of a Kage, far surpassing these idling parasites. The CH Nin from the village hidden in the mist, upon seeing the black cloak adorned with the crimson cloud, was overtaken by terror, abandoning any thoughts of combat. He shoved the unconscious individual in his arms and the one under his armpit aside, seized the broken blade, known as decapitator, from the table, and fled without a moment's hesitation. A faint, disdainful snort emanated from beneath the brim of a straw hat. Chapter 5. Life is a Performance. All depends on skill. The man in black waved his hand effortlessly, unleashing 5 shurikens that erupted like black lightning throughout the 6th floor, stirring clouds of crimson mist. Wang Yu, gripping the drainage pipe outside the wall with one hand, leaned at a precarious 60-degree angle by the window, peering through a narrow crack, vigilantly observing the movements within. As the black-clad figure struck, he noticed a slender, pale hand adorned with a ring inscribed with a red character. Uchiha Itachi, the prodigious genius of Konoha who had slaughtered his entire clan and slain his parents. Wang Yu's back was drenched in cold sweat, with his meager strength. Confronting such a deathly figure was akin to attempting to shatter a stone with an egg. However, one of the shurikens, having pierced through a man's skull, hurtled directly towards him. The speed was astonishing. He had not anticipated being discovered despite his careful concealment. His inner spiritual energy surged wildly, rushing to his left hand, which clutched the drainage pipe. With a sudden burst of strength, he exerted incredible force, striving to wrench his tilted body back from the window's edge. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of nails popping from the wall resonated as his left hand exerted its full power, forcibly detaching the drainage pipe from its mooring. Fortunately, 2 nails remained partially anchored, preventing him from plummeting from the 6th floor. As his body was yanked back from the brink, just as he had hoped, the sound of shattering glass echoed, and a shuriken whizzed past his ear, disappearing into the darkness beyond. Wang Yu touched his grazed ear, glancing at the blood on his hand, filled with dread. How terrifying! A mere flick could unleash such devastating force. The power of the physical form was immense, or rather, it was chakra. With no time to dwell on the situation inside, he felt the repercussions of his earlier exertion. His left arm was now dislocated, and the urgency of the situation demanded his swift departure. He slid down the trembling drainage pipe, enduring the pain radiating from his left arm. And as he descended a mere meter, he suddenly heard a chorus of wails erupting from within the room, but it was fleeting, soon returning to stillness. Upon reaching the ground, he noted that the lights of the Bolon Tavern from the 1st to 5th floors had been illuminated, and faint sounds emanated from the lobby, likely from those curious about the commotion above. Wang Yu had no time to linger. Dragging his dislocated arm, he dashed outside. As he vaulted over the railing, he heard a cacophony of gasps from within the tavern, likely from those who had discovered the gruesome scene on the 6th floor. He could not afford to remain and watch. The residual spiritual energy coursed through his legs, propelling him toward the woods beyond the town for his survival. At last, he found a relatively concealed thicket, where he took a moment to reset his left arm. He gazed quietly at the brightly lit Bolon Tavern in the distance, his mind sharply focused, always prepared for flight. After half an hour of no discernible disturbances, he finally exhaled a deep breath, releasing the tension that had enveloped him. How perilous! Is this truly Uchiha Itachi? I nearly met my demise at his hands. Perhaps my strength is simply insufficient. As I touched my damp back, I realized that my clothing had become completely soaked. Wang Yu couldn't help but shake his head, a bitter smile escaping his lips. It had been countless years since he had found himself in such a disheveled state. While he was lost in self-deprecation, a deep, gravelly voice, tinged with magnetism, reached his ears. "Who are you? How is it that you possess a trace of an otherworldly aura?" A tremor coursed through Wang Yu's heart as he slowly raised his gaze towards the source of the voice, spotting the familiar black cloak adorned with red clouds. There was no need for speculation. It was undoubtedly Itachi, albeit with that ominous blade, the decapitating knife, still in hand. Wang Yu understood that the best course of action was to respond truthfully. Should he falter in his words, his fate would be dire. Reluctantly, he lowered his head. "Speaking with utmost respect, I am Yu, a citizen of the Land of Waves. In my youth, I inadvertently consumed a red fruit, roughly the size of an egg, while exploring a cave, and thereafter discovered that my physique differed from that of others. My strength greatly increased, my spirit lifted, and I have not fallen since." Itachi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Wang Yu. Noticing the bowing figure before him, he found the speech somewhat peculiar, yet coherent, measured, and logically sound, devoid of any fidgeting. Drawing from his extensive experience within the Umbu of Konoha, he surmised that the individual before him was not lying. "Can you elaborate on the details of consuming that fruit? Does such a fruit still exist?" Wang Yu inwardly chuckled, thinking the youth was still too naive. Fortunately, his acting skills honed over nearly a millennium served him well. Though he feigned embarrassment in his response, "I recall that I was merely 6 or 7 years old, at an age of mischief. One day, while chasing a wild hare, I inadvertently wandered into a cave, losing track of the rabbit. Thirsty from the chase, I noticed a small tree about a meter high, bearing a fruit that was crimson and irresistibly enticing. I plucked it and consumed it, after which the tree withered instantly upon the fruit's removal. Days later, I began noticing numerous changes within myself and returned to the cave, but could no longer find any trace of that fruit. In the years that followed, I ventured back several times, yet each time yielded no results." Itachi, having never encountered such an extraordinary tale, could not ascertain its veracity. However, he distinctly sensed a hint of otherworldly power when Wang Yu evaded his shuriken. Choosing not to press further, Itachi glanced upward at the moon in the night sky. The hour was late, and he could not afford to linger. Yet, he could not simply let this person go. "You, would you be willing to accompany me?" Wang Yu was taken aback by this proposition. Surely Itachi did not intend to emulate Orochimaru and conduct human experiments? Such an allegiance would place his life entirely out of his hands, and he could not agree to such a fate. Regaining his composure, he spoke softly. "I am grateful for your generous offer, yet I have elderly parents at home who rely on me, as they are unable to toil. I must provide for them by selling my labor in the town." Itachi's expression remained unchanged beneath his hat, as he coldly replied, "Oh, I can provide some wealth for your parents. You need not be bound by their dependence." Wang Yu felt a chill in his heart, suddenly reminded that his adversary was one capable of even slaying his own parents, rendering his excuses utterly inconsequential. "However, sir," he implored, "I have a young brother who relies on my care. Without my daily supervision, he may fall prey to the unscrupulous and the vile." At the mention of his brother, tears streamed down Wang Yu's face as he wept softly. Upon hearing of the brother's existence, Itachi's cold demeanor softened slightly as he was reminded of his own sibling, for whom he would willingly sacrifice everything. After a moment of silence, Itachi let out a deep sigh. "Stay and take good care of your brother." With that, his figure vanished into the night. Wang Yu remained in his position for some time, and when he finally sensed that the only sounds left were the occasional chirps of insects, he slowly straightened up, wiping away his tears and snot. Truly, he was a brother's keeper. Chapter 6. The heart of a young girl. Wang Yu hurriedly returned to the room where Tian Haiqing had been tending to his injuries. After calming his mind, he reflected on the events of the evening. Confronted by the formidable presence of Uchiha Itachi, he felt acutely aware of his own inadequacies and strength. It was imperative for him to enhance his abilities before considering any further actions. He could no longer afford to hastily acquiesce to the requests of others. Should he encounter a ninja akin to Uchiha Itachi again, his fortune from tonight might not repeat itself. Seated cross-legged on the bed, Wang Yu entered a meditative state. In this chaotic world, there had been no mention of spiritual stones or materials that could assist in cultivation. To recklessly pursue such unsubstantiated resources would surely lead to dire consequences. A slower pace in cultivation was preferable to the inexplicable loss of life. Early the next morning, Tian Haiqing and the young girl she arrived at his dwelling, accompanied by an elderly man who stood dutifully at the foot of the bed. Through their conversation, Wang Yu learned that Yu Daji had perished the previous night at the Bolon Tavern. Tian Haiqing had come specifically to express her gratitude and brought along her spy, Uncle Li Heng, who had been positioned close to Yu Daji. Although Yu Daji's demise had no bearing on him, Wang Yu had acted on a promise and had nearly been abducted for human experimentation. Tian Haiqing's demeanor today was markedly more respectful than usual, and her words were laced with caution, perhaps mistakenly believing that he was responsible for the fatalities on the 6th floor of the tavern. Wang Yu, indifferent to her assumptions, treated it as a favor from Itachi. Lord Bai shall henceforth be a distinguished guest of my maritime group. Any needs you have, I will endeavor to fulfill, he declared, his impatience evident. Not perturbed by Wang Yu's aloofness, Tian Haiqing continued, regarding the Akatsuki organization, Uncle Li Heng possesses considerable knowledge. Wang Yu turned his attention to the elderly man, who had kept his head lowered. Speak, he commanded. Bending slightly, Uncle Li Heng faced Wang Yu, who was young enough to be his grandson, yet he exhibited no embarrassment or discomfort. On one occasion, while accompanying Yu Daji and a ninja from the Mist Village, I overheard some information. The leader of the Akatsuki is said to be a rain village ninja named Yahiko. The land of rain currently lacks a feudal lord. The former ruler, Hanzo the Salamander, was slain by the Akatsuki, who now hold dominion over the entire region. Since Hanzo's death, it has perpetually rained there. Do you know how many tailed beasts the Akatsuki have collected? Uncle Li Heng inquired, confusion etched on his face, as he was unaware of their endeavors in gathering tailed beasts. I do not know, he replied tremulously. Wang Yu held no expectations of gleaning information about the Akatsuki from Tian Haiqing. Very well, I understand. The transaction is complete, but I wish to remain here for some time. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Tian Haiqing breathed a sigh of relief. No problem at all. Stay as long as you wish. After speaking, Wang Yu instructed her to leave, for time is akin to cultivation, and he did not wish to squander it on trivial matters. Once the three departed, the young girl, she lingered at the doorway, refusing to leave. Wang Yu felt a headache coming on and called out, prompting she to place her hands on her abdomen, bow her head, and step into the room. Master Bai, do you have any commands for me? She inquired. My command is simple. You are to leave this place now and deliver a meal once each day. No one else should be in the courtyard, he replied. Having heard of Wang Yu's solitary annihilation of an entire room filled with individuals, including a Nin, and his subsequent escape, she felt a pang of regret and fear for her past behavior. She had intended to remain and serve him diligently to atone for her previous actions. However, his resolute refusal left her anxious, fearing he might harbor resentment against her. Given Master Qing's evident regard for him, she worried about the consequences of potentially jeopardizing their relationship. Please, Master Bai, she implored, kneeling on the ground. I acknowledge my earlier disrespect towards you. I am willing to accept any punishment, but I beseech you, do not hold Master Qing accountable. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Wang Yu, perplexed by the sight of the weeping girl before him, reflected on the troubles of women. He leaped from the bed and reached out to assist her. Yet, following the events of the previous night, his image had become synonymous with that of a malevolent spirit in Shi's eyes. As his hand brushed against her garment, she recoiled in fright, trembling and collapsing to the floor, crying out even louder. Wang Yu, now at a loss, stood frozen, unsure whether to extend his hand or withdraw it, feeling utterly helpless. In his previous life on Blue Star, he had been nearly 18 when he traversed into the world of cultivation while rescuing a drowning child. He had never experienced romance, and in the realm of cultivation, he had been consumed by the pressures of survival, focusing solely on his training without seeking companionship. Reflecting on his nearly 1,000 years of existence felt like a mockery, leaving him devoid of any experience to handle such situations. Deciding to disregard the sobbing Shi, he exited the room and ventured into the courtyard to practice his physical cultivation through Xingyi Quan. The sound of his movements echoed through the space, and after a time, having completed a set of the martial art, he noticed the cries within the room had quieted, alleviating his troubled spirit somewhat. He adjusted his attire and prepared to return inside. Upon reaching the doorway, he found she had ceased her tears and stood by the entrance once more, her eyes red from crying and occasionally stifling a sob. With no other option, he mustered the courage to approach her, maintaining a respectful distance of about a meter. Softening his voice, he gently spoke. She, I have never held anything against you. Perhaps it would be best if you return now. I truly do not require any care. Just bring me a meal each day as I requested, and if that proves difficult, you need not come at all. At this moment, the young girl she had managed to calm her emotions. Upon reflection, Wang Yu's earlier actions and words did not seem as terrifying as she had initially perceived, resembling a devil. Now, as she witnessed Wang Yu speaking to her with a countenance of bewilderment and helplessness, it was impossible to reconcile this with the defiant demeanor he had displayed before the esteemed Qing. Unable to contain herself, she let out a soft laugh, covering her mouth as she dashed outside to the courtyard, exclaiming, "I understand now, Lord Bai." Wang Yu, bewildered by the sudden shift from tears to laughter, found himself exasperated. Truly a woman's face, reflecting the capriciousness of the weather. The silver lining was that he had finally dispelled the troublesome presence. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him, henceforth he anticipated no further interruptions, allowing him to focus solely on his cultivation. Chapter 7. The frenzied enhancement of strength. In the ensuing days, no one came to disturb Wang Yu. The only exception was the young girl, she, who brought meals and would linger at the door, peering through the crack to catch a glimpse inside. Wang Yu felt a profound sense of satisfaction, having secured a fine guise of protection. Yet, he pondered how long this tranquility would endure. On the morning of the 7th day, Wang Yu awoke from his meditation, his eyes sparkling with vitality. A dense mist enveloped him, for he had ascended from the first layer of qi refinement to the second, breaking through the constraints that had once held him back. After absorbing a sufficient amount of spiritual energy, his second meridian had naturally opened. The smoothness of this transition was somewhat extraordinary. Reflecting on his previous life, he recalled how the spiritual energy had been several times denser than here. With the aid of medicinal elixirs, he had faced numerous obstacles during his ascension to minor realms, requiring multiple attempts to succeed. As for major realms, they demanded not only abundant spiritual power, but also the right timing to advance. He remembered spending a full 30 years to cultivate from a mere mortal to the pinnacle of qi refinement. Could it be that in this world of Naruto, the concept of constraints in cultivation was merely a fallacy? At his current rate of progress, he mused, he might achieve the pinnacle of qi refinement within a year. The thought thrilled him, though he remained uncertain whether future advancements to major realms would be as effortless. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the newfound power of his second layer of qi refinement. His physical constitution had improved significantly, enhanced by the continuous flow of spiritual energy. He leaped from his bed and made his way to the courtyard, performing a series of Xingyi Quan movements. The gusts of wind generated by his punches filled him with satisfaction. Should he once again unleash his full spiritual energy, he was confident his body would not succumb to dislocation as it had previously. With his spirits high, he repeated the Xingyi Quan, this time circulating spiritual energy throughout his body. His speed increased considerably, and he appeared to blur into a shadowy figure. After completing the sequence, his body, invigorated by spiritual energy, emitted a steamy vapor, and the heat compelled him to shed his outer garment, tossing it aside. Sitting on the steps, he contemplated his standing in this world of Naruto. With the infusion of spiritual energy, his physical prowess was likely far superior to that of an average chunin. After all, he had arrived with a solid foundation. Yet, he still preferred to avoid encounters with Jonin-level opponents. Attaining that rank required more than mere physical attributes. One could not simply hurl a few shurikens to become a Jonin. Typically, they were well-versed in a myriad of jutsu and possessed an indispensable intellect. Each one a cunning individual. In this new realm, he had yet to cast any spells. Firstly, the consumption of spiritual energy for spellcasting was immense, and his current cultivation level was too low, leaving him with scant reserves. Utilizing energy for physical prowess required less spiritual power. In combat at lower realms, without any talismans or magical artifacts, physical strength proved to be the most lethal weapon. Secondly, even if he forced himself to cast a spell, its power would be negligible due to his low cultivation. It would be less threatening than a fully thrown shuriken. The sole advantage might be that a fireball could serve to eliminate traces. With time to spare, Wang Yu extended his right hand, forming a point with his fingers. Spiritual energy gathered between his index and middle fingers, conjuring a small flame that grew larger as more energy surged towards it. Within Wang Yu's body, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his complexion gradually turned pale. He yearned to ascertain the extent of his abilities when exerting himself to the fullest, as a flame the size of a fist danced between his fingers. Ultimately, unable to sustain his efforts, he bellowed, "Go!" The fist-sized flame detached from his fingertips, transforming into a small serpent that soared into the sky, dissipating only after reaching a distance of 40 to 50 meters. To genuinely employ spells as a means of attack, one must at least be at the foundation establishment stage. Only upon reaching this stage does the body cultivate a qi within the lower dantian, capable of storing vast amounts of spiritual energy, far surpassing the meager reserves of a few meridians. Consequently, most cultivators diligently refine their skills during the qi refinement stage, only encountering formidable spells upon entering the foundation establishment stage. Wang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction with his fire serpent technique. After all, he was merely at the second level of qi refinement. Had he possessed the full mastery of the nascent soul from his previous life, even a simple fire serpent technique would have lit up the sky in crimson hues. Having spent considerable time in this world, Wang Yu was acutely aware of his circumstances. His innate talent could be considered that of a 5-element root failure in his past life. Upon discovering this, he felt little dismay, as he had previously been a 4-element root cultivator, not significantly stronger than he was now, yet he had still reached the pinnacle of cultivation. When he experienced such a smooth transition from the first level of qi refinement to the second, his heart swelled with excitement. Was this not the treatment reserved for those with heavenly roots? Although his spiritual energy was somewhat thin, such matters were trivial. With diligent practice, dominating this world would merely be a matter of time. The so-called destined children of the Hokage would all be beneath his feet. After inquiring about the cultivation resources in this world, he found them nearly non-existent. He wished to craft a talisman for protection but lacked spiritual paper and ink. He sought to create a formation plate, jade talisman, or spirit banners, but had heard of no such materials, let alone alchemy or artifact forging. In his recollection, there were indeed several formidable swords in the realm of the Hokage, such as Orochimaru's Kusanagi and Itachi Uchiha's Totsuka blade. Yet Orochimaru, Itachi Uchiha, these were elite ninjas. The last imprint of Itachi's oppressive presence lingered vividly in his mind. Given his current strength, he would rather refrain from confronting such power. It was perhaps for the best that these resources were lacking. Not everything could go smoothly. After all, these were merely external possessions. Enhancing one's own strength remained paramount. Once he condensed his nascent soul and roamed the heavens, the likes of Naruto and Sasuke would be inconsequential. He would no longer be compelled to face heavenly tribulations for ascension to the celestial realm, having barely enjoyed his peak cultivation in his previous life. He resolved to relish the journey before making further plans. As Wang Yu reveled in these aspirations for the future, a young girl named Shi entered the courtyard, holding a food box. Upon seeing Wang Yu, half naked and lost in thought with a foolish grin on his face, she froze momentarily, hastily lowering her gaze. Her feet seemed glued to the ground, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Noticing Shi's arrival, Wang Yu snapped back to reality, only to realize he was exposed above the waist, as he observed her standing timidly at the doorway, unwilling to step inside. Wang Yu felt a profound sense of helplessness. Such a mere corporeal form could render one so utterly despondent. It was indeed a sign of immaturity. But recalling the earlier scene where the other party inexplicably wept before him was equally vexing. Moreover, given his currently feeble strength, it would be wise to remain within this small courtyard to cultivate his skills. Reluctant to invite needless trouble, Wang Yu turned his gaze to the food container held by the girl. After his earlier exertions, hunger gnawed at him. With a resigned sigh, he rose, donned his garments, and casually remarked, "Please set down the food container and be on your way." The girl, Shi, obeyed slowly, placing the container on the ground. She couldn't help but glance back at Wang Yu, noting the dirt that marred his clothes and the disheveled state of his long hair. She wished to say something, but ultimately refrained, pressing her lips together before turning and running away, leaving even the empty food container from the previous day behind. Wang Yu took a large stride forward to retrieve the container, casting a glance at the retreating figure of Shi, and thought to himself, "You underestimate my resolve. You shall not disrupt my path." Chapter 8. Arrival in the land of Soup. The days that followed were mundane and monotonous, spent either in cultivation or honing one's physical form. A year later, just as Wang Yu had anticipated, his cultivation soared without impediment, reaching the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage. However, the persistent concern that had plagued him finally manifested. He found himself stuck at the 10th level of qi refinement, unable to progress further. No matter how diligently he absorbed spiritual energy or refined his body, he could not open the ren and do meridians within him, thus hindering his ability to condense his qi and reach the foundation establishment stage. This dilemma had tormented him for nearly a month. At that moment, after completing a set of shingi boxing to dispel his frustration, Wang Yu sat on the steps, contemplating the root of his predicament. Just then, Tian Haiqing entered, accompanied by the young girl Shi and a serious-looking elder, Yi Hong. Over the past year, Tian Haiqing had initially visited almost weekly, merely to exchange pleasantries. However, as time passed, these visits became increasingly infrequent, and she now appeared more somber, likely due to the struggles of reclaiming her group from Yudachi. Wang Yu chose to steer clear of such matters. Nothing was more vital than his own cultivation, and since Tian Haiqing had not mentioned it, he preferred to remain undisturbed. Yet this time, her arrival with the elder suggested that they sought his assistance. After a year of free lodging and meals, it was indeed time for him to contribute something in return. Wang Yu adjusted his attire and sat upright on the steps, but before he could inquire, Tian Haiqing spoke first. Lord Bai, the business in the land of waves, including maritime trade, has been monopolized by the Dasna Group, leaving us with no space to survive. Upon hearing the name Dasna, Wang Yu quickly gestured for her to halt, making his stance clear. Behind Dasna lies the Fire Nation. Those from the Hidden Leaf Village are not to be trifled with. I refuse to take such risks. Tian Haiqing remained unperturbed and continued, You needn't worry, Lord Bai. We wouldn't dare offend the Fire Nation even if we had 100 lives. Uncle Li Heng and I have discussed this. Rather than waiting to perish in the land of waves, we should sell our remaining assets to Dasna while we still have some capital, thus securing a little favor in return. We can use the funds to seek our fortunes in the land of soup. Would you be willing to join us? The land of soup, devoid of ninja villages, was renowned for its abundance of hot springs and was undoubtedly wealthier than the land of waves, which implied greater safety. Very well, I shall accompany you. The following day, Wang Yu rose early. Shearing off his long hair to a neat buzz cut and donning a fresh set of casual attire, exuding a sunny and masculine aura. Just as he finished dressing, the girl she arrived, and under her curious gaze, the two proceeded to the port, where they joined the larger group. Under Tian Haiqing's guidance, a contingent of nearly 30 embarked on a grand vessel, setting sail from the harbor of the Land of Waves. The 30 individuals aboard the vessel displayed an extraordinary level of deference towards Wang Yu, suggesting that Tian Haiqing had already established a formidable reputation among them. This elicited a flicker of concern within Wang Yu. As the saying goes, fame breeds fear, and notoriety can be burdensome. Upon entering the kingdom of Tang, he worried that these individuals might further amplify his presence, especially since he was still operating under a pseudonym. The thought of idle ninjas seeking him out for trouble was disconcerting and threatened his hope for tranquility. However, given the circumstances, he concluded that his best course of action would be to find an excuse to extricate himself from Tian Haiqing's entourage, thereby sidestepping potential complications in the future. Upon reaching the kingdom of Tang, Wang Yu's expectations were confirmed. The citizens here were indeed a stark contrast to those of the kingdom of Bo. The roads were paved with sturdy stone slabs, both wide and immaculate, surrounded by an abundance of hot spring establishments. One could observe numerous elegantly dressed elites indulging in various leisure venues. Shortly after their arrival, Tian Haiqing, accompanied by a throng of associates, busied herself with networking and distributing funds, ultimately securing a parcel of land. Elation radiated from Tian Haiqing as she rushed to the inn to share her success with Wang Yu. Seeking his counsel on how her group should proceed in the kingdom of Tang, Wang Yu found himself puzzled. Shouldn't a leader have already devised such plans? Was she testing whether he considered himself part of their ranks? Yet, he chose not to dwell on it, knowing he would eventually seek an opportunity to depart. He tapped his head and stated, To profit in the kingdom of Tang, one must first ascertain whose wealth is most accessible and lucrative. His seemingly casual remarks captured Tian Haiqing's undivided attention, prompting her to eagerly inquire for clarification. Surely, it is the affluent individuals from various nations seeking leisure here. Construct a resort, lavishly designed and brimming with engaging activities. Remember, the name must possess a rustic charm, for the wealthy have a penchant for such nuances. Charge exorbitant fees, and ensure that the number of guests is limited each day. Tian Haiqing fell into deep contemplation at his words, her eyes sparkling as if she had made a significant realization. Expressing her gratitude, she hurriedly departed. Wang Yu was thus left in solitude at the inn, relishing the peace, as he had merely spoken offhandedly and had no intention of assisting further. For a week, he remained at the inn, finding it increasingly difficult to make any progress in his cultivation, which left him feeling despondent. Occasionally, he would venture out onto the streets to alleviate his restlessness. Today, while aimlessly wandering, he found himself by the riverbank, where he reclined beneath a grand tree, gazing up at the fluffy clouds drifting across the sky. Suddenly, a massive shadow swept overhead. What manner of creature was that? It loomed taller than himself. A frog? Wait, there was an aura of the supernatural. A frog demon. This world indeed held mystical beings. Perhaps his cultivation stagnation might find resolution. It was high time he ventured out. With his chi cultivation at the 10th level ignited, he sprang from the ground, racing towards the disappearing figure of the frog into the depths of the forest. The malevolent aura of this toad demon is not particularly potent, suggesting it is unlikely to be a beast at the foundation establishment stage. Such creatures, typically belonging to the chi refining stage, possess limited intelligence. Given my own cultivation at the 10th level of chi refining and nearly a millennium of combat experience, subduing it should pose no challenge. As Wang Yu leaped forward, he swiftly closed the distance to the toad demon. Generally, the physical prowess of demon beasts surpasses that of cultivators of the same realm. Thus, a direct confrontation would be unwise. It appears that I must employ a spell instead. When Wang Yu was still 10 meters away from the toad demon, he silently invoked a spell, channeling his spiritual energy to his fingertips, where a blazing fireball materialized. Go! The fireball transformed into a 5-meter-long serpent, striking like lightning as it enveloped the toad demon ahead. Chapter 9: The Great Battle with the Toad Demon. The toad's back appeared to be endowed with eyes. Sensing the imminent danger, with a powerful twist of its massive hind limbs, it forcefully stomped the ground, leaving behind 2 deep claw marks. While its enormous body swiftly lunged sideways, narrowly evading the incoming fire serpent, the fiery projectile struck a large tree, igniting it instantly. However, Wang Yu had unleashed the fire serpent from too close a distance. Although it failed to hit the toad, it grazed its hind paw, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Wang Yu was taken aback, astonished by the toad demon's remarkable reflexes. Managing to dodge such a sudden attack from such a short range, clearly indicating that it had been on guard against him the entire time. Before Wang Yu could fully comprehend his surprise, the toad's massive head swung around to face him, emitting an excruciatingly unpleasant croak. A white shadow erupted from its gaping maw, accompanied by a faint sound of slicing air, hurtling directly towards his face. The speed was astonishing, and with the proximity, escape was impossible. In a moment of desperation, lacking any protective talismans, Wang Yu swiftly activated the ice crystal art, conjuring a layer of crystalline ice before him to defend against the unexpected strike. The white shadow collided with the ice, shattering it instantaneously, but it also decelerated slightly, allowing Wang Yu to discern that it was, in fact, the toad's slimy tongue. Seizing the brief opportunity afforded by the slowdown, Wang Yu deftly shifted his body backward, narrowly avoiding a direct hit to his head. Yet the toad's tongue struck solidly against his chest. His breath caught in his throat. Blood surged forth as his internal organs felt as though they were dislocated, sending waves of excruciating pain radiating from his chest. There was no time to lose. Enduring the agonizing pain, Wang Yu swiftly grasped the toad's tongue with both hands, channeling the fire serpent technique once more. This time, the fire serpent wrapped itself directly around the tongue. The toad, racked with pain, hurriedly retracted its tongue back into its mouth, dragging the fire serpent along with it. The fire serpent, being a manifestation of spiritual energy, could not be extinguished by mere water or confinement. Seeing the fire serpent drawn into the toad's mouth, Wang Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, realigning his internal meridians to promote the smooth flow of his spiritual energy. With this assistance, he managed to restore his internal organs to their proper positions. Finally gasping for breath, within the toad's mouth, the fire serpent wreaked havoc, causing the toad's cheeks to bulge and its abdomen to emit a series of rumbling sounds. Ultimately, unable to withstand the intense pain, the toad opened its mouth wide, expelling the fire serpent. Residual traces of Wang Yu's spiritual energy lingered within the fiery serpent, prompting him to exert his will and guide it to coil around the toad's body. The fire serpent clung to the toad like a parasite, refusing to be shaken off. Realizing it was no longer a match for Wang Yu, the toad turned and, enduring its agony, leapt away in an attempt to escape. Seeing this, Wang Yu leapt after it, summoning the dwindling remnants of his spiritual energy to launch 2 more fire serpents towards the toad. As the serpents departed his fingertips, Wang Yu's complexion paled instantly, as though he had been drained of vitality, struggling to steady his trembling legs as he attempted to guide the 2 fire serpents. The toad, already rendered nearly insane by burns, saw 2 fire serpents approaching once more. Attempting to evade the oncoming infernos with the same trick, it found itself a step too late. The serpents ensnared its entire body, wrapping around it with unyielding ferocity. The toad let out frantic croaks, its body writhing and jumping upon the ground in a desperate bid to shake off the flames, yet no matter how hard it struggled, The serpents clung resolutely to its skin. In a short while, not a single patch of unscathed skin remained. It was all charred black. Ultimately, it collapsed, gasping for breath, devoid of any strength to resist. The commotion caused by the toad had toppled several trees in the forest, with a few still ablaze. Wang Yu, realizing the disturbance he had created would soon attract unwanted attention, swiftly approached the tormented creature. He reached out to withdraw the remaining fire serpents still clinging to the toad, grateful for any essence he could reclaim. Observing the toad lying motionless, its body blackened and still, he promptly seated himself beside it. With hands resting upon the toad, he sensed the lingering demonic energy and fervently absorbed it into his own being, transforming it into pure spiritual essence. The 10 meridians within him, already opened, expanded further under the cleansing flow of this refined energy. At long last, the final 2 channels of his body's governing meridians were unblocked and the bottleneck shattered. The pure energy coursed through the 12 meridians, connecting seamlessly, unhindered. His cultivation finally reached the pinnacle of chi refinement. The lingering gloom that had clouded his mind dissipated, clarity restored, and his movements quickened. The toad's demonic energy began to wane, while the transformed spiritual essence accumulated within him, filling all 12 meridians. Now that his body was suffused with energy, further absorption of demonic essence would be superfluous. Wang Yu ceased his actions, gazing at the toad, its eyes vacant and shrouded in a faint aura of demonic energy, feeling a pang of reluctance. It had been a rare encounter with a magical beast, and he lamented the uncertainty of when he might encounter another. If he did not fully absorb the remaining essence, he knew rest would elude him that night. Thus, he resolved to seize the opportunity to attempt foundation establishment. With renewed determination, he guided the remaining faint demonic energy into his being, where the pure spiritual essence surged through the 12 meridians. Under Wang Yu's direction, the energy flowed abundantly toward his lower dantian, gathering in greater volume. Within the dantian, the concentration of spiritual energy intensified, gradually forming a vortex. The energy spun, compressed, and absorbed the essence from the meridians. As the toad's glazed eyes slowly closed, its demonic aura dissipated entirely, marking the end of its life. Wang Yu gently withdrew his hands from the toad, cradling them before his dantian, introspecting on his own condition. The spiritual energy within his dantian continued to swirl and compress, ultimately transforming into a mist-like substance stored within. Aha! It is accomplished. I have now entered the foundational stage of my cultivation. It is indeed time to nurture my flying sword within my dantian. After all, my previous incarnation was renowned as the Celestial Sword Immortal, a title not bestowed lightly. Moreover, utilizing a flying sword to vanquish foes proves far more effortless than relying on spells, which demand considerable spiritual energy. The recent battle has nearly depleted my internal spiritual essence. Without the replenishment from demonic energy, I would likely have to crawl back. Gazing at the lifeless toad demon beside me, a smile crept upon Wang Yu's lips. Indeed, ascension knows no bounds. As long as one possesses sufficient spiritual energy, advancement is assured. However, what I now require is a higher concentration of spiritual essence. The ordinary spiritual energy available in my surroundings suffices for basic replenishment, yet to achieve another breakthrough, I must seek more refined spiritual power, which necessitates the acquisition of additional demonic beasts. At this moment, Wang Yu recalled that within the realm of Naruto, there seemed to be no mention of demonic beasts. So, what then is the nature of this toad demon? It appears that certain creatures can be summoned in that world. Serving as formidable forces, could they not be considered demonic beasts? Toad, Jiraiya, the land of hot water. Suddenly, several shurikens, propelled by a fierce wind, hurtled towards me. Chapter 10. Jiraiya and Naruto. It is well known that shuriken cannot claim lives in the world of ninjas. Wang Yu's cultivation had ascended to the foundational stage, significantly expanding his perceptive range. With a gentle leap, he deftly evaded the incoming shuriken. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a mane of thick white hair appeared before the toad, extending his hands to shield the creature while casting a hostile gaze towards Wang Yu. Observing the man's long, flowing white hair that cascaded down to his waist, it was evident, even without speculation, that he was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konohagakure, known far and wide. Jiraiya sensed the lifelessness emanating from the toad behind him, and his eyes directed towards Wang Yu were ablaze with murderous intent. Jiraiya's power was among the most formidable in the village, rivaling that of the famed Uchiha Itachi, though perhaps not quite on par. Wang Yu was no longer the low-tier cultivator who would flee at the sight of Uchiha Itachi. although he had yet to engage such an adept in combat. With his current foundational stage cultivation, he believed he could protect himself adequately. Moreover, the opponent was unaware of his true capabilities, making the display of confidence paramount. Feeling the intensity of Jiraiya's furious gaze, Wang Yu took a moment to attune himself to the dense mist-like spiritual energy within his dantian. Confirming his position at the foundational stage, resolutely he decided that he must not falter in his demeanor. With a flick of his right hand, he positioned it behind his back, while his left hand formed a half-fist across his chest. He slightly turned his body, raising his chin to meet Jiraiya's gaze, ensuring he did not appear inferior. Although Jiraiya was consumed by rage at the demise of his beloved Toad, he refrained from acting impulsively. After all, he could discern no forehead protector symbolizing a ninja on his opponent, and the unfamiliar face presented an enigma regarding the individual's identity and true strength. Jiraiya was all too aware of the prowess of Toad Old 6. A mere Chunin would be easily dispatched, and even a typical Jonin would find it a challenging encounter. The sheer speed with which Toad Old 6 had been dispatched, while Wang Yu stood unscathed, indicated that he was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, the disdainful demeanor and unyielding gaze of his adversary, who appeared to be merely 17 or 18, suggested an underlying confidence that compelled Jiraiya to proceed with caution. Thus, the two remained locked in a standoff, neither willing to make the first move. Suddenly, a blond youth rushed towards them from a distance, calling out incessantly, "Toad Old 6. Why have you run so far? You've made yourself all dirty. Are you playing dead?" Toad Old 6 was originally summoned by Jiraiya from Mayaboka Mountain to serve as a test subject for Naruto. While Jiraiya himself had stealthily slipped away to the bathhouse to peep at beautiful women, after enduring several grueling encounters, Naruto, feeling indignant, decided that if he could not best Toad Old 6 in combat, he would instead compete in a race. Toad Old 6, with his straightforward nature, wasted no time and bolted away, fortuitously encountering Wang Yu, who was resting under a tree. Jiraiya, having studied the mystical arts at Mayaboka Mountain, possessed a similar aura to that of the mountain's toads. While he was preoccupied with his voyeuristic pursuits in the city, he sensed a disturbance in Toad Old 6's spiritual energy. Initially dismissing it as mere posturing before Naruto, he failed to respond in time. Only when I sensed the waning demonic aura of the Toad Sage did I realize the gravity of the situation. Even if I had shown off in front of Naruto, it was inconceivable that such a significant amount of demonic energy could have been expended. I hurriedly followed the trace of the aura, but it was too late. Upon my arrival, I discovered that the Toad Sage had completely lost his breath, and beside him stood not Naruto, but a stranger who appeared intent on meddling with the Toad Sage's remains. Without hesitation, I launched several shuriken to drive him away, prioritizing the protection of the body. While Jiraiya was locked in a stalemate with Wang Yu, he could not help but ponder Naruto's predicament. Although he was not overly concerned for Naruto's life, after all, he had the Nine Tails as a guardian. He worried about Naruto's naivete and singular-mindedness, fearing he might fall prey to the enemy's verbal manipulation. When he saw Naruto rushing over, panting heavily, his anxiety eased. But upon hearing Naruto's words, he felt a lump in his throat, an unbearable discomfort. "Naruto, quickly hide. The Toad Sage is dead, and the opponent is beyond your capabilities." Naruto, not lacking in perception, grasped the situation upon seeing the scene and hearing Jiraiya's declaration of the Toad Sage's demise. He deduced that their adversary was formidable, yet a surge of anger overwhelmed him, prompting him to confront Wang Yu loudly. Why did you kill the Toad Sage? He was my friend. Don't you have friends?" Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback by this illogical reasoning. "I need to cultivate. Is it wrong to slay a beast? Is a fierce battle the inevitable next step?" Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of Naruto's status as the child of destiny and could not afford to underestimate him. Recalling that Naruto's words could be quite powerful, Wang Yu understood that the best approach to Naruto's accusations was to remain silent. However, Naruto, feeling ignored, grew increasingly incensed and continued to hurl accusations until Jiraiya forcefully intervened, instructing him to retreat with the Toad Sage's body. As Naruto backed away, he gazed at Wang Yu, finding him oddly familiar. Upon closer inspection, he inadvertently recalled the pale figure who had perished at Kakashi's hands. Though the stranger sported short hair and had a changed demeanor, that delicate visage left a lasting impression on him, prompting him to exclaim, "White!" Wang Yu had devoted all his attention to Jiraiya, wary of a sudden attack, and was unprepared for the fact that Naruto still remembered his former identity, given that he had maintained the guise of White in front of Tian Haiqing and the others. The call of his name momentarily distracted him. Seizing the opportunity presented by Naruto's shout, Jiraiya launched his attack. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. With a series of hand seals, he expelled a torrent of flames from his mouth, which swiftly transformed into a colossal fireball hurtling towards Wang Yu. A wave of searing heat rushed towards him, and Wang Yu inwardly lamented. Realizing he had yet to confront such a skilled opponent and was uncertain whether he could withstand the impending onslaught. In a state of urgent focus, he summoned his spiritual energy. Ice Wall Technique. A massive wall of ice materialized before him, meeting the incoming flames with a resounding crash. Vapor billowed forth. Yet the ice wall stood resolutely, while the flames dissipated into nothingness. Once the flames dissipated, Jiraiya's expression grew exceedingly grave. He had not anticipated that his ninjutsu could be so effortlessly neutralized. Gazing upon the ice wall that emanated a chilling aura, he felt an unsettling certainty that even his oil fire technique would struggle to penetrate this formidable barrier. Sage Technique. This is indeed a sage technique. As he sensed the pure sage energy radiating from the ice wall, Jiraiya fell into deep contemplation. Beside him, Naruto was equally astonished. The opponent's previous reaction suggested that, whether or not they were directly connected to the white, there existed a profound relationship. What troubled him most was witnessing his esteemed mentor, Jiraiya, have his attacks so readily thwarted, causing his clenched fist to become unwittingly slick with sweat. Jiraiya too came to the realization that he was facing a formidable adversary today, and that only through unwavering effort could he hope to emerge victorious. Sage Mode, activate. Chapter 11. The Great Battle with Jiraiya. Jiraiya's form and visage gradually transformed into a creature reminiscent of a toad, with two toads perched upon his shoulders. This was indeed Jiraiya's most formidable state, a sage mode that I recognized from the anime I once watched. It was undeniably a powerful form. Yet, what emanated from him was an overwhelming aura of malevolence. In an instant, Wang Yu comprehended that Jiraiya had learned this sage mode from the toad yokai of Mount Miyaboku. Although he claimed to be a sage, his cultivation was rooted in demonic arts. At this moment, the toad Shima, standing on Jiraiya's shoulder, spoke up. Jiraiya, how can you possibly deal with a mere whelp? You need to summon us two old-timers to assist you? Indeed, little one. You aren't thinking of putting on a show in front of Naruto, are you? Making us, the ancient ones, act alongside you? Toad Fukasaku chimed in. Jiraiya was left speechless. Meanwhile, Naruto, filled with excitement, shouted from behind. Jiraiya wished to instill a sense of seriousness in the two elder toads and turned to look back. The two toads followed his gaze and were astonished to see the massive, charred figure of Toad Old Six dancing beside the exuberant Naruto. Their expressions twisted in disbelief as they turned back to Wang Yu, their eyes ablaze with fury. Jiraiya, old man, use that technique to turn this kid into cinders. The two toads nodded in unison. Sage Technique, 5 Right Gate. Upon witnessing the two toads engaging in conversation, Wang Yu felt a surge of trepidation. If these demonic beasts could articulate human speech, they were likely at least at the foundational level of cultivation. With his own nascent cultivation, he was no match for them. Just as he contemplated a retreat, the trio unleashed their sage techniques towards him. One toad unleashed a tempestuous wind, another spewed forth a torrent of flames, while Jiraiya emitted a stream of toad oil. The three elements erupted almost simultaneously. The flames ignited upon contact with the toad oil, intensifying the inferno. Further propelled by the wind, Wang Yu observed the overwhelming conflagration barreling towards him, leaving him no avenue for escape. Hastily, he summoned his spiritual energy, conjuring numerous ice walls before him. The flames were no ordinary fire. They were laced with foundational demonic power. The ice walls shattered under the onslaught, disintegrating into vapor and rapidly succumbing to the inferno. Utilizing the remnants of the ice walls as cover, Wang Yu swiftly retreated, continuously casting ice walls to mitigate the fiery assault, while simultaneously employing wind blades to divert the flames. After unleashing dozens of ice walls and wind blades, the fire gradually diminished, and he had retreated nearly 100 meters. This ordeal had consumed almost half of his spiritual energy, and his garments were singed and tattered. Yet, before Wang Yu could regain his composure, a colossal energy sphere materialized before him. Sage Technique, Super Large Rasen Shuriken. With no time to ponder, he pressed his palms together in an attempt to catch the massive Rasen Shuriken. As his hands made contact, the malevolent energy surged into his body. As the malevolent energy entered his body, the spiritual power within him surged rapidly, transforming the invading essence into pure spiritual energy. How delightful, he thought. Just as he was feeling drowsy, an opportunity presented itself. The immense spiral sphere diminished to the size of a fist, and with a gentle flick of his hands, Wang Yu shattered it, dispersing it into the air. He had just replenished nearly half of his consumed spiritual energy and felt rejuvenated. Seeing Wang Yu effortlessly counter his colossal spiral sphere, Jiraiya, along with his two toads, instantly leapt back to create distance, clearly alarmed by the encounter. Gasping for breath, Jiraiya realized that the use of sage techniques had taken a toll on him as well. What should they do now? He inquired of the two toads perched on his shoulders, knowing their extensive experience in such matters. Is he a sage? Old man, did you see that clearly? Did that person just absorb my colossal spiral sphere? Indeed, it seemed that this individual, who appeared fatigued while resisting Gyuman, now exhibited no signs of weariness. As though he had consumed a potent restorative, Jiraiya, feeling a sense of urgency, pondered their next course of action. Should they press forward or retreat? What were their thoughts? The toad, Shima, contemplated for a moment before responding. Regardless of whether he is a sage, we should return to Mount Mayaboku and consult the great sage toad. It would be unwise to attack again. If we provoke a sage, none of the toads at Mount Mayaboku would escape unscathed. Toad Fukasaku gritted his teeth, asserting, I don't think this person is as formidable as we imagined. If necessary, we can avoid using the colossal spiral sphere and simply eliminate him to avert future troubles. Jiraiya concluded, then let us attack once more. If the sage techniques can be absorbed, we shall refrain from using them. If he can counter our strike, we will retreat. While the three conferred, Wang Yu meticulously observed them. If the trio combined their chakra against him, he knew he would be outmatched. They could exhaust him through sheer attrition. However, their use of malevolent energy to create a spiral sphere was akin to delivering a restorative directly into his hands. Yet, he found it difficult to predict their next move. Perhaps fleeing was the wisest choice, allowing him to strengthen his abilities before returning to Mount Mayaboku to vanquish the entire cadre of toad demons. Finally, Jiraiya made his move, forming hand seals. Ninjutsu, toad mouth binding technique. The space around Wang Yu writhed as tendrils manifested, gradually revealing a digestive tract that enveloped him, ensnaring even Jiraiya and the two toads within its grasp. Wang Yu felt the soft flesh beneath his feet gradually encroaching upon him. Instantly realizing that Jiraiya had summoned the esophagus of the great toad of Mount Mayaboku. Was he to become nourishment for a toad? He recalled how Itachi Uchiha had escaped by using Amaterasu to burn through the esophagus. But how could he replicate such a feat without Amaterasu? Fire serpent technique, he declared, thrusting his palms outward as several fire serpents erupted forth, striking the walls of the esophagus. The walls buckled under the assault but did not yield. Instead, they devoured the flames one by one, severing the connection between the fire serpents and his spiritual energy. It was futile. One could only move swiftly to delay the relentless advance of being consumed by the esophagus. Tentacles emerged incessantly from the walls of the esophagus, reaching out like arms. With a deft flick of his wrists, he unleashed a flurry of razor-sharp ice crystal daggers that soared from his fingertips, shattering the encroaching tentacles and severing their connection to him as they plunged into the esophageal wall. Jiraiya was not idle either, pressing his hands against the esophagus, manipulating it to constrict further. In an unforeseen moment, tentacles from behind ensnared Wang Yu's feet, causing him to stumble and lose his balance. In an instant, he was besieged by countless tentacles that crawled over his body, forcibly dragging him into the depths of the esophageal wall. Wang Yu felt a nauseating stickiness enveloping him, as if innumerable tiny insects were desperately burrowing into his body through every orifice. Chapter 12. The 9 Illusions True Thunder Technique. Thick, gelatinous masses relentlessly burrowed into Wang Yu's body, and he could feel his life force being gradually siphoned away. The spiritual energy within him surged furiously, attempting to replicate the previous method of absorbing the demonic essence contained within the esophagus of the rock-residing giant toad. However, upon contact with his spiritual energy, it disintegrated, instead inciting a sharp pain throughout his meridians. The demonic essence present was overwhelmingly potent, at least of the golden core level. As his vitality waned, Wang Yu sensed an unprecedented peril. How could I meet my demise in such a manner, trapped within the body of a mere toad? If my former adversaries were to learn of this, it would tarnish the illustrious reputation of the clear essence sword immortal and my pursuit of immortality. The 9 Illusions True Thunder Technique. Within his dantian, the mist-like spiritual energy whirled at an increasing velocity, forming a vortex. Upon reaching a critical threshold, a flicker of light manifested within the whirlpool, accompanied by a muted rumble of thunder emanating from within. Originally, the 9 Illusions True Thunder Technique was a sword technique, requiring one to nurture a flying sword within the dantian post-foundation establishment. With the manipulation of spiritual energy, one would imbue the sword with lightnings, enabling it to burst forth from the body's acupuncture points to vanquish foes. Not only was its speed unparalleled, but its might was boundless, augmenting with the practitioner's cultivation. In his previous life, at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, Wang Yu wielded this technique to invoke a change in the heavens, locking onto a radius of 100 miles, rendering his enemies as mere caged birds awaiting slaughter. This mastery led to countless victories and solidified his repute as the clear-essence sword immortal. Yet now, devoid of a flying sword within his dantian, the unleashed lightning lacked a conduit and exploded chaotically within him. In a desperate bid, Wang Yu resorted to this perilous maneuver, intending to use his own body as the vessel for the lightning. The consequence of this choice was the potential inability of his body to withstand the force of the lightning, resulting in instant demise. There was no alternative but to take this risk. The cacophony of crackling sounds within Wang Yu intensified, as every fiber of his meridians and muscles endured the baptism of lightning. A faint scent of charred flesh began to permeate the air. The grotesque masses that had invaded his body recoiled in terror at the onslaught of power. At this moment, the lightning erupting from his dantian began to spill forth from his body, occasionally hovering upon the surface of his skin. His mind was engulfed by excruciating pain, and he could distinctly feel the limits of his body approaching. If he allowed the lightning to wreak further havoc within him, he would inevitably perish. Even without the intervention of his adversary, the remnants of his consciousness tirelessly conveyed commands to his body, urging him to channel the meridians and open the acupuncture points to guide the lightning. As the lightning coursed through his meridians, the agonizing torment compelled Wang Yu to unleash a heart-wrenching roar. Following this cry, he abruptly raised his right arm, and a bolt of blue lightning surged from the Laogong point in his palm, piercing through the wall of the esophagus and vanishing into the void. The wall of the esophagus, now punctured by the bolt, bore traces of residual electricity, causing the surrounding red flesh to undulate and contract. With no signs of closure in the gaping cavity, the internal lightning was expelled, leaving Wang Yu's right palm charred and blackened. Fortunately, his body swiftly regained control, accompanied by waves of pain coursing through him. Enduring the excruciating agony, Wang Yu hastily channeled the dwindling spiritual energy within him toward his legs. With a powerful leap, he surged forth through the rupture created by the lightning, escaping the confines of his own esophagus. Jiraiya, along with Shinzaku and Shima, who stood upon his shoulder, witnessed the bolt of lightning that had just erupted from Wang Yu, piercing the esophagus of the great Todowasu. They were momentarily stunned, now firmly convinced of Wang Yu's status as a sage. As the esophagus began to convulse under the influence of the lightning, it jolted the trio from their stupor. Jiraiya quickly retracted the ninjutsu, intending to return the esophagus to Iwasa's body, but it was already injured and could not withstand another onslaught of lightning. In a flurry, Jiraiya formed hand seals, and with a puff of smoke, the summoned esophagus vanished. I hope Iwasu isn't angry with us, Jiraiya mused, a hint of guilt creeping into his voice. Don't worry, once we return, my wife and I will personally explain the situation to Iwasu, Shima reassured him. What do we do now, old man? We have undoubtedly offended this sage, Shinzaku remarked, observing Wang Yu 100 meters away, barely clothed yet exuding an intense aura. Electric sparks flickering across his body. He fell into deep contemplation, pondering how to resolve this predicament. Having already made an enemy, releasing Wang Yu could potentially lead to dire consequences for both himself and Mayaboka Mountain as the young sage matured. He wondered how many cards Wang Yu had yet to reveal, and whether a reckless attack would result in a repeat of the previous encounter. If that lightning had struck him, he doubted his frail physique could withstand it. Just then, a shout rang out from behind. You won't escape. I will avenge old Six the Toad. Naruto, unbeknownst to them, dashed past Jiraiya and the others, charging toward Wang Yu. This unexpected action caught Jiraiya and the others off guard. Stop him, Shinzaku shouted, leaping upon Jiraiya's shoulder in a frenzy. Jiraiya understood Naruto's significance and recognized his abilities. Before Shinzaku could speak further, his white-haired companion reached out toward Naruto, who was sprinting ahead. Having narrowly escaped death, Wang Yu had no desire to continue fighting. Noticing Jiraiya and the others hesitating, he assumed they were still reeling from the shock of his earlier display of the 9 illusions' true thunder. He thought to himself, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he turned and fled eastward. Unexpectedly, while Jiraiya and the others hesitated, the impulsive Naruto charged forward. Wang Yu, fully aware of Naruto's current capabilities, recognized that aside from his verbal jutsu and the shadow clone technique, he had little else to offer. Was this not a death wish? 3 kunai flew toward him, Despite being on the brink of exhaustion, Wang Yu's foundation and cultivation was solid. The kunai hurtling toward him appeared to move in slow motion. With a slight shift of his body, he deftly evaded two shurikens, seizing another with one hand and forcefully flinging it towards Naruto. Over the course of more than a year, Wang Yu had diligently trained day and night, honing his spiritual energy, resulting in a substantial increase in his physical strength compared to his previous self. Coupled with his daily practice of Xingyi Quan to refine his physique and joints, it was inconceivable that his body could withstand the onslaught of true lightning. The strength behind his throw was no less formidable than that of the seasoned jonin who practiced daily. As Naruto noticed the shuriken hurtling towards him, he attempted to form the hand seals necessary for the shadow clone technique to evade the attack. However, before he could complete the motions, the deadly shuriken was already upon him. Naruto's pupils dilated in alarm, and in the distance, Shimizu and Jima, two frogs, held their breaths in tension. Jiraiya's forehead glistened with trembling beads of sweat, his hands shaking as he continued to form the seals, his white hair desperately reaching forward. It was close. That shuriken was faster than he was. Chapter 13. Escape. A strand of white hair grasped Naruto's collar. Shizuma and the deep frog inhaled deeply, a sense of relief washing over them. Naruto's life was spared. Jiraiya's trembling lips curled gently upwards as he deftly withdrew the white hair, attempting to pull Naruto back. Wang Yu observed the scene with a contemptuous smile. Naruto felt a formidable force at the nape of his neck that abruptly halted his forward momentum, causing him to lose his balance and fly backward. However, the speed of his retreat paled in comparison to the kunai hurtling toward him. Just as the kunai was about to make contact with his forehead, the force at his nape shifted, and his body tilted sideways, narrowly evading the lethal strike. The kunai grazed past Naruto's face, severing a few strands of his golden hair. The swift kunai had become extraordinarily sharp, cutting through the strand of white hair at Naruto's nape. Wang Yu had never intended to use the kunai to take Naruto's life. His true target was the white-haired figure rushing to the rescue. With the release of that grip, Naruto's neck felt suddenly liberated, and the immense inertia propelled his body sideways. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yu unleashed his physical strength to its utmost, unwilling to expend the last remnants of spiritual energy lingering within him. With Naruto now closer, the raw power of his body sufficed. Jiraiya found himself in a precarious situation, having not only lost his hair, but also failed to rescue Naruto. As he watched the enemy sprint towards the spot where Naruto was about to fall, he calculated that it was too late to intervene. He decided to remain stationary, wary of hidden traps that might await him. In a mere breath, Wang Yu reached Naruto, gripping his neck and lifting him high, impervious to Naruto's frantic thrashing. From a distance, Jiraiya and his companions witnessed Naruto's perilous predicament, yet they hesitated to rush to his aid, resorting instead to proposing terms for exchange. Wang Yu remained unyielding, ensnared in a desperate situation himself, facing three adversaries. He had initially contemplated fleeing, but was taken aback when Naruto, fueled by fervor, charged forward to deliver himself. At this juncture, the timeline of Hokage had not yet progressed to its later stages. Naruto had little to fear beyond his own fervency. Moreover, at that moment, Naruto was Wang Yu's sole means of escape. If his deductions were correct, tailed beasts were a higher echelon of demonic creatures, and he could convert their demonic energy into pure spiritual energy, a lifeline for his currently depleted reserves. Observing Naruto's futile struggles in midair, Wang Yu was acutely aware that this young man would not perish so easily. He surmised that Naruto was likely negotiating with the Nine Tails within him. Wang Yu cast a glance at Jiraiya and his companions in the distance, presuming they too anticipated that the Nine Tails would emerge to assist Naruto, which explained their reluctance to take the risk of approaching. He confirmed in his mind that Jiraiya had undoubtedly lifted the five-element seal imposed by Orochimaru on Naruto, granting him the capability to control the chakra of the Nine Tails. Naruto's frantic movements gradually ceased, his eyes slowly closing, and his body slumped as if lifeless. Wang Yu understood that this was a critical moment, secretly mobilizing the last remnants of spiritual energy within him. The limp Naruto suddenly opened his eyes wide, revealing a pair of slit-like fox eyes fixating intensely on Wang Yu. Red mist began to emanate from his body. It has emerged. Wang Yu's right hand, gripping Naruto's neck, sensed an overwhelming demonic aura seeping slowly from within Naruto. Is this the power of the Nine Tails? It is indeed terrifying. He guided a thread of the Nine Tails' demonic energy into his own body. Instantly, Wang Yu felt an exceedingly violent demonic energy invades him, wreaking havoc within. The spiritual energy he had long prepared quickly encircled the thread of Nine Tails' demonic energy that had entered his body, intertwining with it in a fierce struggle. Wang Yu had been reluctant to risk absorbing the Nine-Tails' demonic energy, as he had previously attempted to absorb the demonic energy of the great toad in the cavern, but suffered a backlash due to the overwhelming disparity in power. The demonic energy of the opponent far exceeded his cultivation level, making it impossible for his spiritual energy to control such a formidable force. Yet, at this moment, he had no choice but to take the risk. Success. The violent threat of Nine-Tails' demonic energy had finally been transformed by his spiritual energy. Wang Yu quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, his conjecture had been correct. The sealed Nine-Tails within Naruto was only half of its power. And combined with the four-symbol seal of the Whirlpool Water Gate, the ferocity of the Nine-Tails' power was significantly diminished, while its overall strength was also weakened. Most importantly, the Nine-Tails could not lend Naruto too much of its power. Thus, the demonic energy emanating from Naruto was not as terrifying as it could have been, allowing the threat of demonic energy to be successfully transformed within him. However, as Naruto borrowed more power from the Nine-Tails, the demonic energy contained within would undoubtedly become increasingly violent and potent. The best moment for Wang Yu was now, as the Nine-Tails' demonic energy within Naruto had just begun to surface and was at its most diluted state. Another thread of demonic energy was drawn into his body, and this time the transformation proceeded much more smoothly, as the previous absorption had replenished a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Observing closely, Wang Yu noted the crimson mist surrounding Naruto growing denser, prompting him to hasten his absorption. After drawing in the third thread of the Nine-Tails' demonic energy, his right hand could no longer endure the immense power erupting from Naruto's body and loosened its grip. At that moment, Naruto was enveloped in the Nine-Tails' demonic energy, having lost his original appearance, save for his two exceedingly wild eyes. Wang Yu completed the transformation of the demonic energy within him, restoring his spiritual energy to about half of its capacity. Watching Naruto descend into a state of fury, he swiftly leaped back several dozen meters to avoid being harmed. Glancing towards Jiraiya and the others, he noticed one of them, with bulging eyes, anxiously staring at the increasingly demonic Naruto, hesitant to approach due to Wang Yu's proximity. If not now, then when? One cannot possibly return to the land of soup to seek out Amaharu and the others, both out of concern for their safety and because one is unfamiliar with the territory. Meanwhile, Jiraiya would idly linger in the land of soup, ogling beautiful women. Should their paths cross, it would surely lead to another fierce confrontation. The recent appearance of Naruto has introduced an unpredictable variable, providing a semblance of leverage for a retreat. However, should the adversary regain their composure, escaping might prove exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, the opponent remains unaware of one's true capabilities and has been momentarily dazed by the recent display of the 9 Phantom Thunder technique, hesitating to act recklessly against oneself. One cannot afford to gamble on the presence of Naruto alongside the adversary a second time. Thus, turning swiftly eastward, one refrains from leaving behind any parting threats, opting instead for an element of surprise to confound the enemy. Chapter 14. Naruto's Destiny. Jiraiya observed Wang Yu's sudden retreat in silence, mistakenly attributing it to the fear instilled by the transformed Naruto, believing that his opponent had exhausted all options. This sentiment was mirrored by the Toad Senzaku, who, witnessing Wang Yu's fleeing figure, leaped twice upon Jiraiya's shoulder and urged, "Jiraiya, quickly. It appears that he should not be able to unleash a second bolt of lightning. Hurry and pursue that sage to eliminate any future threats." Jiraiya remained unresponsive, fully aware that if a chase were to be initiated, the two old toads should take the risk themselves rather than expecting him to do so. Moreover, Naruto was currently succumbing to the influence of the Nine-Tails. If Jiraiya did not intervene promptly, Naruto might very well be overtaken by the beast, a significant loss for Konoha. Besides, Naruto was the son of his beloved disciple, Minato Namikaze. How could he stand idly by as Naruto lost his consciousness before his eyes? The two old frogs were preoccupied with concerns about potential retaliation against Mount Maiboku, neglecting the precarious situation in Konoha. In an instant, Jiraiya arrived near Naruto, who had completely lost his former appearance. The deep crimson chakra of the Nine-Tails enveloped Naruto entirely, with 4 blood-red tails swirling behind him, while a 5th tail began to sprout. In a frenzy, he lashed out wildly, having entirely lost his sense of self. The situation was far worse than Jiraiya had anticipated. He regretted unsealing Orochimaru's 5 elements seal for Naruto, initially hoping to allow him to experiment with controlling the Nine-Tails' power. Yet things had not unfolded as he had envisioned. Now, attempting to reseal the Nine-Tails' powers without causing harm to Naruto was proving to be quite challenging. Helpless, Jiraiya turned to Senzaku and Shima, perched on his shoulder, and implored, "Assist me." Although Senzaku and Shima felt a twinge of discontent that Jiraiya prioritized rescuing Naruto over pursuing the fleeing Wang Yu, they refrained from expressing it. As they glanced at the vanishing figure of Wang Yu and then at the increasingly tailed Naruto, they contemplated the implications with the sage's abilities. Wang Yu could evolve into a formidable adversary for Mount Myaboku in the future. With this thought, Senzaku observed Jiraiya before shifting his gaze back to Naruto, reflecting. Jiraiya may be difficult to cultivate, but nurturing Naruto would be more advantageous. Not only does Naruto possess the potent chakra of the Uzumaki clan, but he also harbors the Nine Tails within him. With proper guidance, he could master the beast's power, surpassing even Jiraiya. More importantly, Naruto's innocent disposition makes him more receptive to the teachings of Mount Myaboku's sage arts. Resolute in this conclusion, Senzaku exchanged a glance with Shima, signaling her to assist Jiraiya in saving Naruto. With a powerful incantation, Senzaku unleashed a mighty gust of wind towards the transformed Naruto, instantly forming a square barrier to encompass him. Shima extended her tongue, which, buoyed by Senzaku's gale, grew larger and deeper into the barrier, ultimately enveloping the entire construct. As the two toads coordinated their efforts in harmonious synergy, the barrier gradually constricted, and the tongue that covered it shrank as well. Yet the suppressive force it contained intensified with the barrier's diminishing size. Within the barrier, the demonized Naruto sensed an inexplicable force pressing down upon him, inciting a surge of rage within. His fifth tail had sprouted, and he unleashed tailed beast balls indiscriminately. This predicament was quite taxing for the two old toads, Shimizu and Jiraiya, as they struggled to quell Naruto's relentless attacks while simultaneously concentrating the barrier, causing their sage energy to deplete. Ultimately, after both toads expelled a mouthful of their vital blood, they managed to subdue the unconscious five-tailed Naruto. Naruto was ensnared by a massive tongue that wrapped around his body, leaving only his head, which was incessantly howling, exposed. The surface of the tongue displayed traces of wind swirling about, desperately trying to suppress the power of the nine tails emanating from Naruto. Jiraiya, we can't hold out much longer, he thought, without needing further prompting. Jiraiya swiftly positioned himself before Naruto, witnessing his friend's anguished cries, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. "Sister Shimizu," Jiraiya shouted. A gap appeared in the tongue that enveloped Naruto's abdomen, revealing the mark of the four-symbol seal that contained the nine tails. Without hesitation, Jiraiya reached toward the seal on Naruto's abdomen. Unlike Orochimaru, who would have directly employed the five elements seal to sever Naruto's connection with the nine tails, Jiraiya reinforced the existing four symbols seal devised by Minato. As Jiraiya's chakra flowed into the seal, the demonized Naruto gradually quieted, and the tails behind him diminished one by one. Before long, the aura of the nine tails dissipated entirely, and Shimizu and Jiraiya withdrew the barrier. At that moment, Naruto lay unconscious in Jiraiya's embrace, his skin marred by the overwhelming chakra of the nine tails, filling Jiraiya with sorrow. Reflecting on the situation, Jiraiya realized this was all caused by that person. The visage and aura of that individual remained etched in his memory. Should fate allow their paths to cross again, he vowed not to let them escape. At this juncture, Shimizu and Jiraiya approached Jiraiya, gazing at the unconscious Naruto. Shimizu spoke, "Jiraiya, first take Naruto back to Mount Myaboku for treatment. I have resolved to impart the sage arts of Mount Myaboku to him, so he may better manage the power of the nine tails within him." Jiraiya had already intended for Naruto to train in the sage arts at Mount Myaboku, and Shimizu's affirmation brought him great joy. "Brother Shimizu, let us return to Mount Myaboku at once to tend to Naruto's injuries," Jiraiya replied. Shimizu, unhurried, lifted Naruto from Jiraiya's arms onto his head and continued. "Naruto has suffered only superficial wounds and his mental state is somewhat unstable, but it is not severe. We can handle his recovery. You should return to Konoha and inform Hizashi about the appearance, aura, and sage arts of the individual we encountered today. We cannot allow such a person to remain at large." After one last examination of Naruto's condition and confirming there was no grave danger, Jiraiya bid farewell to Shimizu and disappeared, racing towards Konoha. Shimizu watched Jiraiya vanish, letting out a deep sigh. "I hope there will be news of that person soon." "This lad is rather heavy," Shimizu remarked as he adjusted Naruto on his head. With a gesture of his hands, a mist of energy dissipated, and the three individuals arrived at the enchanting Mount Myaboku. Having traversed the borders of the Land of Soup for an entire day and night, they sought refuge in a cave nestled within a desolate mountain after confirming that Jiraiya was not in pursuit. They expelled the bear that resided within and fortified the cave entrance with scattered stones and branches, finally allowing themselves the peace to meditate and restore their spiritual energy. As Wang Yu sat cross-legged, he reflected on the key to his fortunate escape, his unwavering belief that by abandoning the demonized Naruto, Jiraiya would undoubtedly rush to save him and would not pursue Wang Yu. This fortunate miscalculation had allowed him to evade capture. Yet a wave of trepidation washed over him as he pondered the situation. Had Jiraiya or those two old toads acted unpredictably, his fate would have surely been dire. Ultimately, he recognized his own weakness. In the world of Naruto, strength is paramount. Diligent cultivation and the enhancement of his own abilities had become his utmost priority. Chapter 15. The village of sound. Before him lay the most formidable challenge. The practice of meditation and the absorption of the world's spiritual energy had proven insufficient for his advancement. The key to his progress rested solely upon the essence derived from magical beasts. It was through the absorption of their demonic energy that he could transmute it into pure spiritual force, thereby facilitating his cultivation. The serendipitous event of vanquishing the sixth toad and absorbing its demonic energy had propelled him from the 10th layer of chi refinement to the early stages of foundation establishment. A rare opportunity indeed. Relying on mere chance, akin to waiting for the rabbit to come, was fraught with uncertainties. And should he wish to attain the cultivation level of his previous life, it would likely take an eternity. He needed to take the initiative. The tailed beasts were nothing less than formidable magical creatures, and the Akatsuki organization, as per the current timeline, had likely recruited most of its members and would soon commence the retrieval of these tailed beasts. It was imperative for him to locate Pain and devise a way to join the Akatsuki, mingling among the members to absorb the demonic energy of the captured tailed beasts for his own enhancement. Reflecting upon it, Pain should have already taken vengeance on Hanzo the Salamander, unified the Hidden Rain Village, and established it as his stronghold. Thus, his next objective became clear: the Hidden Rain Village. 3 days later, Wang Yu's internal spiritual energy had fully replenished. Regardless of how much he attempted to absorb the sporadic spiritual energy drifting through the air, he could no longer augment the energy within him. His stomach growled audibly. Although he had reached the foundation establishment stage, which reduced his food requirements, he was far from the point of being able to fast entirely. Only upon reaching the golden core stage, by nurturing the core through breath and meditation, could he attain a state of true detachment from earthly sustenance. With a powerful strike, he shattered the rubble at the cave entrance, allowing warm dawn light to pour in, momentarily blinding him. A howl echoed from the side of the cave. A massive black shadow loomed closer. This bear, quite the homebody, had lingered at the cave entrance for 3 days, biding its time for an ambush, clearly holding a grudge. Wang Yu planted his feet firmly on the ground, twisting his waist, and with a clenched fist, he unleashed a swift blow towards the charging bear. This technique, Chi charging the bull, from the style of Xingyi Quan, was executed without the aid of spiritual energy. Relying solely on his physical strength, he was eager to gauge the current state of his physical prowess. The punch landed squarely on the bear's forehead, the force surging through its body, momentarily freezing the massive shadow in midair. A sound of cracking bones echoed, and the bear's immense form abruptly lost its momentum, collapsing onto the rubble and foliage before Wang Yu, lifeless. Wang Yu felt a surge of satisfaction at his prowess. To dispatch a bear with such ease underscored the formidable nature of his physical strength. Should he face ninjas unskilled in physical combat at close quarters, his fists and feet could deliver a lethal strike when least expected. Gazing at the lifeless bear, he mused that he truly required a flying sword, had he possessed one. He would not have found himself in such a precarious situation when confronting Jiraiya. With a sigh, he bent down, his palm pulsating with spiritual energy, forming a blade of wind that sliced into the bear's hind leg, stripping away its fur. He then kindled a fire and roasted the meat on the spot. Once satiated, he cast a small fireball spell to incinerate the bear's remains and obliterate the cave, erasing any trace of his presence to prevent any prying eyes from discovering him. After discerning the direction, he pressed onward, and after traversing a dense thicket, he finally beheld a peculiar town. This town was unlike any he had encountered before. Typically, at the gates or watchtowers flanking the entrances of a town, one would find ninjas on guard. Even in the impoverished land of waves, which lacked ninjas, there would be at least a couple standing vigil at the entrance. Yet, this town's gates stood wide open, completely unguarded. An air of strangeness enveloped the place. And while Wang Yu initially intended to inquire about the direction to the Hidden Rain Village, he hesitated, quietly observing the comings and goings of the townsfolk. After scrutinizing the town for 2 days, he noted a mix of ordinary civilians and a contingent of ninjas among those entering and exiting. This town indeed had ninjas. However, what struck him as odd was the distinct emblems on the forehead protectors worn by the ninjas entering the town. As far as he knew, each village had its own unique emblem on the forehead protectors of their ninjas. To his astonishment, the ninjas emerging from the town bore a common emblem, a musical note. This inevitably led him to recall the sound village established by Orochimaru after his defection from Konoha. No wonder various ninjas from different countries sought refuge here. It was evident that Orochimaru's sound village thrived by recruiting rogue ninjas from various villages. Given the current timeline, the Sound 4 and Kimimaro had perished while escorting Sasuke, thus. Apart from Orochimaru, there was little to fear from the Sound Village at this point. Most of its forces were either yet to develop or too insignificant to warrant concern. The Kusanagi sword and the Totsuka blade, such treasures could be within reach. Yet, how could he procure one from Orochimaru? To attempt to seize it by force would be folly. Orochimaru's prowess was not significantly lesser than Jiraiya's. He stood no chance in a direct confrontation, especially considering Orochimaru's treacherous nature, his unpredictable methods, and his myriad of life-preserving techniques. He was far from an ideal adversary. The only viable approach was through cunning or barter. After all, Orochimaru possessed more than one Kusanagi sword, having even gifted one to Sasuke. What could he offer in exchange? He glanced down at his tattered clothing, remnants of his previous battle with Jiraiya, where he had used his body as a weapon, forcing A9 Phantom True Thunder technique that had left his garments in shambles, marred by his own stitching. He appeared more pitiful than a beggar on the street. Eternal life. Wasn't that Orochimaru's relentless pursuit? He had dedicated much of his life to this quest, transforming himself into something neither human nor beast, all for the sake of longevity. Perhaps he could offer to impart the health-preserving methods from the Lingxian Sutra to him, which could extend his life by centuries. Surely, Orochimaru would find such an offer tempting. With this thought in mind, I strode decisively towards the entrance of the town. Upon entering, I discovered that the inhabitants did not live in the disarray I had envisioned. Instead, their lives were characterized by a commendable orderliness. Numerous shops lined the streets. And though the population was not particularly large, it could still be considered a tranquil refuge. This situation reflected Orochimaru's adept governance quite well. Had it not been for a misstep in allegiance, choosing to follow Danzo for the sake of research, Orochimaru might have been the most suitable candidate for the position of Hokage in Konoha. What a pity. Chapter 16. Orochimaru. As Orochimaru strolled down the street, he appeared rather conspicuous, primarily due to his tattered attire. Not long after, a small group of 4 or 5, all seemingly around the age of 15 or 16, intercepted him. They wore forehead protectors adorned with musical notes, indicating their affiliation with the Village of Sounds patrol team. Newly arrived refugees were required to report to the Agricultural Department, where they would be assigned tasks based on their skills. After a year of service, they could choose whether to remain or depart. The leader of the group addressed Wang Yu in a tone that was neither domineering nor overly friendly, resembling a conversation between two strangers. Initially, Wang Yu did not realize he was being referred to as a refugee. However, upon noticing their fixed gaze upon him, he assessed his own predicament with a sense of resignation. Seeing that Wang Yu remained silent, the leader assumed he was lost and directed a chubby boy behind him, saying, "Reban, take him to the Agricultural Department." "Yes, Captain," the boy replied. Wang Yu, filled with self-deprecating humor, interjected, "There is no need for trouble, young brother. I am not a refugee. I have come merely to discuss certain matters with Orochimaru. If you could kindly inform me of his whereabouts." The group paused in astonishment at his words. The leader scrutinized Wang Yu from head to toe, and, noticing the absence of a forehead protector, inquired, "Are you a ninja?" Lord Orochimaru seldom makes appearances, and only those with bloodline limits are likely to be summoned by him. Wang Yu touched his forehead, realizing that his forehead protector had long been discarded, and awkwardly replied, "I possess knowledge of a method for attaining immortality. Perhaps you could inquire whether Lord Orochimaru would be interested." Unsure, the leader ultimately decided to personally escort Wang Yu to the Agricultural Department. Leaving the matter of his inquiry to the department's leadership, Wang Yu did not object, following the group to the Agricultural Department. After approximately 10 minutes of waiting, he was finally introduced to the head of the department. A clean-cut young man, sporting large glasses and a friendly smile, approached. It was Kabuto. The subordinates had already briefed him on Wang Yu's situation, so upon entering, Kabuto walked over and kindly asked, "You claim to possess a method for immortality. How can I trust your word?" Faced with the necessity to demonstrate his abilities, Wang Yu chose not to respond verbally. Instead, he extended his right hand, and a wave of intense heat enveloped the room. A flickering flame danced at his fingertips. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, revealing little surprise. With a disdainful smile, Wang Yu allowed the flame to take flight, transforming into a small bird that soared above the room, sending ripples of warmth across the astonished faces within. The fiery apparition eventually returned to Wang Yu's fingers, vanishing into thin air. As the onlookers regained their composure from their earlier astonishment, they began to doubt the reality of the spectacle, wondering if they had merely experienced an illusion, had it not been for the lingering warmth in the room. Do was no exception. He was utterly astonished by the display of skill that Wang Yu had just revealed. In the ninja world, there were indeed numerous jutsu capable of conjuring flames, yet he had never witnessed such precise control. Moreover, he had not seen Wang Yu perform a single hand seal throughout the entire exchange. Wang Yu was quite pleased with the reactions of those around him. He unconsciously clasped his hands behind his back and lifted his chin slightly, exuding an air of a sage. Do carefully surveyed the room once more, detecting not a trace of chakra, which further astonished him. He instinctively adjusted his spectacles and gazed at Wang Yu, who maintained a composed demeanor, showing no signs of irritation. Instead, he addressed Wang Yu with respect, inquiring, "Might I ask if what you just performed was sage technique?" Noting the surprise he had elicited with his modest display, Wang Yu felt a newfound confidence in his dealings and chose not to directly answer Do's question. Instead, he countered, "Could you take me to see Orochimaru?" Do, sensing that Wang Yu had not denied the use of sage techniques, surmised that his assumption was likely correct. He adjusted his glasses and replied, "Certainly, please follow me." Amidst the adoring gazes of the onlookers, Wang Yu followed Do through a rear entrance. To his surprise, upon opening the door, he found a winding passageway descending into the depths. Flanking the corridor were lampstands spaced several meters apart, casting a warm, golden glow that imbued the atmosphere with a sense of mystery and darkness. After walking for about 10 minutes, they finally arrived at a horizontal corridor lined with closed doors. Occasionally, as they passed certain rooms, eerie sounds emanated from within. At the corridor's end, Do opened a large door, revealing a circular reception hall, where more closed doors adorned the walls. Surveying his surroundings, Wang Yu marveled at the numerous secret chambers hidden underground. It was evident that Orochimaru had invested significantly in his research. Do halted in the circular reception area and gestured toward a nearby sofa, saying, "Please wait here. I shall inform Lord Orochimaru." He then proceeded into one of the many doors surrounding the room. Nestled comfortably on the sofa, Wang Yu stretched and adopted a relaxed posture. However, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of potential trouble and how he might escape should the need arise. Retracing his steps seemed too far-fetched, and he pondered the possibility of concealed traps along the way. Raising his gaze to the ceiling, he noticed a dimly lit incandescent bulb. Perhaps it would be best to simply break through the earth above. He estimated that he was currently situated 20 to 30 meters underground, and with the use of Windblade, he could likely reach the surface in about 10 minutes. Just as Wang Yu was lost in contemplation, a door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man with long hair, a pallid complexion, and a weary appearance. He approached Wang Yu with light footsteps, his vertically slit eyes fixed intently on him. Extending his right hand, he said, "I am the person you seek, Orochimaru. And who might you be?" His deep, magnetic voice was captivating, explaining why he had so many devoted followers. Wang Yu lazily rose from the sofa, grasped Orochimaru's right hand with both of his, and smiled, saying, "It is a pleasure to meet you. I have heard much about you. I am Wang Yu, but you may simply call me Yu." Orochimaru felt a slight discomfort as Wang Yu suddenly grasped his right hand, an unexpected encounter for him, as he had not anticipated the sage within Do to present in such a manner. The expression of unease briefly flitted across his face before he gently withdrew his hand, gesturing for Wang Yu to take a seat and converse. With a smile, he inquired, "You, which nation do you hail from as a ninja?" Wang Yu silently criticized Orochimaru's cautious nature, realizing that he was indeed probing into his origins right from the start. "I am a wandering ninja, having resided in many countries," he replied. Orochimaru, not dwelling on the truthfulness of Wang Yu's words, directly asked, "You, how might one attain immortality?" Chapter 17. The Kusanagi Sword and the Art of Sagehood. I shall impart to you the art of sagehood, and in return, you shall attain longevity. Wang Yu was acutely aware that Orochimaru possessed a modicum of understanding regarding sage techniques. From his knowledge, he knew that Orochimaru had once sought the teachings of the White Snake Sage in the Richi Cave, yet he had failed. It appeared that the sage techniques of the Richi Cave required one to endure the energy of sage powers, a challenge that Orochimaru could not meet. resulting in his lack of success. The notion that mastering sagehood could lead to true immortality was inherently flawed. It merely allowed one to prolong their existence. Akin to the ancient beings such as the white snake sage of Riichi Cave, the Fukusiku of Miyaboka Mountain, and the slug sage of Shikatsu Forest, each of whom had lived for millennia. Orochimaru was undoubtedly cognizant of this reality. What he sought now was merely to escape the constraints of the three great sage lands and acquire the sage techniques available to him, though Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. Might you demonstrate the art of sagehood? Wang Yu had no objections. For if he wished to negotiate for the Kusanagi sword from Orochimaru, he needed to showcase his true abilities. 5 distinct attributes of spiritual energy, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth coalesced into 5 different creatures that danced in the air. At that moment, Wang Yu gazed upon the vibrant creatures floating above, feeling a wave of gratitude that he possessed a mixed spiritual root, allowing him to manifest such diverse elemental effects. Of course, he could also combine different attributes to attain more formidable powers, yet he hesitated, fearing that his current level of mastery might not suffice to impress Orochimaru with a display of tempestuous forces. Orochimaru observed the colorful creatures, noting the unique energy they exuded. At that instant, the foundations of his life's beliefs began to crumble. The sorcery and techniques of longevity he had devoted himself to seemed utterly insignificant in comparison. Through the ethereal creatures, he could profoundly sense that the essence contained within was the purest form of natural energy, yet it differed from ordinary natural energy, akin to a refined distillation of nature itself. Though the power he felt was not overwhelmingly potent, the purity of the energy was incomparable to that of the serpentine beings in the Riichi Cave who falsely claimed to be sages. Can you teach me? Orochimaru asked, his voice trembling with anticipation. Witnessing the fervor in Orochimaru's eyes, Wang Yu felt a surge of confidence. The legendary figure was even more excited than he had anticipated. Very well, but this art of sagehood cannot be imparted lightly. Orochimaru, realizing he had momentarily lost his composure, steadied himself, regaining his calm demeanor. Please, state your terms. Wang Yu, appreciating Orochimaru's straightforwardness, proceeded without preamble. I am willing to teach you the art of sagehood, but you must agree to 2 conditions. Speak. First, I require your Kusanagi sword. Agreed, Orochimaru replied without hesitation. Second, I need your assistance in gaining entry into the Akatsuki organization. Wang Yu recognized that Orochimaru had previously distanced himself from the Akatsuki. Returning to seek the aid of former colleagues might be somewhat awkward. However, he understood that having a connection would be beneficial for joining the organization. Currently, my abilities fall short of the Akatsuki's requisite strength akin to that of a Kage. I am merely at the level of a Genin. If I were to brazenly venture into the hidden rain village, I would likely not even catch a glimpse of pain. It is imperative that I seek an introduction from someone of Kage-level strength to enhance my standing. At this moment, Orochimaru is the most fitting candidate. Observing Orochimaru's hesitation, I discern that he bears the psychological scars inflicted by the Rinnegan and Sharingan of the Akatsuki. Rest assured, all I require from you is an introduction. No further involvement is necessary, I reassured him. Orochimaru inquired, are there any restrictions associated with this immortal technique? He was aware that the legendary sages of the 3 great sanctuaries imposed certain limitations on their disciples, and he was uncertain whether Wang Yu's technique would have similar constraints. After all, if he were to invest considerable effort only to find himself unable to cultivate the technique, it would be a significant loss. Naturally, I understood Orochimaru's concerns. I was well aware that the cultivation of immortal techniques necessitates the relinquishment of one's own chakra. Moreover, I recognized that for Orochimaru, given his current strength, it would be implausible to forsake his chakra to pursue an unfamiliar technique. There are indeed limitations. One must completely abandon their previously cultivated chakra, I replied. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru fell into a contemplative silence. I continued, of course, I possess another technique that does not require the abandonment of chakra for nurturing one's health, though its efficacy may be somewhat diminished. After a moment of reflection, Orochimaru acquiesced, likely spurred by curiosity regarding my technique and the prospect of opening a new avenue for his research. As Orochimaru slowly opened his mouth, it expanded beyond what one might deem normal, and he gradually expelled a traditional long sword from within. The blade radiated a chilling glimmer and was slick with viscous fluid that dripped to the ground like strands of silk. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. Yet I recognized that this was one of the few commendable swords within the realm of Naruto forcing myself to suppress the revulsion. Once Orochimaru fully extricated the Kusanagi sword, he grasped it firmly, giving a slight shake of his wrist that caused the viscous fluid to disperse, enhancing the sword's icy brilliance, evoking a sense of dread. With one hand gripping the hilt and the other supporting the blade, he presented it before me. Observing the care with which he handled the Kusanagi sword, I couldn't help but admire his meticulousness. I accepted the Kusanagi sword, turned to the side, and tore a strip from my already tattered clothing to meticulously wipe the blade clean, examining it closely afterward. It is indeed a fine sword. While I am uncertain of the material used, its sharpness is evident from the blade's edge. Compared to the superior artifacts of my previous life, it may lack some spiritual essence, yet it is not significantly inferior. Spiritual essence I can cultivate over time, and for my current self, this sword is more than adequate. I gently pressed my finger against the blade, gradually infusing it with my spiritual energy, allowing it to circulate within the sword, thus establishing my ownership. Subsequently, I invoked a technique from the Ling Xianjing, and the Kusanagi sword transformed into a streak of white light, slipping from my grasp. I intentionally allowed the sword to orbit around my body a few times before it penetrated my brow and entered my dantian. Beside him, Orochimaru stood transfixed, contemplating the notion of gradually inserting the Kusanagi sword into his own body through his mouth, and then slowly expelling it. A feat that paled in comparison to Wang Yu's prowess. His curiosity and admiration for Wang Yu's cultivation techniques deepened. After showcasing his skills, Wang Yu began to recite the first half of the health preservation chapter from the Ling Xianjing for Orochimaru's enlightenment. Although exceedingly intelligent, Orochimaru could not help but furrow his brow at the string of esoteric and perplexing phrases that met his ears. Chapter 18. Little Nan's Cabin. Observing Orochimaru's demeanor, I couldn't help but reminisce about my own early encounters with the Spirit Profound Sutra. My experience was scarcely any better. Fortunately, I had a commendable master who patiently elucidated its intricacies to me. Having traversed the waters of knowledge, I was acutely aware of their profound depths. Thus, I meticulously explained the teachings to Orochimaru, guiding him to channel the chakra through his 12 primary meridians, enabling him to better attune to his own physical state. Through a series of meticulous exercises, Orochimaru gradually began to grasp the concepts. Although he employed chakra to unblock the acupoints within the 12 meridians, it was clear that chakra could not be stored within the meridians themselves. Nonetheless, this experience allowed Orochimaru to gain a renewed awareness of his own body. As for the latter part of the health teachings, they would only be imparted once I joined the Akatsuki organization. Orochimaru had no objections to this arrangement. Possessing a scientific spirit, Orochimaru was unwilling to squander a moment and suggested we immediately proceed to the Hidden Rain Village. However, this proposal was met with King Yu's refusal. He wished to first catch a glimpse of the destined child of the Hokage, Sasuke. This revelation astonished Orochimaru, who was perplexed as to how King Yu had learned of Sasuke's presence with him, given that only Konoha and Tsunagakure seemed aware of the situation, and news had not yet spread to other nations. After a brief contemplation, Orochimaru acquiesced, reasoning that it was merely a fleeting glance and did not entail taking Sasuke away. Under Orochimaru's guidance, the two arrived at a secluded chamber. Sasuke lay upon a bed, surrounded by an unknown liquid being administered to him. King Yu gazed at the pale, handsome youth reclined on the bed and couldn't help but marvel at how Orochimaru had cultivated such a promising individual. He had no intention of revealing to Orochimaru that this young man would one day be responsible for his demise. He was keen to avoid disrupting the timeline of the Hokage. He still had ambitions to absorb the Ten Tails and encounter Kagaya Otsutsuki, wishing to avert any unforeseen complications in the interim. Orochimaru, you've chosen a fine specimen, he remarked, feigning praise. Orochimaru, taken aback, wondered if his intentions had been discerned. Despite their first meeting occurring today, an involuntary sense of wariness towards King Yu began to creep into his thoughts. With a faint, resigned smile, he chose not to respond. Let us proceed, Orochimaru. After a brief exchange of instructions to Kabuto, the duo departed from the Sound Village, making their way towards the Hidden Rain Village. Throughout their journey, they engaged in little conversation. One was preoccupied with practicing his flying sword techniques while the other delved into the study of health cultivation. As Orochimaru's understanding of the health section of the Spirit Profound Sutra deepened, his research hours increased daily, and their pace slowed considerably. Eventually, King Yu and Orochimaru sought out a clearing to pursue their respective studies, no longer in haste to continue their journey. One evening, as they paused to rest, King Yu recalled the toads of Mayaboka Mountain, realizing he could absorb their demonic energy to enhance his cultivation. He speculated that the snakes from the dragon cave might yield similar effects. Thus, he inquired of Orochimaru, "Orochimaru, might you summon a small snake from the dragon cave for me to observe?" Upon hearing the name of the dragon cave, Orochimaru involuntarily shivered. You jest. I cannot summon anything from there." As all 10,000 serpents were summoned, the inability to conjure even a single small snake seemed an act of deception. Orochimaru, with a bitter smile that revealed his scars, felt an unsettling discomfort on his face, ultimately disclosing the matter at hand. During the Third Great Ninja War, he had forged a contract with the myriad serpents due to the abundance of blood and sustenance on the battlefield. However, once the war concluded and he sought to learn the ways of sagehood in the dragon cave, he failed and nearly became a mere snack for the white snake sage. With the loss of sustenance, the serpents severed their bond with him. Wang Yu, puzzled, recalled that not long ago, during the confrontation of the three legendary ninjas, Orochimaru had summoned the serpents. Seemingly attuned to Wang Yu's confusion, Orochimaru continued, explaining that the previous instance was not a true summoning. Rather, it was a transaction with the serpents, obligating him to provide them with 100 offerings of blood afterward. Wang Yu began to grasp the situation. Remarking that Orochimaru had not been recognized by the dragon cave, Orochimaru nodded helplessly, tacitly acknowledging Wang Yu's interpretation. In light of this, it appeared that Orochimaru was the unluckiest among the three legendary ninjas of Konoha. Yet, based on Wang Yu's understanding of the Naruto storyline, it was evident that among the trio, Orochimaru was the most diligent, relentlessly pursuing his dreams, unlike the other two whose endeavors were less commendable. Contemplating this, Wang Yu felt a certain melancholy for Orochimaru, lamenting his lack of a protagonist as Halo. Offering some words of comfort and encouragement, he gracefully shifted the topic. As time drifted like a fleeting shadow for the two devoted practitioners, they found themselves satisfied with their respective training after over a year had passed. Realizing the passage of such time, they each focused their minds and pressed on with their journey. At last, they entered the Land of Rain, the only nation in the Naruto world governed by ninjas. Since the Akatsuki organization, led by Nagato and Konan, took control, the land had been perpetually shrouded in a gentle rain. Upon arriving in the Land of Rain, they did not rush to enter Amigakure. Instead, they strolled across the terrain. And as Wang Yu reached out to touch the falling rain, he sensed a hint of chakra within it. He marveled at the handiwork of Minato, speculating that it was this very rain that ensured the peace and prosperity of the citizens of the Land of Rain, shielding them from the disturbances of ninjas and samurai from other nations. What Wang Yu observed were the people of this land, farmers toiling in the fields and merchants pulling their carts, each adorned with smiles that radiated a genuine love for life. It was evident in their eyes that they dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to their work. This prompted him to ponder the subjects of the so-called powerful nations controlled by feudal lords. It was difficult to discern who truly played the villain and who stood as the hero. As they continued their leisurely walk, they came upon a wooden cabin, intentionally surrounded and protected by a rudimentary barrier to deter intruders, whether they be unaware individuals or curious animals. This piqued Wang Yu's curiosity, and after observing for a while without uncovering any peculiarities about the cabin, he felt compelled to breach the barrier and investigate further. Orochimaru observed as Wang Yu intruded upon the wooden cabin, contemplating whether to interject, yet something restrained him from doing so. He remained outside the barrier, silently watching. As if anticipating the unfolding of an exquisite drama, Wang Yu gently pushed open the wooden door, which creaked softly as it yielded. Within, there was nothing remarkable. The decor and furnishings were utterly ordinary, yet the pristine condition suggested that it was frequently tidied up, indicating the presence of regular visitors. Wang Yu strained to recall the plot of Naruto, seeking any connection to this cabin. Upon noticing the four frog tiles, he suddenly remembered that Jiraiya had once shared a teacher-student bond with Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan in the Land of Rain. A sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to turn and exit. Standing outside the door was a figure clad in a black background adorned with red clouds, Konan. Raindrops trickled incessantly down her indifferent visage. Wang Yu could distinctly sense the palpable aura of menace emanating from her. As he slightly shifted his gaze past Konan, he caught sight of Orochimaru in the distance, a smirk playing upon his lips. Cursing under his breath, Wang Yu acknowledged that he had unwittingly provoked the antagonists. With sincerity, he offered an apology. "I beg your pardon. It was thoughtless of me to enter this cabin without permission. I humbly ask for your forgiveness this time. I assure you there will be no repeat of this indiscretion. No. I promise there shall be no next time." Konan coldly retorted, "Leave." Chapter 19. Young man, Do you understand art? Wang Yu, acutely aware of his own shortcomings, paid little heed to Xiaonan's demeanor. Under a barrage of apologies, he stealthily slipped away from her gaze. In a flash, he approached Orochimaru, casting a fierce glare in his direction. However, Orochimaru feigned indifference, gesturing dismissively, indicating that the person Wang Yu sought was nearby. Wang Yu shot him a venomous glance, choosing to ignore Orochimaru entirely. He had no inclination to approach someone he had just offended, seeking to join forces. In the distance, after Wang Yu departed, Xiaonan entered the wooden hut at a leisurely pace. Moments later, she emerged, gently closing the door behind her. To Wang Yu's astonishment, she produced a lock from her garments and secured the door. He found himself at a loss for words. What purpose did this lock serve? Surely, anyone capable of breaching the barrier could easily unlock it as well. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that perhaps Xiaonan merely wished to safeguard the most tender parts of her heart. Having completed her task, Xiaonan approached Orochimaru and coldly inquired, Orochimaru, did you not withdraw from the Akatsuki? How dare you show your face here? Faced with her unrelenting question, a hint of awkwardness crossed Orochimaru's face. He cleared his throat and replied, I am aware that the Akatsuki is recruiting like-minded individuals. It just so happens that my friend has long aspired to join and has implored me for an introduction. Xiaonan turned her gaze toward Wang Yu, scrutinizing him closely. Noting his earlier rudeness and his lack of a forehead protector, her tone grew even more frigid. The Akatsuki has no interest in admitting those who lack decorum and whose identities remain unclear. As rejection loomed, Wang Yu hastily defended himself. Sister Xiaonan, you misunderstand me. I am a wandering ninja. My lack of a forehead protector is merely due to not possessing one. I intruded upon your hut because I was in haste to reach the rain village. I could not afford to delay even a moment during my journey. And upon sighting your wooden hut, I sought a drink of water. I inadvertently offended you, and I sincerely ask for your forgiveness. Upon hearing Wang Yu repeatedly address her as sister, Xiaonan's icy expression softened somewhat, and she chose not to dwell on the issues within his words. Her attitude towards his previous transgression also lightened. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, overhearing Wang Yu's incessant address of sister, let out a cold snort, seemingly disdainful of Wang Yu's brazen audacity. Wang Yu internally cursed Orochimaru, thinking, I have consumed more salt than you have drunk water. Just wait and see how it unfolds. At last, Xiaonan spoke, follow me. Under her guidance, the two made their way into the heart of the rain village, ascending toward the towering Akatsuki headquarters. Upon entering the village, Wang Yu noted that despite its designation as a village, its scale rivaled that of a city, with towering edifices and a bustling populace. An atmosphere of prosperity that elevated his regard for the Akatsuki. Led by Xiaonan, they arrived at the core hall of the Akatsuki where they did not encounter Nagato, the mastermind behind the organization, but rather Pain, one of the Six Paths, along with Deidara and Sasori of the Red Sand positioned at the lower end of the hall. As Wang Yu stepped into the chamber, he was met with Deidara's scrutinizing gaze. Young man, do you comprehend the essence of art? Ahem, Pain coughed twice, signaling Deidara to silence himself. Deidara muttered a few words and retreated to the side. Conan stepped forward to elucidate the purpose of Wang Yu's visit. Pain approached and inquired, do you aspire for world peace? Wang Yu was well aware of Nagato's dreams, having endured the ravages of war in his youth. He had resolved to bring about peace in the world as he matured. Without hesitation, he replied, indeed, I yearn for world peace. And what means do you intend to employ to achieve this peace? Wang Yu had presumed that with Orochimaru's endorsement, his entry into the Akatsuki would be seamless. Yet he was taken aback by the necessity of an interview, particularly with such probing questions. He endeavored to recall his memories of Nagato from the Naruto series. Nagato had nearly obliterated Konoha single-handedly, only to be ultimately vanquished by Naruto's words. Power, he pondered, must have been a significant theme throughout Nagato's life. In his youth, he lacked the strength to protect his family, and when faced with the conspiracies of Danzo and Hanzo, he was powerless to safeguard his friends. Ultimately, he harnessed his strength to defeat Hanzo and unify the land of rain. Power must be the key to Nagato's unwavering belief in world peace. With sufficient power, when a force emerges that is so formidable that it instills fear in the hearts of men, peace shall naturally follow. Pain's Rinnegan narrowed significantly as he smiled and said, Excellent, excellent. What is your name? Wang Yu. You from henceforth, you shall be a member of the Akatsuki. Upon hearing this, Conan grew anxious, rushing forward to whisper something in Pain's ear. After listening, Pain's expression shifted to one of mild embarrassment, and he spoke apologetically, you, before fully joining the Akatsuki. You must engage in a test of skill with one of our members. With Orochimaru's guarantee, I trust you will prevail. Wang Yu scanned the hall, aside from Pain. There were only Konan, Deidara, and Sasori present. Deidara, being the most recent addition to the organization, was likely the weakest in terms of strength. Given Pain's demeanor, it appeared he was quite inclined for Wang Yu to join, and he would probably send the weakest to challenge him, which was likely Deidara. Deidara only knew how to create explosive clay. As long as Wang Yu kept the clay at bay, he presumed he would not face significant difficulty, provided Deidara refrained from employing his starfish technique. Thus, he bowed slightly and said, "As you wish." Pain surveyed the hall and glanced at Deidara, who was about to be called forth for the duel, but hesitated, thinking, though Deidara's strength is lacking, his pride is considerable, and he may not grasp my intent. It would be better to have Sasori partake. As a veteran, he will surely understand my wishes. Sasori, you shall engage in a contest with you. Remember, it is merely a test, and neither party must inflict serious harm upon the other, just a friendly spar. Understood. The red sand Sasori, dragging his heavy form, ambled forward and addressed Wang Yu. You, make your move. Wang Yu had not anticipated that Pain would assign Sasori to spar with him. He recalled that Sasori excelled in the art of puppetry, his trump card being the third Kazekage puppet, who ultimately met his demise at the hands of Wang Yu's grandmother. Alas, a tragic figure indeed. At this moment, Wang Yu harbored no trace of compassion. The significance of his potential inclusion in the Akatsuki organization weighed heavily upon his future endeavors in cultivation. He was compelled to exert his utmost effort to demonstrate his worth. With his hands clasped together and his thoughts focused, a beam of white light emanated from his forehead, accompanied by the sound of a sword's cry, which instantly pressed against the forehead of the scorpion of the red sand. Silence. The entire hall was enveloped in an extraordinary stillness. Chapter 20. A stunning revelation. The entire hall resonated with the resonant hum of the Kusanagi sword, which hovered before Scorpion's forehead, spinning incessantly. No one anticipated that the situation would unfold in such a manner. Scorpion had yet to summon his chakra when the blade was thrust against his brow. Although he had underestimated his opponent, the swiftness of this attack was unprecedented. If a confrontation were to ensue, his chances of victory appeared rather bleak. Beside him, Deidara wore a look of relief, for he had already acknowledged the formidable presence of Itachi and did not wish to contend with another powerful adversary. After all, his starfish technique could be employed only once. Konan was equally taken aback by Wang Yu's sudden strike. She had not anticipated that this unknown youth harbored such a formidable trump card. The thought of him joining their Akatsuki organization filled her heart with joy, bringing her and Yahiko's and Nagato's aspirations one step closer to fruition. At that moment, pain had already reigned in his smile. The recent sword strike had eluded even his Rinnegan's perception of how the attack was executed. Under normal circumstances, no maneuver could escape his gaze. If he could not comprehend it, there was but one explanation: the opponent had not employed chakra. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to evade his Rinnegan. It had to be Senjutsu. This individual must join the Akatsuki, otherwise he could not be permitted to remain. The most astonished of all was Orochimaru. The Kusanagi sword was clearly the one he had bestowed just days prior, and now it seemed to manifest in the hands of another, evading detection with an agility that far surpassed his own, which could only strike from the shadows like a tongue. Was this truly Senjutsu? Initially, he had intended merely to observe Wang Yu's Senjutsu in hopes of uncovering new insights for his own research. However, he now felt a flicker of doubt regarding his previous findings. Wang Yu, manipulating the flying sword with one hand, noted the eerie silence that enveloped the hall after his decisive strike. Had he been too forceful? With a mere thought, the sword transformed into a beam of white light, piercing his forehead and entering his dantian for further nurturing. As he retracted the sword, he noticed the multitude of gazes fixated upon him. Despite his thick skin, the intensity of so many eyes upon him was somewhat unsettling. Thus, he called out, "Thank you, Scorpion Senpai, for your graciousness." Following this exclamation, everyone regained their composure. Hastily masking their earlier astonishment, Scorpion leisurely retreated, echoing Wang Yu's words. Your future is boundless." "Very well, congratulations. You are now a member of the Akatsuki," Pain declared. He then solemnly inquired, "Please enlighten us on how you executed that sword strike." With no alternative, Wang Yu recounted, once more, how he had deceived Uchiha Itachi over a year prior, adding at the end, "Itachi is aware of this matter," to bolster his credibility. Pain pondered for a moment before stating, "Good, congratulations. You are now a member of the Akatsuki." Konan, please prepare a uniform and a ring for him. With the code name Yu. Conan nodded in agreement to Pain and turned her gaze toward Wang Yu. She stepped forward and asked, "You, as you join us, is there anything you wish for us to do? I shall not conceal from you, Sister Xiaonan, that during my childhood, friends and family fell victim to the attacks of tailed beasts. Since that time, I have vowed to capture all tailed beasts in existence, to prevent them from wreaking havoc upon innocent civilians. Therefore, I hope the organization will allow me to partake in the endeavor of apprehending these creatures." Xiaonan, evidently pleased with this response, cast a glance towards Pain, understanding her unspoken cue. Pain spoke. The summoning of Daedara and Scorpion was indeed intended for the purpose of capturing tailed beasts. Given the current weakness of Sunagakir in the Land of Wind, it presents an opportune moment to seize the one tail. Scorpion will lead the expedition, accompanied by Daedara and Yu, to pursue the tailed beast in the Land of Wind. As Wang Yu reflected, Pain must have already captured the 7 tails, Chomei, and the 5 tails, Mu, by now. He pondered whether he could absorb the chakra emanating from these 2 beasts. However, he dismissed the notion, recognizing that he had only just joined the Akatsuki and had yet to earn Nagato's trust. It would be imprudent to make such a request. As long as he established his footing within the organization, those 2-tailed beasts would eventually be his. There was no need to rush. Wang Yu approached Scorpion and Daedara, greeting them in turn. Scorpion responded with a low hum, while Daedara exuded warmth, cheerfully wrapping an arm around Wang Yu's shoulder and introducing himself. "You, follow me closely. I guarantee you will behold true artistry. You cannot imagine how sublime that moment is." As Daedara spoke animatedly, a low voice interjected from the side. "Nonsense." Wang Yu, eager to extricate himself from this discourse on art, swiftly disengaged, leaving Daedara and Scorpion to their debate. Upon stepping away from the 2, he surveyed the surroundings and noted that Pain and Xiaonan had already vanished from the hall. Outside, Orochimaru stood, casting a cold, piercing gaze in his direction. Though aware that Orochimaru's demeanor stemmed from delight regarding his impending acquisition of the second half of the spiritual essence text, the impression he conveyed was one of unwelcoming chill. Approaching Orochimaru, the latter quickly extended his congratulations. "You, I commend you on the fulfillment of your wish. Thus, your promise may be redeemed. You are quite impatient." With that, Wang Yu produced 3 sheets of paper filled with intricate writing and presented them to Orochimaru. "The subsequent chapters are inscribed upon these sheets. I shall take them back for thorough study, and should fate allow us to meet again, I shall demonstrate my findings for your guidance." Since witnessing Wang Yu's swordsmanship, Orochimaru had regarded the impartation of his longevity techniques with heightened reverence. Upon seeing the 3 written pages, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Dismissing Wang Yu's apparent disrespect, he accepted the papers, tucking them away and taking his leave without further discourse. Wang Yu wished to elucidate several crucial aspects of the next chapter of the longevity text. But upon seeing Orochimaru's eagerness to depart, he refrained from speaking. Feeling a sense of helplessness, he recognized that Orochimaru was indeed a fervent researcher, unwilling to waste a moment. Alas, all his efforts would ultimately benefit Sasuke and Kabuto. As I watched Orochimaru's slender figure walking in the rain, I couldn't help but call out, "Orochimaru." Upon hearing my voice, he halted, turned his head, and with a hint of confusion on his face, inquired, "You, is there something you need?" For a fleeting moment, I contemplated revealing his fate to him, but after a moment's reflection, I decided against it. After all, he had ultimately survived, albeit as a domesticated snake devoid of venom. Thus, I casually asked, "Have you ever considered rejoining the Akatsuki?" Orochimaru's expression faltered, taken aback by my seemingly foolish question. "I'm in a hurry to return to my experiments. I have no time to indulge you in capturing tailed beasts," he retorted, turning away and swiftly disappearing into the rain. Chapter 21. Capturing the one-tail Orochimaru, the esteemed predecessor, was inherently destined for a life of toil. Wang Yu found himself momentarily lost in thought, startled into awareness by this remark. Unbeknownst to him, Daedara and Sasori had reconciled and stood behind him. Daedara, stroking his chin, spoke with an air of contemplation. Before the trio could express their astonishment, Conan approached, presenting Wang Yu with his red cloud cloak, hat, and a ring inscribed with the character Dot. She earnestly declared, "You, from this moment forth, the Akatsuki shall be your support. You are no longer a wandering ninja. We are now a family, united in pursuit of a common goal." With that, she handed him a headband marked with the symbol of the Rain Village. As Wang Yu held the headband, his fingers traced the horizontal scar etched upon its surface, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. According to the narrative of the Hokage, the Akatsuki members were mere pawns in Black Zetsu's quest to save his mother, destined for demise in the end. Meeting Conan's gentle gaze, he nodded and replied, "Sister Conan." "I understand." Sasori quietly remarked, "Let us depart." The three, under Sasori's guidance, silently exited the Rain Village, heading towards the Land of Wind. Standing atop the tallest building in the Rain Village, Conan watched as the trio's figures gradually faded from view. Pain emerged from behind her, following her gaze towards the vanishing silhouettes. "Conan, what are your thoughts on this young man?" he inquired. "Unfathomable. He exudes an air of profound sorrow," she replied. "Nagato. Do you believe his answers regarding peace are sincere?" "Indeed, one can perceive the weight of each word he utters. It seems as though he alone bears the burden of their realization," he responded thoughtfully. "Do you believe our aspirations can be fulfilled?" Pain appeared momentarily taken aback by the question, remaining silent for a time. Eventually, he spoke slowly. "I do not know. At least, the Land of Rain is peaceful now. Is it not?" The trio arrived at the outskirts of Sunagakure, having observed the village for several days and successfully eliminating 3 ninjas dispatched on missions. They had gathered considerable intelligence regarding the village's circumstances. Deidara volunteered to capture the One-Tail. Sasori, typically eager to challenge Deidara, merely huffed in acknowledgement, deciding instead to ensure a safe retreat for Deidara once he had secured his prize. Wang Yu remained silent, wary of being assigned any task, preferring to remain an observer rather than risking life and limb by antagonizing the ninjas of a foreign land. "Sasori, it is your first mission. You shall assist me in providing cover for Deidara outside the village. Should he require support, you must act promptly," Sasori commanded Wang Yu. Reluctantly, Wang Yu nodded in agreement, relieved that he would not be entering the village alongside Deidara. He understood that even without his presence, Deidara would likely succeed in capturing the One-Tail. It was merely unfortunate that Sasori might ultimately meet his demise in this endeavor, whether he was weary of the life of a puppet. Yearning for a return to his true self remained a question only Sasori could answer. "You, remain vigilant outside the village and observe what true art entails," Deidara instructed. Upon concluding his words, Deidara formed a magnificent bird with his right hand and soared towards Sunagakure. As anticipated, Deidara was engaged in battle with Gaara, who had already assumed the mantle of Kazekage. Ultimately, Gaara, bound by his obligation to protect the villagers of Sunagakure, found himself captured by Deidara. At this moment, there was no cause for concern regarding Deidara. Instead, my gaze shifted to the side, where Sasori appeared troubled, fixated on the skirmish above Sunagakure. Wang Yu, intrigued, turned to Sasori and inquired, "Senior Sasori, if the ninjas from Sunagakure were to pursue us, would you be able to act against your former friends and kin?" Sasori, taken aback by Wang Yu's sudden question, withdrew his anxious expression and regarded Wang Yu with a gradually chilling gaze. He extended a finger towards the scratch on his forehead protector and replied, "Wang, do you see this mark? Do you understand what it signifies?" After a brief pause, he continued, "It symbolizes my severance from Sunagakure. My parents were slain during the Third Shinobi World War, and like everyone else, I harbor a deep-seated hatred for war and yearn to bring it to an end. It is precisely for this reason that I joined the Akatsuki. Anyone who impedes world peace, regardless of their identity, will not be spared my wrath." Wang Yu listened attentively, unconsciously touching the forehead protector that Conan had given him, and could not help but ask, "What if it were your own kin?" Sasori let out a deep sigh, as if deflated, his demeanor dimming as he replied slowly, "I no longer have any family." "Chiyoba-chan?" Sasori was taken aback that Wang Yu could utter that name. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent crossed his gaze before dissipating, and he stated coolly, She has likely passed away long ago. What remains of Chiyoba-chan?" Wang Yu could only sigh silently, reflecting on the fact that Sasori still could not let go of his family. It seemed that ultimately dying at the hands of his grandmother would be his best fate, at least preferable to perishing elsewhere. As the weighty topic subsided, the two once again turned their attention to the conflict above Sunagakure, which was nearing its conclusion. Gaara, leveraging the power of the Shikaku, was barely holding on but ultimately succumbed after Deidara unleashed a devastating explosion, collapsing to the ground. Deidara, with a cheerful demeanor, ensnared Gaara in his clay and soared towards them. Before reaching Wang Yu and Sasori, he shouted, "Am I not handsome?" As he flew over their heads, he added, "There's a pesky follower behind. I leave him to you too while I return to complete my mission." Barely a minute after Deidara had passed, a figure emerged. Kinkaro. A flash of compassion crossed Sasori's eyes, which Wang Yu noticed, prompting him to assert, "Senior Sasori, You should retreat. I will handle this individual. The earlier conversation seemed to have provoked Sasori, whose tone grew noticeably irate as he retorted, "No need. Whoever dares to obstruct my dreams shall meet the same fate, death." Wang Yu, feeling helpless, realized his good intentions had inadvertently touched Sasori's sensitive nerve, and could only exclaim, "Senior Sasori, be cautious. Make it quick. I will retreat." Merely a petty lackey, how laughable. "Witness my performance and experience true artistry," Sasori declared. Upon uttering those words, a razor-sharp stinger emerged from the lowly form of the scorpion, darting towards Kankuro with the swiftness of lightning. Kankuro, demonstrating commendable reflexes, hastily deployed the puppets he bore for defense. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the puppets he had summoned were shattered by the scorpion's stinger. Witnessing the destruction of his puppets and the relentless advance of the scorpion, Kankuro could not help but inquire, "Are you the Red Sand Scorpion?" The scorpion, disinterested in a response, launched a stinger that struck Kankuro's chest, allowing him to clearly discern the unique insignia upon the scorpion's body, further solidifying his belief that the figure before him was the prodigious puppet master who had departed from the village 2 decades prior, the Red Sand Scorpion. As Kankuro fell, Wang Yu, acutely aware of the significance of a final blow, attempted to advance for a decisive strike, only to be thwarted by the scorpion, who gestured towards the approaching crowd in the distance. "We must retreat swiftly." Chapter 22. Farewell to Uchiha Itachi. Scorpion was the commander of this mission, and I could not contravene his orders. Quickly following Scorpion's lead, I hurriedly retreated, disregarding the throngs pursuing us. I was acutely aware that Scorpion's identity had been compromised, and soon Konoha would join forces with Sunagakure in search of him. However, this was Scorpion's choice, and it was not my place to alter his decision. Before long, the two of us arrived at the Akatsuki's clandestine base. Upon our arrival, I found Deidara already handing Gaara over to Pain, who was now awaiting the assembly of other members to collectively summon the Outer Path Golem and extract the tailed beast from Gaara. At this juncture, I felt an increasing sense of urgency. I was eager to absorb the demonic energy from the one tail, yet it was no longer within my grasp. It was inconceivable to absorb such energy in front of numerous Akatsuki members. I discreetly approached Pain and whispered, "Senpai, may I have a moment to see Gaara? After all, he is the Kazekage. I wish to pay my respects." Pain regarded me with a puzzled expression and replied, "Gaara is merely a vessel. The title of Kazekage is just that, a title. What is there to behold?" Seeing that Pain showed no inclination to grant my request, I refrained from pressing further. Realizing that continued inquiry might attract unwanted attention, I reluctantly withdrew to a corner, biding my time for the arrival of the other Akatsuki members. If all else failed, I could wait until the one tail was extracted and then seek an opportunity to act. Patience was paramount. As time passed, the base gradually filled with activity. Akatsuki members donned in their signature cloaks and straw hats, appearing one by one. Suddenly, I sensed a gaze upon me. Following the piercing stare, I met a pair of profound eyes. As soon as our gazes locked, those ebony irises transformed into a blood-red hue, revealing 3 interconnected tomo that coalesced into a blade-like form, the Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi. I felt my surroundings blur, an overwhelming fatigue enveloping me, and my eyelids grew heavier, compelling me to succumb to sleep. In that hazy state, the Kusanagi sword, nurtured within my Dantian, sensed the encroaching foreign energy, perceiving the imminent threat to me. It trembled uncontrollably, attempting to alert me, and ultimately emitted a cry, sacrificing a fragment of its essence to do so. The sword's resonance surged through my body along the meridians, instantly revitalizing my senses and dousing me in cold sweat. Thankfully, the Kusanagi sword, having gained sentience after over a year of nurturing, roused my spirit at a critical moment. Otherwise, I might have fallen prey to the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. From a distance, Uchiha Itachi emitted a soft sound of surprise, taken aback that I had so easily disrupted his typically infallible Mangeki Sharingan. Kisame, standing beside Itachi, noticed his companion's unusual demeanor and inquired, "Itachi, what is the matter? Do you require my sword's assistance?" "It is nothing. I merely wish to meet an old acquaintance," Itachi replied, casting his gaze toward my direction with a serene countenance. Kisame, bewildered, pondered, "An old acquaintance? How come I have never heard of a former acquaintance of Itachi within the organization? Could it be that Orochimaru has returned?" Following Itachi's gaze, I indeed noticed a newcomer in the organization, whose appearance and demeanor did not possess the sinister aura characteristic of Orochimaru. Itachi approached Wang Yu and inquired, "You?" At that moment, Wang Yu was still shaken from having just fallen victim to Itachi's genjutsu. Seeing Itachi come directly to his side, he hurriedly bowed and said, "It is an honor to meet you, Senior Itachi. I am but a humble individual, given his current abilities." He felt that facing Uchiha Itachi would likely only afford him the chance to flee for his life. Itachi did not question how Wang Yu had joined the Akatsuki or his motives for doing so. Instead, he asked, "Who takes care of your parents and younger brother at home?" This question caught Wang Yu off guard. He had never anticipated that Uchiha Itachi would inquire about such matters upon encountering him again in the secret base of the Akatsuki. Regret washed over him, for he realized that one should never lie, as doing so necessitates a web of falsehoods to compensate. Wang Yu quickly composed himself. As if a sharp pang had pierced his heart, a sorrowful expression overtook his face as he tearfully replied, "Unfortunately, they are all gone." "HM? How did they die?" "They were murdered. With your current strength, how could you not protect your family?" Wang Yu felt a surge of disdain within, yet his sorrow began to morph into anger. "They were killed by the ninjas of Konoha. They targeted my family simply because the Dasna Group wished to build an office building and deemed our home an eyesore, ordering it to be forcibly demolished. My parents desperately tried to intervene but were slain without question by the Konoha ninjas stationed in the Land of Waves. They did not spare even my younger brother. I was at the docks carrying sandbags when I returned home that night to discover this tragedy." Itachi's expression remained impassive as he asked, "Do you harbor hatred for Konoha? It is, after all, your hometown. Although you appear to have severed ties with Konoha, the connections still linger, and you have a brother remaining in Konoha. Consider your response carefully." Wang Yu ceased his weeping, his eyes brightening as he replied, "I do not harbor hatred. That very night, I took the lives of those Konoha ninjas. The following day, I laid my parents and brother to rest, and then I departed from the Land of Waves. Through my inquiries, I learned of the existence and purpose of the Akatsuki, which led me here to join." "Oh, and what prompted you to join the Akatsuki?" "For justice and peace, as well as to unveil the masks of some powerful nations." Itachi's expression finally shifted, and after a moment of silence, he changed the subject, asking, "Who recommended you to join the Akatsuki?" "Orochimaru." Itachi was taken aback. Yet he soon regained his composure and questioned, "What? Orochimaru?" "Humph. Orochimaru is treacherous and cunning. He will stop at nothing to achieve his goals, a thoroughly selfish individual. How could he recommend you without reason? Moreover, he is no longer a member of the Akatsuki. To be frank, the so-called sage techniques I have mastered possess the ability to extend one's lifespan, which caught Orochimaru's interest, prompting him to willingly recommend me." A moment of silence ensued, with Itachi remaining rooted in place, refraining from further inquiries yet unwilling to depart, prompting Wang Yu to remain stationary as well. Wang Yu discerned that Itachi was undoubtedly anxious due to his younger brother Sasuke being in Orochimaru's clutches, and he hesitated to leave, likely yearning for information regarding Sasuke that he was too proud to solicit directly. At last, a flicker of movement graced the corner of Itachi's mouth, and his voice, noticeably softer than before, inquired, "Wang Yu, during your communications with Orochimaru, did you happen to hear any news about Sasuke?" Wang Yu suppressed a chuckle, realizing that Itachi could no longer contain his curiosity. "Rest assured, Itachi, Sasuke is in good spirits. I have visited Orochimaru's underground lair and was fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of Sasuke. He appears well cared for, healthy, and quite adorable." Itachi's gaze toward Wang Yu softened considerably, and he placed a reassuring hand on Wang Yu's shoulder, declaring, "From this moment forth, I shall be your friend. Do not hesitate to seek me out in times of trouble." Wang Yu, moved by Itachi's gentle and sincere eyes, nodded deeply in acknowledgement before returning to Kisame's side. Chapter 23. Extracting a tale. Moments later, Wang Yu encountered the members of the Akatsuki, each of them adorned with an air of arrogance, scarcely acknowledging the presence of the newcomer. Only Itachi approached him for a brief conversation. Wang Yu was indifferent. He understood that each of these individuals possessed their own merits and accomplishments. At present, he was merely an unknown figure, lacking any notable achievements or renown that might draw their attention. However, he remained unconcerned, fully aware of his purpose for being there. As Wang Yu observed the crowd, a figure suddenly sprang before him, grinning widely. "Elder Yu, I am a Fei. I look forward to your guidance." A masked man had appeared unexpectedly, startling Wang Yu and causing him to lean back slightly, mentally cursing the bizarre agility that had taken him by surprise. "Obito, haha, playing the fool here. Please do not regard me as an elder, simply call me Yu." A Fei paid no mind to this, scrutinizing Wang Yu with keen interest, and inquired, "You, from where did you learn your sage techniques?" "Ah, Must I repeat my fabricated tale once more? A Fei displayed exaggerated surprise, frequently touching Wang Yu, expressing his astonishment. Elder Yu, when we embark on missions together in the future, I must learn from you. Wang Yu could only respond with a hint of resignation. All for the sake of world peace. While conversing with a Fei, Wang Yu noticed a malicious gaze covertly observing him, and upon following its direction, he spotted Zetsu concealed behind 2 large leaves. As Pain saw that everyone had gathered, he announced, "Please take your seats." Pain, Konan, Sasori, Kakazu, Itachi, Deidara, Haiden, Zetsu, and a Fei, Obito, promptly took their designated positions as instructed by Pain. Pain cast a glance at Wang Yu and said, "You too, you." Aware of his limited capabilities, Wang Yu understood the importance of heeding his leader's words and positioned himself beside Deidara. Everyone simultaneously began forming hand seals to summon the outer path golem. Wang Yu, lacking the ability to form seals and devoid of chakra within him, imitated the others, moving his hands in a similar fashion. After all, to integrate with the group, he had to put in some superficial effort, not wanting to disappoint Pain's intentions. With a thunderous roar, the colossal outer path golem slowly emerged from the ground. Wang Yu gazed at the enormous figure, noting that 2 of the 10 eyes atop its head had already illuminated. Indeed, they had captured 2 tails, specifically the 5 tails and the 7 tails, if his memory served him correctly. Under Pain's command, the group commenced the extraction of the 1 tail from Gaara. A massive surge of demonic energy, drawn forth by their collective efforts, gradually emanated from Gaara, drifting towards the eyes of the outer path golem. The demonic energy escaping Gaara grew increasingly abundant, forming an energy column 10 feet wide before them. Wang Yu surveyed the scene, observing the furrowed brows of his companions, each diligently controlling their chakra. A thought crossed his mind. Perhaps this would be an opportune moment to absorb some demonic energy. After all, fortune favors the bold. With so much energy present, surely no one would notice if he took a little for himself. Wang Yu silently extended his hand forward. Approximately 2 meters from the energy column, his palm distinctly sensing the pure demonic energy. Ecstatic, he glanced around at the crowd, noting their lack of awareness of him. Transforming his palm into a finger, he deftly drew forth the demonic energy from the energy column, guiding it through his fingers and into his body. After undergoing a transformation, it became pure spiritual force circulating within his meridians, ultimately converging in his dantian. After absorbing several strands of demonic energy, Wang Yu surveyed his surroundings once more. Finding that no one had noticed him, his taut nerves relaxed slightly as he continued his previous actions, daring not to extract too much demonic energy at once. Prioritizing stability above all, he felt his cultivation gradually increasing, a sensation that had eluded him for over a year, and he truly believed he had come to the right place. The mist-like spiritual force within his dantian became increasingly dense as he continued to absorb the pure spiritual energy, solidifying his initial foundation in cultivation. Just as Wang Yu reveled in the joy of his increasing prowess, he suddenly caught the gaze of 2 pairs of half-open eyes, and 3 waves of pressure abruptly descended upon him. Startled, Wang Yu shivered, his focus wavering, causing the demonic energy at his fingertips to retreat back into the energy column. Discovered, he could only feign calmness, maintaining his previous posture without further guiding the demonic energy. After a brief moment, the 2 pairs of half-open eyes shifted away from him. Wang Yu abandoned his intention to absorb more demonic energy, deducing from the pressure he had just felt that it was likely Pain, Itachi, and Obito, as only these 3 exerted such significant pressure upon him. Gazing at the energy column before him, Wang Yu felt akin to someone trudging through a desert for half a month, suddenly confronted with an enticing watermelon, yet cruelly restrained from indulging. Enduring this torment, each day felt like a year, until he finally observed the energy column thinning, its emitted demonic energy becoming sparse, nearing its conclusion. As Gaara finally succumbed to his last breath, the tailed beast completely detached from him, and with the final flicker of energy fading, one of the eyes of the outer path's golem slowly opened, emanating a formidable oppressive force. The crowd exhaled deeply, visibly fatigued, with the exception of Wang Yu, who merely filled a space. A thunderous roar echoed from outside the base, indicating that their secret location had been compromised, as Kakashi and others arrived at the entrance. Pain turned to Itachi and Kisame, his gaze tinged with reproach, inquiring, "What happened? How could you 2 avatars be defeated so quickly?" Itachi remained unresponsive, while Kisame lamented, "I never anticipated that Konoha would aid the Wind Country, sending Might Guy here. This is indeed quite unexpected." Pain ceased his reproach. Reassured by the presence of the mirror traps he had set, he addressed everyone, Let us exert ourselves further to transport the Outer Path's golem back. I have established a 5-form barrier outside the base. They will not breach it for now." After speaking, he turned to Scorpion and said, "Scorpion, Deidara, and you. You three need not participate for the time being. Focus on recovering your chakra. When the enemy arrives, you will intervene and, in the process, capture Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails." "Understood." "Yes, of course." Wang Yu couldn't help but reminisce about a certain scene from Journey to the West. After all, he was the leader. Regardless of whether it could be accomplished, one must agree for the sake of compliance. Leaders often merely seek a show of attitude. Scorpion led the two to the entrance of the base, awaiting Kakashi and the others to break through the door. Wang Yu gazed at Gaara, lying on the ground, ignored by everyone, and felt a wave of disdain. Wasn't it evident that an artist's mind could be so flawed? Did they not realize that Gaara was the key? Silently, he returned to retrieve Gaara's lifeless body and approached the two. Deidara, observing Wang Yu carrying Gaara's corpse, curiously inquired, Do you possess such a peculiar inclination?" Chapter 24. The death of Scorpion. Wang Yu paid no heed to Deidara's erratic thoughts and addressed Scorpion. Gaara must be one of their significant targets. It would be prudent to utilize Gaara's corpse to separate them. Scorpion took Gaara's lifeless body, examining it meticulously, his hands incessantly exploring the remains, remarking, "This is indeed a fine piece of art. I almost forgot. It seems that those engaged in artistry share a peculiar mindset." With a resounding explosion, the gate finally swung open. Kakashi emerged alongside Naruto and Sakura, with Chiyo from Sunagakure following closely. The moment the door opened, Naruto's gaze fell upon the corpse of Gaara in Scorpion's grasp. Witnessing his dear friend being cradled by a lecherous elder who was disrespectfully pawing at him, a surge of fury flooded through Naruto, causing the chakra of the Nine Tails to instinctively leak from his body, prompting him to charge forward. Kakashi, quick to react, restrained Naruto, urging caution and advising him to assess the situation first. At that moment, upon spotting Chiyo, Scorpion's emotionless eyes suddenly sparkled with recognition. He carelessly tossed Gaara's body aside and stated coolly, "Deidara, you take you and leave. I shall handle matters here." Deidara, without uttering a word, molded clay in his hands, transforming it into a large bird. The bird opened its beak, cradling Gaara's body within, and called out to Wang Yu, "You, come with me. Leave this to Scorpion. We will use this to lure the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and capture him." Wang Yu observed the furious Naruto and thought to himself, "If pain could not capture the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, why must you be so earnest?" Silently, he leaped onto the back of Deidara's bird, glancing back at Scorpion, saying, "Scorpion, take care." Scorpion seemed oblivious to Wang Yu's words, his gaze still fixated on Chiyo, and he slowly began, "Because of Konoha. I lost my dearest kin in my youth and never experienced the warmth of parental love. My hatred for Sunagakure and Konoha runs deep. Ironically, you now ally with Konoha?" Chiyo gazed at her prodigious grandson, her expression as impassive as the skin of an orange. "Scorpion, everything I have done is for the village." "Ha ha, ha ha." Scorpion burst into uncontrollable laughter, as if he had just heard the greatest joke, his entire body shaking with mirth. Wang Yu, seated behind Deidara, could not help but remark, "Are all artists this eccentric? We should depart. Scorpion has always been methodical in his endeavors, so leaving this to him poses no issues." With that, Deidara soared into the sky on the back of the flying bird. Wang Yu, perched atop, watched as Scorpion's figure receded into the distance, feeling a pang of sorrow for him, as it was the cruel ninja world that had wronged Scorpion. Behind them, Naruto had caught up, with Kakashi observing from a distance. After a prolonged bout of laughter, Scorpion suddenly halted, coldly stating, "For the village? What then of Sunagakure now?" Chiyo fell silent, and Sakura, unable to bear it any longer, shouted and charged at Scorpion. Scorpion merely sneered. The clouds embroidered upon the coat erupted, revealing a mechanical form beneath. Following the fierce battle, a male and female puppet thrust two long swords into the heart of Scorpion, blood ceaselessly dripping. Sakura had exhausted her body and fainted. Granny Chiyo gasped for breath, her aged visage betraying even more signs of weariness as she slowly lowered the thread in her hands and approached Scorpion's side, momentarily speechless at his childlike face. Scorpion, for the first time, bore an expression of tranquility, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he gazed at Chiyo. "Chiyo, after 20 years, I have come to terms with it. I no longer hold any resentment towards you." Scorpion, noticing the profound age on the elderly woman's features, recognized the countless storms of life etched upon her face. As his heart ceased to beat and his vision blurred, he felt as if he had returned to his childhood. Embraced by his parents, this dreamlike sensation now strikingly vivid. "Grandmother, I feel so warm now." With those final words, Scorpion breathed his last. The one-strike corners of Chiyo's eyes glistened with tears, the weariness in her gaze concealing a multitude of emotions. 20 years prior, she had witnessed the deaths of her son and daughter-in-law before her eyes, refraining from tears for the sake of the village. Now, facing her grandson as he surrendered everything and peacefully departed, the long-suppressed tears finally overflowed, her gnarled hands gently caressing Scorpion's youthful, pale face, filled with love and remorse. "Scorpion, thank you. Grandmother will take you home, and we will live well together. I will find you a wife." As Chiyo murmured while preparing to gather Scorpion's body, the slumbering Sakura began to stir, slowly awakening. Chiyo, noticing this, withdrew her hand, wiped away her tears, composed herself, and turned away, her tone even. "Scorpion is gone. Sakura, let us depart." Sakura, confirming the absence of life in Scorpion, exhaled a long breath and turned her gaze towards Chiyo, who displayed no visible emotion. Upon learning of Scorpion's fate, Konoha had disseminated all of Scorpion's information to every ninja sent to assist in Sunigakure, and Sakura was well aware of the connection between Scorpion and Granny Chiyo. She could imagine the turmoil within Chiyo's heart, yet recognizing her duty as a Konoha ninja, Chiyo likely refrained from revealing her feelings. Therefore, Sakura spoke up, "Granny Chiyo, let us first take Scorpion's body back to Sunigakure." Chiyo looked at Sakura, her expression softening slightly as she nodded and proceeded to gather Scorpion along with the two puppets beside him. Sakura then moved to retrieve the third Kazekage puppet that had fallen nearby, but Chiyo immediately interjected, "The third Kazekage should be returned to the village by me." Sakura halted her actions, feeling a twinge of displeasure. She recalled that when she had departed for the Land of Wind, Tsunade had instructed her to primarily investigate the current strength of Sunigakure, and if any strategically significant weapons or items were discovered, they must be returned to Konoha, not left for Sunigakure. At this moment, a sense of difficulty arose. The 3 generations of Wind Shadow's puppets were indeed considered top-tier weapons. Should Sunigakure acquire them, it would undoubtedly pose a disadvantage to Konoha. However, Chiyo's words held a certain validity. Moreover, my own strength pales in comparison to that of Granny Chiyo, thus, it is unwise to confront her now. I shall wait until we encounter Kakashi-sensei to devise a plan. Granny Chiyo stated, "Let us hasten our preparations and swiftly rendezvous with Kakashi-sensei." Ignoring Sakura's remarks, she proceeded to meticulously gather the 3 puppets and the remains of Sasori. Only after completing this task did she nod at Sakura and declare, "Let us be off." Chapter 25, Repelling Kakashi, Naruto Wangyu sat behind Deidara, observing the magnificent bird beneath them. This avian creation, crafted from clay, was truly remarkable. It soared gracefully under Deidara's continuous infusion of chakra. However, its speed was rather sluggish. Once he attained the golden course stage, he would be able to fly on a sword, a speed so swift that even 10 such birds would be incapable of catching up. As Naruto relentlessly pursued them from behind, Deidara persistently unleashed various small explosive clay constructs, leaving Naruto overwhelmed and momentarily unable to close the gap. Finding the situation rather dull, Wangyu turned to Deidara and inquired, "Why did you join the Akatsuki? Don't tell me it's for the sake of world peace. I can't possibly believe that coming from an artist who engages in terrorist acts." It was the first time Deidara faced such a question. Upon meeting Wang Yu's sincere gaze, he chuckled, "World peace? Now that is a jest. I have never entertained such thoughts. I joined the Akatsuki for a pair of eyes. When I first beheld those eyes, I felt utterly powerless, and I silently vowed to one day stand over them." Wang Yu knew that Deidara ultimately failed to achieve his ambition. Reflecting on the present, he felt a pang of sorrow, as he suspected that Sasori had already met his demise. Though his time with Sasori and Deidara was relatively brief, he had sensed the bond of friendship between them. In times of peril, their first instinct was to protect their friends rather than merely focus on self-preservation. During missions alongside Sasori and Deidara, he often found himself kept safely in the rear, and even now, he remained behind Deidara. The Akatsuki, led by Pain, could be said to have a purpose that was both progressive and noble. The members largely worked towards a common goal, collaborating with one another, some even sacrificing their lives in the process. "Deidara, be careful." Suddenly, the space around Deidara warped violently, creating a small black hole that relentlessly drew in everything nearby. In a desperate struggle, Deidara sacrificed an arm to escape the powerful gravitational pull. Wang Yu recalled that this was Kakashi's Kamui, unleashed through his Mangeki Sharingan. As he marveled at the spectacle, a voice reached his ears. The opponent possesses the Sharingan. We cannot capture the Nine Tails this time. Do not worry about me. You must flee first. With a surge of spiritual energy coursing through him, he pushed off with all his might, instantly vanishing from his original position. With Deidara's troublesome explosive clay no longer a hindrance, Naruto had already closed the distance. He leaped high into the air, delivering a spiraling attack that repelled Deidara and severed the head of the bird. Without Deidara's chakra sustaining it, the head immediately softened, and Gaara's lifeless body tumbled out. Naruto descended gracefully, catching Gaara as he fell, only to feel the absence of life within him, signifying the failure of their rescue mission. Naruto felt as though all of his efforts had been in vain. A surge of anger rushed to his heart as he charged towards the fallen Deidara. He swung his fists fiercely, venting his frustration. Eventually, feeling unsatisfied, he unleashed his most formidable technique, the Rasengan, striking Deidara's body with immense force. Deidara's form could no longer withstand such an intense assault, collapsing into a puddle of clay. It turned out to be merely a clone. Meanwhile, Wang Yu, seeing Deidara stepping forward to shield him, realized he could not simply flee. He swiftly approached Kakashi's side. With a sharp sound of a sword, the Kusanagi sword emerged from his brow, transforming into a beam of white light directed at Kakashi. Kakashi's hands moved rapidly to form seals, and he activated his Mangeki Sharingan against the swiftly approaching sword, employing Kamui. Time warped, and the space trembled as a tremendous pulling force slowed the sword's velocity, creating a small black hole before Kakashi. Sensing the immense tug from the sword, Wang Yu sensed danger. With a flicker of thought, the sword's tip veered away, skirting the black hole and looping back to Wang Yu's front. A thunderous roar suddenly captured the attention of both combatants. Upon realizing that his target for venting his rage was merely Deidara's clone, Naruto was engulfed in fury. The chakra of the Nine Tails enveloped him, four tails gradually emerging, his skin becoming completely tainted with blood, fully transforming him into a beast. Wang Yu, concerned that Deidara might heed Pain's mission to capture Naruto at all costs, lost the desire to battle Kakashi and turned to pursue Deidara. Kakashi, relieved by Wang Yu's departure, had been startled by the earlier attack from the flying sword. He had intended to showcase his own techniques by replicating the opponent's jutsu, only to find himself unable to perceive anything. Fortunately, he had managed to use Kamui just in time to withstand that blow. Had there been two more, he would have surely met his demise. Turning his gaze back to Naruto, who had completely lost consciousness, Kakashi felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He was the leader of this operation, and given the circumstances, this mission could be deemed a total failure. He would inevitably face the ire of the Leaf leadership, especially Tsunade, who he had assured would be able to protect Naruto. With Naruto in such a state, it was indeed a headache. He took out the sealing tag that Jiraiya had entrusted to him and, seizing the moment when Naruto was unguarded, pressed it against Naruto's forehead. Instantly, the chakra of the Nine Tails retreated back into Naruto's body. Kakashi caught the slumping Naruto and sighed deeply, reflecting on his burdens as the fourth Hokage's apprentice, wondering when Naruto would finally mature. Glancing toward the direction where Wang Yu had vanished, he noted that Team Guy was stationed there. Perhaps there was still a chance for the mission to succeed. With Naruto on his back, he set off in pursuit. Wang Yu sensed that Deidara's presence was no longer near the transformed Naruto, feeling a slight sense of relief. Thankfully, Deidara had not been foolish enough to confront the Nine Tails in such a vulnerable position. Following the lingering traces of Deidara's chakra, he finally caught up with him a short distance away. At this point, Deidara also appeared somewhat drained, displaying evident signs of fatigue upon his face. Upon encountering Wang Yu, Deidara's spirits lifted considerably, though he reproached, "You, was it not my instruction for you to flee at the earliest opportunity? The adversary poses a considerable threat this time." He then muttered to himself, "Never mind, we must depart swiftly." After uttering these words, he retrieved a lump of clay, savoring it in his hand, and a magnificent bird materialized before them, intended for their escape. However, Wang Yu promptly intervened, aware that, aside from Kakashi's team, Guy's team was also present in the vicinity. Should they take flight upon the bird, it would render them more conspicuous to their enemies. After explaining the situation to Deidara, he was met with a barrage of ridicule. Yet ultimately, the two resolved to leave on foot. Suddenly, a voice echoed around them. "Where do you think you're running to?" Chapter 26. Chiyo's Dilemma. The Kai team emerged from the shadows, encircling Wang Yu and his companion. Observing this, Deidara cast a cold smile at the leader, Kai, and remarked, Today I shall unveil to you the essence of true art. With that, he flung off his cloud-patterned cloak, enveloping Wang Yu entirely within it, and softly instructed, "You, hold on tight. I shall lead you to safety." After enduring a series of fierce battles, Wang Yu had no doubt regarding Deidara's words. He firmly grasped Deidara and nodded earnestly. Noticing Wang Yu's affirmation, Deidara's gaze deepened with a sense of gravity. He perceived Wang Yu as a younger brother in need of protection, inherently compelled to safeguard him in perilous moments. Biting off a sizable chunk of clay from a nearby large bird, Deidara began to chew it, occasionally wearing a frenzied expression. As he swallowed the clay, his body expanded rapidly. Kai, being the elite Jonin of Konoha, sensed an imminent danger and urgently shouted, "Disperse. The opponent may be about to self-destruct." In an instant, Deidara's form swelled to a towering height of 10 meters. As he observed the Kai team hastily retreating, he bellowed, "Explode. Oh no, we're too close. Is this man insane?" With a thunderous explosion, Kai felt a searing wave of heat rush towards him. Watching his disciples scatter in panic, he was filled with profound remorse as the impending blast threatened to engulf them all. Time warped, and space trembled. The anticipated explosion did not radiate outward but was instead absorbed by a minuscule black hole at the center. The members of Kai's team wore expressions of relief. Realizing that where Deidara and Wang Yu once stood, only a patch of yellow earth remained, both had vanished without a trace. "Kakashi, Kamui." Kai turned to see Kakashi, bearing the unconscious Naruto on his back, his Sharingan eye bleeding from overexertion. As Kakashi observed that everyone had escaped danger, he exhaled deeply, his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred. His knees buckled, and his weary form collapsed to the ground. Kai propelled himself forward, stirring a cloud of dust, and reached Kakashi just in time to catch him before he hit the ground. Cradling Kakashi in his arms, he noticed the fading awareness in Kakashi's eyes, and a wave of guilt washed over him. Tears streamed from his eyes like a fountain as he cried out, "Kakashi!" At that moment, the others gathered around. Lee lifted the unconscious Naruto, feeding him a soldier pill while vigorously shaking him and shouting for him to awaken. Finally, after Lee's rough ministrations, Naruto slowly regained consciousness. Upon seeing the scene before him, he inquired, "Did the enemy flee?" Noticing the somber expressions on everyone's faces, he understood the answer. Removing the sealing tag from his forehead, he held it in his palm, realizing once again that he had failed to control the power of the Ninetales. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he squeezed the tag tightly, crushing it in his hand, silently vowing to diligently learn to master the power of the Ninetales. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot across his face as Shaoli delivered a powerful slap to Naruto, roaring at him to snap out of it. Momentarily stunned, Naruto turned to the side and noticed that Kakashi had collapsed into Gai's arms, realizing that this mission had culminated in utter failure. At that moment, Niji had already brought over Gaara's lifeless body from a distance. Gazing at Gaara's corpse, Naruto was reminded of the fleeting moments they shared in Konoha, and a sense of sorrow washed over him. This, it seemed, was the only outcome of their endeavor. Just then, Tion suddenly shouted, "Look! Sakura and Granny Chiyo are coming." The group collectively exhaled a sigh of relief upon seeing Sakura and Chiyo. Supporting Sakura, Chiyo approached the others, and upon spotting the unconscious Kakashi, Sakura disregarded her own injuries and quickly took Kakashi from Gai, determined to administer aid. Gai did not intervene. Kakashi had fallen unconscious from excessive chakra usage, likely suffering damage to his bodily tissues as a consequence of depleting his chakra reserves. Thus it was prudent for Sakura to examine him. Having trained under Tsunade for 3 years, with a significant portion dedicated to medical ninjutsu, Sakura carefully examined Kakashi and quickly identified various degrees of damage to his muscle tissues. Immediate return to the village for treatment was imperative, as it was likely he would be bedridden for at least 6 months. Sakura relayed Kakashi's condition to everyone, and they unanimously agreed to return to Konoha without delay. However, Granny Chiyo quietly approached Gaara's corpse, slowly squatting down to gaze at the deceased Kazekage, a look of profound loss on her face. Observing this, Naruto rushed to Chiyo's side, vehemently denouncing the treatment Gaara received from Sunagakure. Why did the Sand Village treat Gaara so cruelly? Is it because he is a Jinchuriki? Shouldn't he be recognized? He exclaimed. Now that Gaara is dead, are you all from Sunagakure pleased? Chiyo ignored Naruto's accusations, fully aware that the Wind Country's strength had waned significantly over the years, forcing it to rely on the Fire Country for survival. As the Kazekage, Gaara had been the vital link between Sunagakure and Konoha, and with his death, the future of the Wind Country seemed bleak, poised to be exploited by neighboring nations. At that moment, Kakashi began to regain consciousness under Sakura's care. He observed Naruto's unrestrained criticism of the higher-ups in Sunagakure directed at Chiyo, but refrained from intervening, knowing that Sunagakure possessed a forbidden technique known as impure world reincarnation. It was now up to Chiyo to make her own choice. Chiyo surveyed the scene, taking in the cold, unyielding gazes of the Konoha ninjas. She understood that to maintain the fragile relationship between the Wind Country and the Fire Country, she must revive Gaara. Yet, what of her grandson, Sasori? No one cared about him, but her entire family had sacrificed so much for Sunagakure. After enduring a long journey, she had finally earned her grandson's forgiveness and planned to return to the village, willing to exchange her life for his well-being. But now, confronted by such a multitude of frigid stares, she turned her gaze back to Gaara, realizing that her time had drawn to a close, ultimately yielding to the younger generation. Unable to restrain herself, she gently touched the heart of the scorpion nestled in her embrace. "Oh, my dear grandson, it seems I must once again wound your heart," she mused with a hint of melancholy. Nevertheless, she sighed and conceded. After all, the nation comes first. In the midst of Naruto's fervent declarations, Granny Chiyo placed her hands upon Gaara's frigid corpse. With a forbidden technique, she initiated the revival process. A cerulean radiance enveloped her hands, simultaneously siphoning the life force and chakra from within her own being and incessantly infusing it into Gaara's lifeless form. Naruto ceased his admonishments, while Kakashi, weary yet content, allowed his eyes to drift shut once more. The surrounding leaf ninjas bore expressions of quiet satisfaction. Should Gaara be resurrected, it would signify the triumph of this endeavor, rendering the Land of Wind merely a pawn in the hands of the Land of Fire. As Granny Chiyo gradually closed her eyes, the azure glow from her hands dimmed until it ultimately extinguished, and she collapsed to the side. Gaara slowly opened his eyes, meeting the iconic smile of Naruto. Chapter 27. Pain's revelation. In a building within the Hidden Rain village, Konan delivered the news of Sasori's demise to Deidara and Wang Yu. Upon hearing of his old partner's passing, Deidara appeared somewhat despondent, his gaze vacant as he muttered to himself. How could that old fool die so quickly? Boasting daily about his eternal art, Wang Yu, possessing knowledge of the unfolding events, felt little surprise. He understood that this was a path chosen by Sasori himself. Perhaps weary of the relentless cycle of violence, yearning instead for the warmth of a normal life. Observing Deidara's dazed state, Wang Yu offered some words of solace. "Deidara, death is irreversible. Let us fulfill Sasori's aspirations together." Deidara shook his head, dismissing the weight of sorrow, and suddenly burst into laughter. "What are you saying, Yu? That old man's art was never exceptional. He has merely reaped what he sowed. Why should we help him achieve anything?" Yet, he soon deflated, murmuring that, at times, the old man was indeed quite commendable, always taking risks first, and recalling how, when he first joined the Akatsuki, Sasori had looked after him. Through shared trials of life and death, Wang Yu had come to recognize the genuine camaraderie that existed between Sasori and Deidara. Reflecting on his previous life in the cultivation world, where every individual was cunning and willing to draw blades over a mere spiritual herb, he realized that despite his long existence, he had spent most of his time either in seclusion or embroiled in fierce competition, seldom allowing himself the luxury of true companionship, let alone emotional bonds. Sasori and Deidara had always prioritized their own survival in critical moments, indicating that they genuinely regarded him as a friend. Watching Deidara, who now bowed his head in melancholy, Wang Yu felt a sense of sorrow, particularly thinking of how, in the near future, Deidara would be forced into self-detonation by Sasuke. He gently placed a hand on Deidara's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Deidara grasped Wang Yu's hand firmly, contemplating. "Yu, I am not grieving. I chose this path. What is there to fear in death? Besides, I have two eyes waiting for me to conquer." Wang Yu felt the warmth of Deidara's palm, moved by the sentiment, and regretted not intervening in Sasori's death. Regardless of the narrative's progression, he vowed never to let such a dear friend perish before him again. After exchanging heartfelt reflections, their emotions gradually stabilized. Pain, observing this, offered a few words of comfort before revealing the true purpose of the gathering. It turned out that Sasori had been responsible for gathering intelligence within the Akatsuki, having placed a spy within Orochimaru's ranks. With a meeting scheduled at the Heaven and Earth Bridge in 10 days, they needed to select someone to replace Sasori and meet with the spy to extract information about Orochimaru. Noticing Deidara's eager expression, as if he were about to exclaim, choose me, Pain internally shook his head. Deidara was simply unable to conceal his enthusiasm. Engaging with spies was not suited to him. Ultimately, Pain's gaze settled upon Wang Yu. Although Wang Yu had not been with the Akatsuki for long, he appeared composed, showing none of the recklessness one might expect from someone seemingly only 17 or 18. After observing Wang Yu for a moment, Pain remained undecided. For Wang Yu harbored secrets, his sage techniques were beyond the perception of Pain's Rinnegan, not to mention the formidable flying sword. Moreover, during the extraction of the one-tail, although Wang Yu exhibited no chakra, merely feigning for the sake of others and to attend to his own emotions, Pain distinctly sensed that Wang Yu could absorb energy from the one-tail. Despite Wang Yu's efforts to conceal it, Pain had discerned the truth. "This reconnaissance mission is entrusted to you," Pain declared, handing a card to Wang Yu. Upon receiving the card and glancing at its contents, Wang Yu found precisely what he anticipated, the dossier of Yakushi Kabuto. He understood that Kabuto was a double agent and chose not to disclose this information to Pain without concrete evidence, as he was merely a newcomer in the Akatsuki and his words might not be taken seriously. Reflecting on past events, Wang Yu realized that in this world, where strength reigned supreme, safeguarding oneself and one's friends necessitated the enhancement of his power. It was likely that Pain was already aware of Wang Yu's ability to absorb tailed beast chakra. Thus, it would be more prudent to address it directly. "Pain, I desire power." Pain's Rinnegan narrowed sharply, while Conan, perplexed, turned her gaze towards Wang Yu. "Could you enlighten me on how you intend to augment your strength?" "I require tailed beasts to absorb their power," Wang Yu replied earnestly. Pain fell into contemplation, and after a considerable pause, he inquired, "What is your purpose in joining the Akatsuki?" Wang Yu took a deep breath, preparing for an honest exchange. "For the tailed beasts. I am aware that the Akatsuki has been collecting them. I seek to enhance my own strength, and thus chose to join. My intentions align with the pursuit of peace in the ninja world. I have not lied in my previous statements. While our paths may differ, our goals remain the same." Both Pain and Conan fell silent, and even Deidara, who stood nearby, was taken aback by Wang Yu's words, staring at him in astonishment. Finally, Pain broke the silence. "Wang, are we friends, not enemies?" "Indeed," Wang Yu affirmed. "I promise you can absorb the power of the tailed beasts, but you may only take half. The other half will remain within the Outer Path Golem." Wang Yu rejoiced, eagerly asking, "Can the Outer Path Golem be summoned now for me to absorb?" Conan shot him a disapproving glance. "The Outer Path Golem should ideally be summoned collectively. If Pain summons it alone, it will be too taxing on his body. It is absolutely inadvisable." "My apologies, I was inconsiderate," Wang Yu admitted. Pain gently drew Conan behind him and said, "Wang, there is no need to rush. As for the tailed beast contained within the Outer Path Golem, do not dwell on it for now. In the future, should we capture any tailed beasts, you may absorb half of their power. Yes, of course. Do not forget your principles. All of this is for a reason. Indeed, it is imperative that we exercise utmost caution during this undertaking. The acquisition of information is of paramount importance. However, we must remain vigilant against Orochimaru, a man of insidious nature, cunning, and suspicion. Despite any prior interactions you may have had with him, do not allow yourself to be deceived. According to the intelligence provided by Scorpion, Orochimaru is currently engaged in the cultivation of his own physical substitute and conducting some nefarious experiments." Wang Yu clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and remarked, "I possess a certain understanding of Orochimaru and shall proceed with due caution." Upon completing his statement, he withdrew at Pain's behest. Noticing Wang Yu's departure, Deidara rose to follow, only to be halted by Pain. "Deidara, for this mission, let you undertake it alone. Our foremost objective remains the capture of the tailed beasts, and I have arranged for you a new companion." Deidara gazed longingly at Wang Yu's receding figure, a mix of reluctance and resignation in his heart. Suddenly, a masked figure appeared, bowing deeply to Deidara with a smile and introducing himself. "Deidara-senpai, I am Akatsuki, and I look forward to your guidance henceforth." Chapter 28. The Bridge of Heaven and Earth. Wang Yu, aware of the unfolding narrative, recognized that Yakushi Kabuto was a duplicitous character, perpetually in the service of Orochimaru. There was no necessity for him to reveal himself. Thus, he arrived early at the Bridge of Heaven and Earth, seeking a concealed spot to observe the impending drama unfold. His presence was merely a pretense to appease his superiors, and he had no intention of exerting himself. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a crimson hue, Yakushi Kabuto stood in the center of the bridge, scanning his surroundings, evidently awaiting the arrival of a certain individual. Slowly, Sasori made his entrance. As Sasori approached, Kabuto adjusted his glasses with a sinister smile. Launching several kunai towards him, Sasori deftly flicked his cloud-patterned cloak, deflecting the incoming kunai, revealing his true identity. Yamato. Yamato took several steps back, raising his hands in defense. Astonished, he inquired, "How did you know I was not the real one?" Kabuto chuckled darkly. "The Akasuna knows Sasori has long since perished. Pray tell, how can you claim to be genuine?" At that moment, Naruto and Sakura, who had been lurking in the shadows, leapt forward, positioning themselves on either side of Yamato, ready to strike. Yamato, unable to contain his curiosity, questioned, "You are aware that Sasori is dead, so why do you come here?" Kabuto adjusted his glasses once more, the lenses glinting red in the waning sunlight, and replied, "I am merely intrigued to discover who is brave enough to show up. Yet, it is a pity that Pain did not send any Akatsuki members. Otherwise, we could have eliminated an obstacle for Lord Orochimaru." Naruto, unable to endure Kabuto's theatrics any longer, charged forward with a furious roar. In an instant, Orochimaru emerged from behind Kabuto, extending his right hand, which elongated several meters, seizing Naruto in midair while mocking him. "Naruto, you are now significantly weaker than Sasuke." Yamato, tasked with protecting Naruto, witnessed his friend in peril and swiftly formed hand seals to activate his bloodline limit, would release. Instantly, several tree branches as thick as a man's thigh surged from below the bridge, aiming for Orochimaru. Orochimaru, his eyes glinting with a hint of excitement, released Naruto, retreating with Kabuto to evade Yamato's assault, muttering to himself, "My previous experiments have succeeded. Danzo never informed me." Observing Orochimaru's momentary distraction and recognizing Yamato's formidable strength, Kabuto focused on Naruto, shouting provocatively about how Sasuke had thrived under Orochimaru's tutelage, implying that Naruto was no match for him. Naruto's face flushed crimson upon hearing this. Driven by his competitive spirit, the chakra of the Nine Tails surged forth as he launched himself at Orochimaru once more. Yamato, feeling exasperated, thought to himself how Naruto was akin to a matchstick, igniting with the slightest provocation, truly understanding the difficulties Kakashi faced. Orochimaru quickly regained his composure, scrutinizing Yamato with a peculiar smile creeping across his lips. He slowly pushed Kabuto aside, stating, "Kabuto, leave this to me. I wish to thoroughly examine the fruits of my experiments from years past." Kabuto, ever obedient to Orochimaru's commands and steadfast in his belief in him, redirected his attention towards the spectators. Sakura. The battle between the two medical ninjas did not involve much life-and-death struggle, for both remained deeply concerned about Naruto. The conflict between Yamato and Orochimaru was merely a superficial engagement, lacking any substantial attacks. Yamato was particularly troubled, as he had to constantly guard against Orochimaru's assaults while simultaneously protecting Naruto from fatal harm, all the while monitoring Naruto's degree of transformation into a beast, which left him increasingly agitated. He desperately needed assistance, but upon seeing Sakura engaged in combat with Kabuto and unable to lend a hand, he scanned the surroundings for Sai, only to be met with dismay at his absence. This boy had been placed among them by Danzo. His failure to appear was surely suspect. Was it possible that Danzo intended for Sai to utilize Orochimaru's power to destroy Konoha? The tragic events of years past must not be allowed to repeat themselves. Yamato cast a glance at Orochimaru's sinister smile and mused that the latter clearly was not attempting to strike a lethal blow. Rather, he seemed to be deliberately guiding Yamato into making his moves, evidently stalling for time to allow Sai to execute Danzo's orders. Though anxiety gnawed at him, he could not turn away from the increasingly severe state of Naruto's transformation into a tailed beast. All of this was observed by Wang Yu, who watched as Sai, the pale-faced youth, seized the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos of battle. Sai was undoubtedly seeking Sasuke. Wang Yu decided to follow him. He endeavored to suppress his presence, stealthily trailing Sai to a dark cavern entrance. If his instincts were correct, this location lay directly above Orochimaru's secret base, and the entrance was likely one of its access points. Sai lingered at the cave's mouth, refraining from entering, instead casting furtive glances as if awaiting someone. Indeed, Orochimaru maintained contact with Danzo, who was the only man in Konoha standing behind Orochimaru. Soon, both Orochimaru and Kabuto appeared near the cave entrance, and upon seeing Orochimaru, Sai did not engage in combat or flee. Rather, he calmly produced a document to hand over to Orochimaru. Orochimaru perused the document, sneering softly before exchanging a few words with Sai. Due to the distance, Wang Yu could not discern the content of their conversation. It was evident that these two shadowy figures were secretly negotiating something nefarious. After Orochimaru finished reviewing the document, the group immediately entered the cave. Once they vanished from sight, Yamato, Naruto, and Sakura arrived at the cave entrance, engaged in brief discussion before also venturing inside. The underground was now bustling with activity, and Wang Yu, concealed at a distance, quietly observed, harboring no intention of intervening, patiently awaiting their emergence. As anticipated, an hour later, a tremendous explosion reverberated from below, creating a crater with a diameter of 100 meters. A figure leaped to the edge of the crater, brandishing a Kusanagi sword, bare-chested and sporting an extravagant hairstyle. At the bottom of the pit, Sai crouched, panting heavily, his body marred with numerous injuries, his once fair visage now pallid. Moments after the deafening blast, Yamato and the others soon emerged, and images of Sasuke with Naruto and Sakura flashed through Wang Yu's mind, Sakura pleading for Sasuke to return, Naruto urging Sasuke to come back, yet all of it was in vain. At this moment, under the meticulous guidance of Orochimaru, Sasuke has experienced a tremendous enhancement in power, and his thoughts have ascended to a remarkably elevated standard. No longer does he deny the bond between himself and Naruto, however, he harbors aspirations that soar even higher, compelling him to relinquish that seemingly futile connection. A cold gleam flickers as the Kusanagi sword is drawn, and Sasuke has already materialized beside Naruto. In that instant, he resolves to sever that slender thread of connection. From the frigid, merciless gaze of Sasuke, Naruto perceives an unwavering resolve. The conviction he has held steadfastly within crumbles in an instant, like an avalanche. His eyes void of emotion, he stands motionless from a distance, offering no resistance to Sasuke's ruthless strike. The longsword slips from his grasp, and blood splatters. Chapter 29, the second transaction with Orochimaru at an indeterminate moment. Sai found himself positioned between Sasuke and Naruto, his left hand resting upon Naruto's shoulder while his right arm hung limply at his side. Blood gushed from a wound on his back, trickling down his slightly slumped left shoulder and dripping onto his dangling hand. The sound of dripping echoed in the stillness, the rhythmic plop of blood striking the ground resonating distinctly, even audible to Wang Yu, standing 100 meters away. Naruto felt Sai's heartbeat weakening against his shoulder, his gaze fixed on the expressionless Sasuke, whose pupils were constricting in a manner that spoke volumes. Sasuke, is the bond between us so fragile? In the distance, Sakura stood frozen, a mere spectator to the unfolding tragedy. Since Sasuke's arrival, he had not cast a single glance her way. She had become, in his eyes, nothing more than a farcical joke. How absurdly comical her existence seemed in that moment. Sasuke observed Sai's selfless act of shielding Naruto from a fatal strike, a mocking glint flickering in his eyes. With a disdainful huff, he raised the Kusanagi sword once more. The blade crackled with lightning, imbued with the power of Raidon, poised to cleave both Sai and Naruto asunder in a single stroke. Events unfolded with alarming rapidity. Yamato, witnessing the burgeoning lightning, found himself too far away to intervene. Staring in disbelief at Sasuke's impending strike, he hastily formed hand seals, realizing too late that the sword was perilously close to both Naruto and Sai. The distance was insurmountable, and he felt a cold sweat beat upon his brow. Would Naruto perish before his very eyes? How could he ever explain this to the Hokage? Naruto could scarcely fathom that a once dear friend would now aim his blade at him. His face was illuminated by the electric glow, rendering him ghostly pale, as the atmosphere thickened with an impending sense of death, growing ever more tangible with the approach of the lightning. Suddenly, the electric surge halted. The Kusanagi was ensnared by several serpentine appendages, each as thick as a thumb, binding it immovably in place. Sasuke gazed at the serpents coiling around his sword, a look of deep confusion clouding his features. Although he was oblivious to Orochimaru's intentions, he nevertheless began to withdraw the Kusanagi, his resolve unwavering. Orochimaru and Kabuto appeared on either side of Sasuke. Upon witnessing Sasuke retract the Kusanagi, Orochimaru exhaled a silent sigh of relief, adjusting his expression to one of solemnity as he addressed Sasuke. Leave Naruto alive to confront the Akatsuki, he may yet eliminate a few members. Sasuke did not respond to Orochimaru's strained rationale, fully aware of the latter's past alliance with Tsunagakure in their assault on Konohagakure. It made little sense to spare the Jinchuriki of strategic significance. However, Sasuke dismissed Orochimaru's ulterior motives, as long as the latter continued to facilitate his quest for strength. Driven perpetually by the specter of that man, Orochimaru seemed to sense the inadequacy of his justification and chose not to linger on the topic. Noticing that Sasuke had sheathed his sword, he hurriedly departed with Kabuto, leaving behind a scene of chaos for Naruto and the others. As Wang Yu observed Orochimaru departing with Sasuke and Naruto, he glanced at Naruto and the others at the bottom of the pit. shook his head slightly in a gesture of sympathy, and resolved to follow Orochimaru, eager to reunite with this old acquaintance. In a secluded valley, Wang Yu, clad in a robe adorned with auspicious clouds, appeared before Orochimaru and his companions, obstructing their path. Orochimaru, it has been quite some time. How has your practice of techniques been of late? Wang Yu inquired. Orochimaru halted his steps, positioning Sasuke and Kabuto behind him, and replied with a sinister smile, You. Since joining the Akatsuki, your strength has evidently grown. I notice you appear somewhat pallid. I presume your battle with the demonized Naruto took quite a toll on you. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed as he realized Wang Yu had likely witnessed everything that transpired at the Heavenly Bridge, stirring a sense of caution within him. Did Wang Yu intend to ensnare him like a mantis stalking a cicada? His expression hardened. We are no longer on the same boat. Let us speak plainly. Wang Yu bore no ill intent. He merely sought to inquire about the tailed beasts, knowing that someone like Orochimaru would possess a wealth of information. After expressing his lack of malice, Wang Yu unveiled his intentions. Orochimaru chuckled softly, maintaining his forward stance without indication of relaxing, and retorted, The Akatsuki possesses boundless power. What information could you possibly need that would require my intrusion? Wang Yu's countenance displayed discomfort as he replied helplessly, Scorpion has always been responsible for the Akatsuki's intelligence. But alas, with his demise, my sources have diminished significantly. Moreover, as you are aware, I have recently joined the Akatsuki and lack knowledge on certain matters. Understanding the implications of Wang Yu's words, and aware of Kabuto's role as a double agent, Orochimaru found a degree of truth in his statement. Observing Wang Yu's earnest expression, he pondered for a moment before responding slowly. I do possess some information regarding the tailed beasts, yet you must understand, I, Orochimaru, will not divulge it without cause. What can you offer that might pique my interest? What I seek is the sword you wielded against Scorpion in the Akatsuki's hall, Wang Yu answered. His right hand forming a seal, and a sound reminiscent of a sword's chime emanated from between his brows. A flash of white light erupted, revealing the Kusanagi sword, which glimmered with an eerie chill beneath the silvery moonlight, spinning ceaselessly in midair. In that moment, Orochimaru truly comprehended. The Kusanagi sword had indeed been projected from Wang Yu's forehead, its speed so remarkable that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Orochimaru scrutinized the sword as it hovered and spun, recognizing its familiar yet foreign nature, his face reflecting astonishment. The first time he had witnessed Wang Yu's swordsmanship. It had appeared instantaneously at Scorpion's forehead, leaving an indelible shock upon him. Had he not been prepared? There was no doubt he would have been unable to defend against that strike. Bathed in the moon's glow, two pairs of eyes behind Orochimaru gleamed with an unusual light, revealing distinct emotions of shock, envy, and greed. Wang Yu gazed at the three individuals across from him, a look of profound satisfaction gracing his features. With a mere thought, a bolt of lightning surged forth from the tip of his right index finger, enveloping the Kusanagi sword in a crackling embrace. In an instant, the sword was shrouded in electric energy, sporadic bursts of lightning dancing around it. The Kusanagi, aglow with sparks, circled Wang Yu before swiftly plunging into his forehead with a soft whoosh. Sasuke, gripping his own Kusanagi sword at his back, felt the surge of power within him, his face reflecting an insatiable greed for strength. Unable to contain himself, he took a step forward, only to be halted by Orochimaru. Very well, the deal is struck. I shall impart to you the knowledge of the tailed beasts, and in return, you will teach me the ninjutsu you just demonstrated. Wang Yu, observing Orochimaru's eager demeanor, recognized that it was time to renegotiate the terms. Orochimaru, this is not our first collaboration, yet I have one more condition, he declared, gesturing towards Kabuto, who stood behind Orochimaru. Chapter 30. The two-tailed Jinchuriki. Kabuto looked perplexed, contemplating how he could possibly be of significance to Wang Yu. Having only met him for the second time, Orochimaru appeared somewhat astonished, as Kabuto was his trusted confidant, and he was unaware of Wang Yu's intentions towards him. What is your plan, Yu? Wang Yu smiled and replied, It's not that I distrust you, Orochimaru. You are well aware of the immense power of the tailed beasts. I am concerned that I may not be able to confront them alone, hence I require assistance, preferably someone skilled in medical ninjutsu. At this moment, Orochimaru discerned Wang Yu's true thoughts. He wished to take Kabuto along, both to ensure the authenticity of the information and to keep him under control. No one understood Kabuto better than Orochimaru. They had known each other since the Third Shinobi World War, when Orochimaru first met the young Kabuto. Later, Kabuto joined Konoha and became a subordinate of Danzo, serving as a spy across various nations. Due to his possession of numerous secrets, Danzo sought to eliminate him. At a critical juncture, Orochimaru rescued Kabuto, and since then, Kabuto had remained unwaveringly loyal to him. It could be said that Kabuto was Orochimaru's only family at present. Regarding Kabuto's abilities, Orochimaru generously imparted his research findings and provided guidance in ninjutsu. After aligning with Orochimaru, Kabuto resumed his espionage activities. Aware of the dangers inherent in this line of work, Orochimaru specifically taught Kabuto escape techniques, while his combat skills might barely qualify as elite. His survival skills were undoubtedly of S-rank caliber. Thus, Orochimaru harbored little concern about Kabuto being by Wang Yu's side, as it would also facilitate the gathering of intelligence regarding him. Orochimaru exchanged a glance with Kabuto and smiled at Wang Yu. Very well. Now please share the ninjutsu you demonstrated earlier. There was no urgency for Orochimaru. Once he and Kabuto successfully captured the tailed beast, he would naturally provide Kabuto with the techniques. At that point, should Kabuto have any questions, he could seek clarification from Orochimaru, which seemed more beneficial. Having previously engaged in a transaction with Wang Yu, Orochimaru understood his temperament and did not express any objections. However, Sasuke, who had been observing Wang Yu closely for some time, could no longer contain himself. He had deduced that Wang Yu did not possess any scrolls or similar items, and surmised that if Wang Yu agreed to exchange ninjutsu, it would likely only be a verbal transmission, which he could overhear. Should Orochimaru acquiesce to Wang Yu's request, Wang Yu might privately impart the ninjutsu to Kabuto, but under no circumstances would Kabuto divulge it to Sasuke. Consequently, Sasuke's only recourse to obtain such techniques would depend on Orochimaru's disposition. Sasuke stepped forward and addressed Wang Yu. Senior, I wish to accompany you in capturing the tailed beast. Wang Yu met Sasuke's eager gaze, which seemed to plead for assistance. Although he had contemplated using Sasuke as a bargaining chip, he found him too perilous to handle. Firstly, Orochimaru would undoubtedly refuse, as he was aware that the time for Orochimaru to switch bodies was imminent. He would never allow Sasuke to roam freely with him. Should he inadvertently lose Sasuke, the repercussions would be dire. Secondly, and most importantly, Sasuke is Itachi's younger brother. As long as Sasuke is by my side, he will undoubtedly attract Itachi's attention. I am not keen on drawing the gaze of the Hokage, who stands as the pinnacle of power, especially when my own strength has yet to reach a sufficient level. As I anticipated, I was unable to refuse the future that awaited me. Orochimaru had already spoken. Sasuke, you can concentrate on training at the base. Kabuto possesses ample practical experience, and there will be no issues. Rest assured, when Kabuto returns, he will impart this ninjutsu to you as well. Sasuke seemed to feel as though Orochimaru could see through him. The fervent gaze he had just emitted dissipated, retreating deep within his heart. He took 2 steps back, positioning himself behind Orochimaru, indicating his compliance, and fell silent. Orochimaru, may our collaboration be fruitful. Kabuto, let us depart. Orochimaru glanced once more at Kabuto, and after sharing a mutual understanding, Kabuto nodded solemnly before approaching Wang Yu. Senior, shall we set off now? Although Wang Yu appeared to be of similar age to Kabuto, out of respect, Kabuto chose to address him as senior. Wang Yu graciously accepted the title, recalling how he had been revered in his previous life. Lead the way. Kabuto pointed towards the direction of the hidden cloud village and proceeded ahead to guide Wang Yu. Beneath the luminous moonlight, Wang Yu cast a glance at Orochimaru, whose expression was inscrutable, devoid of any visible emotion. He then looked at Sasuke, whose delicate features were shrouded in Orochimaru's shadow, obscuring any expression. He couldn't help but let out a slight sigh. The human heart is indeed difficult to fathom. Turning his gaze forward, he noticed Kabuto waiting for him not far ahead, prompting him to quicken his pace. Orochimaru observed Wang Yu and Kabuto fade into the moonlight, and, with a hint of weariness in his voice, remarked, "Let us go, Sasuke. We shall return to the base." Sasuke did not respond to Orochimaru's words, but silently trailed behind him, resembling a mere shadow, maintaining a respectful distance. 2 days later, under Kabuto's guidance, they arrived at a bamboo grove within the hidden cloud village. Kabuto stated, Senior, according to reports, the Two Tails, Uten, was subdued by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and entrusted to the hidden cloud village. The current Jinchuriki of the Two Tails is a resident of this bamboo grove. Wang Yu was acutely aware of the power held by tailed beasts. Given his current foundational level of strength, confronting a tailed beast would likely prove arduous and potentially life-threatening. It was imperative to first comprehend the weaknesses of the Jinchuriki before launching a surprise attack. Kabuto, do you know how well the Two Tails Jinchuriki is integrated? Is it akin to Naruto, who is difficult to control? After a moment of contemplation, Kabuto replied, Senior, from the information I have gathered, the Jinchuriki has integrated exceptionally well with the Two Tails. While he may not be a perfect Jinchuriki, he is certainly not comparable to Naruto of the Leaf Village. Fully aware that his purpose in following Wang Yu was to assist in capturing a tailed beast, Kabuto felt uncertain about Wang Yu's exact capabilities. As he was not particularly skilled in combat, recklessly attacking the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails would yield uncertain consequences. Therefore, he felt the need to assess Wang Yu's strength first and asked earnestly, Esteemed Senior, the destructive power of the tailed beasts is unparalleled by ordinary shinobi. I am curious if you have any plans for capturing these formidable creatures. At that time, Wang Yu was solely focused on locating the tailed beasts and absorbing their monstrous energy to elevate his own realm, yet he overlooked the crucial aspect of actually capturing them. In previous attempts to capture the One Tail, it was always Deidara who bravely took the lead, while I contributed little to the endeavor. Now, confronted with the prospect of facing a tailed beast myself, I find myself at a loss. Chapter 31. The significance of Wang Yu gazed into the unfathomable depths of the jungle before him and turned his head towards Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto, are you capable of using the impure world reincarnation now? Kabuto adjusted his spectacles, a look of astonishment crossing his face. The clandestine research he had conducted with Orochimaru regarding the impure world reincarnation was known to no one else. How could Wang Yu possibly be aware of such matters? Moreover, even Orochimaru's application of this technique was not comprehensive, let alone Kabuto's rudimentary understanding of it. Senior, I cannot. Wang Yu, in his desperation, recalled that Kabuto had mastered the impure world reincarnation only in the later stages of the Fourth Hokage's era, a time when Orochimaru had already been consumed by Sasuke. He surveyed the jungle, knowing that within it resided the Two Tails Jinchuriki. If he could absorb that power, his stagnant cultivation would surely flourish, perhaps even allowing him to break through once more. He understood that in this world, strength was paramount. His cautious approach stemmed from his own inadequacy. He urgently needed to elevate his prowess, to unleash his potential within this realm, and to have a chance to confront the otherworldly being, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Perhaps even face the calamity of the heavens again. Lost in these thoughts, Wang Yu scratched his head, akin to a famished individual confronted with a feast yet unable to partake. He glanced back at Yakushi Kabuto, suddenly struck by an idea. He scrutinized Kabuto from head to toe, recalling the ninja techniques that had left the deepest impression on him: shadow clone technique, body replacement technique, and the substitution technique, which were nearly universal among ninjas. Why not send Kabuto to engage the wood clone? After all, he possesses the three bodies technique for self-preservation. I could seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Even if I cannot eliminate the opponent in one blow, I could still inflict significant injury. With a mischievous grin, Wang Yu addressed Kabuto. Kabuto, you've witnessed the formidable power of my flying sword. Yet if the opponent is on guard, it would be difficult to strike true. Thus, I require you to divert their attention while I execute my ambush. Kabuto wore a look of resignation. He had merely been tasked by Orochimaru to guide Wang Yu and found himself ensnared in peril. If it comes to it, I shall simply refuse. Orochimaru would not go so far as to take my life. Senior, my abilities are insufficient to contend with the wood clone. I fear I cannot fulfill this task. Wang Yu furrowed his brow, his tone softening. Kabuto, you misunderstand me. I do not intend for you to engage the wood clone in a life and death struggle. Merely throw some shurikens from a distance to attract its attention. Should it charge at you, simply retreat. I shall not hold it against you. Noticing a shift in Kabuto's expression, Wang Yu continued, once the Two Tails Jinchuriki has been vanquished, I will promptly teach you the secrets of the flying sword. As for whether you return to report, I shall not inquire. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Kabuto was taken aback, hastily kneeling with sweat beading on his forehead. Senior, you jest. Orochimaru has bestowed upon me the gift of rebirth. I would never betray him. Kabuto's loyalty prompted Wang Yu to regard him with newfound respect. He bent down, extending his hands to assist Kabuto to his feet, speaking gently. Kabuto, that was not my intention. I merely wished to understand. What is the significance of your existence? Yao Shirdo gazed at the gentle expression on Wang Yu's fair visage. When their eyes met, he quickly lowered his gaze, avoiding Wang Yu's penetrating look, his eyes growing somewhat vacant. The meaning of existence? Do found himself ensnared in memories he had long cherished yet dared not confront. During the Third Shinobi World War, he had suffered a head injury that rendered him unconscious, collapsing beneath a grand tree. Upon awakening, he felt a soothing warmth at his head, akin to the intoxicating embrace of winter sunlight. Slowly opening his eyes, he beheld the most significant person of his life. With hands tenderly placed upon his head to heal his wounds, the gentle, sweet face illuminated by the sun revealed crescent-shaped eyes, which sparkled as she inquired, "How did you end up here, little one?" Yet, Do could not recall anything. He had forgotten his parents, his village, even his age. Fortunately, the medical ninja who saved him took him in, a profound gift for Do, who was now an orphan amidst the ravages of war. Her name was Yao Shi Yinayu, a benevolent director of a children's home in Konoha. After tending to Do's injuries, Yinayu picked up an abandoned helmet from nearby trenches and placed it atop Do's small head. "Little one, wear this helmet properly. You mustn't hurt your head again." Listening to her melodious voice, Do nodded eagerly, a smile gracing his lips. Thus, he found a place to belong. The simple helmet inspired Yinayu to bestow upon her rescued child the name Do. Henceforth, Yao Shi Yinayu became the emotional anchor for Do. Although he had lost his past memories, he now possessed a new life. He belonged to the orphanage of Konoha, with Yinayu as his mother. And he was named Yao Shi Do. When Do first entered the orphanage, he consistently missed the lights-out time, prompting the strict dormitory matron to pull him before the clock, revealing that he was severely myopic. However, the impoverished orphanage lacked the means to provide him with glasses, so the director generously gifted him her own pair. "I hope the prescription fits," Yinayu said, her eyes filled with affection as she watched Do don the glasses, speaking softly. Overwhelmed with tears, Do expressed his gratitude. From that moment on, the glasses became an intrinsic part of Yao Shi Do. Regardless of the identities he would assume in the future or the fierce battles he would endure, he wore them with utmost care. For they were the only gift he had ever received in his life of destitution. As Do grew, under the careful guidance of the director, he mastered exceptional medical ninjutsu. During an event where the orphanage assisted Konoha ninjas in caring for the wounded, he encountered Orochimaru. At that time, Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin and a formidable candidate for the next Hokage. He immediately recognized Do's extraordinary talent and sought to recruit him. However, Do wished only to serve the orphanage, to remain by the director's side and share in her responsibilities. This was his utmost aspiration. Observing Do's clear-eyed determination, Orochimaru chose not to press further. That very night, Orochimaru, alongside Danzo and Aburame Shirhai, arrived at the orphanage. Under the cover of darkness, Do stealthily followed the trio to the director's office. It turns out that Director Yinayu possesses another identity. Once serving as the foremost elite of the Root Organization's intelligence division, known as the Wandering Priestess. Danzo expressed that Konoha would soon engage in a fierce conflict with the IWA shinobi and hoped she would infiltrate the Iwagakure to gather intelligence. However, Director Yinayu declined, asserting that she had severed ties with the Root Organization and would no longer obey Danzo's commands. Yet, the cunning Danzo would not easily relinquish his ambitions. He resorted to leveraging the safety of the orphanage as a means of coercion. Caught in a tumultuous struggle, Director Yinayu ultimately acquiesced to Danzo's demands for the sake of the orphanage she had established. At that moment, Orochimaru emerged from behind Danzo, proposing an additional condition to select one child from the orphanage to join the Root. It was evident that Orochimaru's target was none other than Kabuto. Chapter 32. Seeking immortal arts in his youth, Kabuto found himself devoid of choices, subsequently becoming a spy for the Root Organization. As time unfolded, he lingered covertly among various nations, providing a wealth of intelligence to Konoha. His prowess did not disappoint Orochimaru, and he gained the favor of Danzo. However, he was unaware that the more information he acquired, the greater the peril he faced. Ultimately, it was not adversaries who sought to eliminate him, but his own comrades. Danzo had meticulously devised a silencing plan the moment he took Kabuto in, and cruelly, the one tasked with executing this plan was none other than the headmistress, the Wandering Priestess Nanoyu. Upon returning to the Root, the headmistress was promptly dispatched to Iwagakure for a long-term assignment. Throughout these years, she could only glean insights about Kabuto through photographs, but as he matured, Danzo orchestrated the gradual replacement of those images with that of another individual. Thus, when she received a mission from Danzo and beheld the photograph, she assented without a moment's hesitation. Kabuto, in a state of panic, inadvertently killed her, wholly unaware that the person before him was the very one who had once nurtured him. In his final moments, Kabuto placed the glasses she had given him upon her face, repeatedly uttering, "I am Kabuto." Yet, the headmistress posed the question that shattered him. "Who are you?" This blow was devastating for Kabuto, He was originally an orphan bereft of memories, saved by the headmistress who had given him a name and a sense of self. Even as he became a spy for the Root organization, cloaked in deception, he had held on to the belief that at least one person remembered the true him. Now, however, that person had forgotten him entirely. In a haze of confusion, Kabuto wandered to the riverbank. Removing his glasses and gazing vacantly at his reflection in the water. Who am I, and why does she not recognize me? At that moment, Orochimaru suddenly emerged from the depths. I remember you, Kabuto, he exclaimed with enthusiasm. Kabuto hastily donned his glasses and instinctively fell back into a combat stance. Orochimaru regarded the youth before him with excitement, aware that this boy would serve his purposes well. Orochimaru disclosed to Kabuto the intricate designs Danzo and the Root organization had orchestrated regarding him and the headmistress. Kabuto recalled that fateful night when two of Danzo's associates included Orochimaru, and he immediately realized that Orochimaru's presence here was to eliminate him. Fueled by rage, Kabuto charged forward, wielding his most adept chakra scalpel to rend Orochimaru asunder. Orochimaru did not evade, standing resolutely as Kabuto's scalpel sliced through him relentlessly. Kabuto retreated, maintaining his combat stance, breathless as he regarded Orochimaru's corpse. Yet, Orochimaru reappeared before him, shedding his old form like a serpent. He clarified his intentions, asserting he would not heed Danzo's commands. He had recognized Kabuto's potential long ago and had even urged Danzo to recruit him into the Root organization. Orochimaru illuminated a path for Kabuto, suggesting that the answers to who he was and the meaning of life could be discovered through the accumulation of all the world's intelligence, which could not possibly elude him. Gradually, Kabuto withdrew the chakra from his hands, his heart wavering. Orochimaru extended an invitation to Kabuto to join him in the creation of the Sound Village, with the shared ambition of unraveling the truths of this world. Having just lost everything, Kabuto chose to follow Orochimaru, not out of obligation, but as a decision of his own volition. The quest to gather all the intelligence in the world bestowed upon him a faint sense of reality. Under the combined intellect of Orochimaru and Kabuto, the new village swiftly rose to prominence. Simultaneously, Kabuto engaged in his specialty of espionage, infiltrating the Akatsuki as a subordinate of Sasori, only to later return to Orochimaru as a double agent, furnishing him with vital information about the organization. Later, he returned to Konoha, masquerading as an inconspicuous genin to participate in the Chunin exams, gathering intelligence on the ninjas from various villages. Among his most critical missions were coordinating an attack on Konoha alongside Orochimaru and investigating information related to Uchiha Sasuke. Although circumstances evolved unpredictably, they generally progressed positively. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, met his demise, and Sasuke gravitated toward Orochimaru, destined to become his vessel 3 years hence. However, a lingering grievance gnawed at Kabuto. During Orochimaru's assault on Konoha in collaboration with the Sand Village, he had failed to eliminate Danzo, the man responsible for the death of someone who had been pivotal in Kabuto's life, yet who now thrived. Abruptly, he felt a gentle pat on his shoulder, rousing him from his reverie. Adjusting his glasses, he gazed at Wang Yu, whose demeanor radiated kindness. The meaning of life eludes me, Kabuto confessed, but I know that the first step is to survive. Surviving is no trivial matter. It demands the acceptance of others. Otherwise, what differentiates surviving from the wretched existence of a dying dog? Acceptance? The word struck Kabuto with profound impact. During his time in the Root organization of Konoha, he had lurked in the shadows, observing the lofty aristocrats of the village. How he longed to walk beneath the sun, basking in the respectful gazes of others. Yet, he was merely an orphan abandoned by war, devoid of noble lineage or bloodline limits, just a pawn in the hands of the powerful. Kabuto, you must not only survive, but also possess formidable strength to command respect and even admiration, Wang Yu intoned gravely, his eyes glinting with intensity as he regarded the lost Kabuto. Kabuto, who had always been viewed as a mere tool, had never contemplated such profound questions. Yet, who would not yearn for such transcendence? Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that Orochimaru valued his talents in medical ninjutsu and intelligence gathering, not in raw power. With a downcast gaze, he shook his head despondently. Senior, strength is tied to lineage and blood. How could I dare to aspire to such heights? Kabuto, as a medical ninja, you surely have a grasp of chakra. Now, observe the chakra I wield, Wang Yu declared, as a pale yellow flame flickered to life in his palm. Kabuto closed his eyes, held his breath, and slowly attuned himself to the aura emanating from the flame in Wang Yu's hand. Sage art. Pharmacist Do had previously sensed a similar aura emanating from the myriad serpents summoned by Orochimaru, the slug of Tsunade, and the toad of Jiraiya. Yet none compared to the intensity of the flickering flame held in Wang Yu's grasp. A sage? Could it be that my esteemed predecessor is a sage? At this moment, Pharmacist Do was utterly astonished, struggling to fathom what he was experiencing. He knew all too well the arduous path to becoming a sage. Orochimaru had once shared tales of his journey to the Dragon Cave, revealing that he sought the White Snake Sage for the art of senjutsu. However, due to his body's inability to withstand the overwhelming sage power, he became obsessed with finding a superior vessel. Esteemed predecessor, sage, might you impart the art of senjutsu to me? Pharmacist Do knelt halfway, expressing his reverence. Chapter 33. The fierce battle with the two-tailed beast. Wang Yu hurriedly helped Yukushi Kabuto to his feet, grasping the latter's shoulders with a tone imbued with sincerity. Kabuto, from now on, we are brothers. Since you are older than I am, I shall call you brother, and you may call me younger brother. As Kabuto felt the warmth emanating from Wang Yu's grip, he was reminded of a sensation he had not experienced in years. Countless nights had passed with an inner yearning for a warm family, a sense of belonging and familial affection. That elusive warmth, now palpable, stirred a profound emotion within him. Though Kabuto might harbor other thoughts, even a mere semblance of kinship was enough to compel him to lay down his life. Tears welled uncontrollably in his eyes. Wang Yu, too, contemplated his current standing in the world of Naruto, where his abilities could, at best, be likened to that of an elite jonin. Capturing a tailed beast and absorbing its power to summon Kagaya Otsutsuki would require more than just individual strength. Moreover, the Akatsuki organization, with Nagato's backing from Obito and Uchiha Madara, left the potential for future relations uncertain, be it friend or foe. It was prudent to enlist someone trustworthy to assist him, someone with latent potential. After careful consideration, Yukushi Kabuto emerged as a fitting candidate. Notably, Kabuto possessed the capacity to endure the sage power infusion from the Richido, which could eventually lead him to attain an almost perfect sage body, eliminating concerns of conflicting cultivation paths. Brother, Wang Yu continued, the only condition is that you must relinquish the chakra within you. Kabuto trembled slightly at this notion. He had anticipated sacrifices in pursuing sage techniques, yet he had not expected to abandon nearly 20 years of effort. He was acutely aware of his limitations. Achieving a level comparable to Kakashi without the Sharingan was the pinnacle of his potential. The thought of Kakashi merely serving the elite of Konoha did not appeal to him. He desired neither to be anyone's pawn nor to lose the newfound sense of family he had begun to cherish. Yet, he found himself caught in a web of indecision. Wang Yu observed Kabuto's hesitation. Recognizing the signs that he might be on the verge of forsaking nearly 2 decades of chakra cultivation, without waiting for a response, he embraced Kabuto once more. Brother, there is another path that does not require you to abandon your chakra cultivation. A look of relief washed over Kabuto's face as he gazed at Wang Yu with newfound hope. Younger brother, what do you propose? As long as you bring me to Richido, I possess a method to have the White Snake Sage teach you the sage techniques of Richido. Richido, that seems feasible. After all, I have been with Orochimaru for years, and I only need a reverse summoning technique to reach Richido. However, even Orochimaru has yet to gain the White Snake Sage's approval. Can I truly achieve this? Wang Yu gently patted Kabuto's back, exuding confidence. Brother, rest assured. Once I master my sage techniques, Richido and Mayaboku will obediently heed my command. Yet, Kabuto remained somewhat hesitant. Although Wang Yu's words resonated with him, his inherent caution kept a flicker of skepticism in his heart as he regarded Wang Yu with a watchful eye. As I gazed into Wang Yu's earnest eyes, feeling the warmth of his hands resting on my shoulders, the realization dawned upon me that retreating was no longer an option, especially since I yearned to test my own mettle. After all, what Wang Yu promised aligned perfectly with my innermost aspirations. I place my trust in you. With a reassuring affirmation from Yukushi Kabuto, I gradually released my grip on his shoulders, the tension in my face easing considerably. Turning my back to him, I directed my gaze towards the bamboo grove where the two-tails Jinchuriki resided, speaking in a hushed tone. Brother, we must seize the opportunity to capture the two-tails. From the perspective of the Akatsuki, Haiden is likely on his way here as well. Yukushi Kabuto observed Wang Yu's back, a wave of emotion washing over him. He was taken aback by the trust Wang Yu had placed in him, a level of confidence that even Orochimaru had never bestowed upon him. Very well, Yu. Let us proceed according to our original plan. With Wang Yu placing his trust in Yakushi Kabuto, he too was thoroughly prepared. At the moment he turned, two swirling blades of wind coalesced in his hands, ready to be unleashed at a moment's notice. Watching Yakushi Kabuto charge into the bamboo grove with unwavering resolve, I felt a surge of determination within me. Rest assured, Yakushi Kabuto, I shall fulfill my promise to you. Moments later, the bamboo grove trembled, indicating a significant disturbance within. Likely a sign that Yakushi Kabuto had engaged the wood release user. In an instant, Wang Yu darted into the grove, concealing his presence as he moved stealthily like a monkey, leaping from bamboo stalk to stalk in search of the wood release user and Yakushi Kabuto. Suddenly, a wave of energy surged towards him, prompting Wang Yu to swiftly conjure a wind barrier for protection. As the gust dissipated, Yakushi Kabuto's form was propelled towards him, akin to a leaf caught in the wind. Wang Yu deftly caught the approaching Yakushi Kabuto, who was now clad in tattered clothing, blood seeping from various wounds. Lying in Wang Yu's embrace, Yakushi Kabuto appeared weary, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Noticing the concern etched on Wang Yu's face, he managed a faint smile, gesturing with his eyes through the lenses of his glasses. In that instant, Wang Yu comprehended that the wood release user had undergone tailed beast transformation and was now poised to deliver a fatal blow to Yakushi Kabuto. The implication was clear. It was the perfect moment for Wang Yu to conceal himself and launch a surprise attack. Without hesitation, Wang Yu gently set Yakushi Kabuto down on the ground, offering him a resolute glance before vanishing from sight. Yakushi Kabuto let out a silent sigh of relief. Propping himself up as green chakra began to emanate from his hands, utilizing his remaining energy to mend his wounds. Before he could fully recover, a menacing aura engulfed him, and a blue feline creature with two tails materialized before his eyes. Despite the formidable sight, Yakushi Kabuto displayed no hint of fear. Instead, his expression bore a sense of tragic valor. Drawing several shuriken from his pouch, he infused them with wind chakra and hurled them towards the blue creature. The shuriken whistled through the air, effortlessly slicing through the bamboo and leaves in their path as they approached the two-tails. The two-tailed beast's eyes fixated on the flying shuriken, seemingly incensed by such an absurd display of provocation. With a thunderous roar, a shockwave erupted, scattering the incoming shuriken. Tilting its head back, it opened its gaping maw, drawing in the chaotic energies surrounding it, causing the entire bamboo grove to sway violently. Bamboo leaves fluttered in disarray as an ever-increasing amalgamation of diverse spiritual energies coalesced, forming a black-tailed beast orb the size of a basketball. Yoshido, sensing the terrifying energy contained within the beast orb, realized it was too late to flee, his heart pounding anxiously as he wondered why Wang Yu had yet to make a move. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder resonated through the sky, as a bolt of lightning descended with the swiftness of a flash, piercing directly into the gaping maw of the two-tailed beast. Chapter 34. Success. The tailed beast ball was forcefully pressed into the belly of the two tails. Its abdomen swelled like an ever-inflating balloon, expanding its entire form. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Yu emerged from the bamboo grove, swiftly scooping up the astonished Yakushi Kabuto, offering no time for explanation before fleeing into the distance. As they ran, Wang Yu called out with urgency, "Sword, come forth." From the bulging abdomen of the two tails, a glimmer of white light erupted, transforming into a flying sword that shot back toward Wang Yu. The brilliant flash pierced his brow, and shortly thereafter, a tremendous explosion resonated behind them. The tailed beast ball, infused with the lightning power of the flying sword, detonated within the two tails. The shockwave from the explosion surged towards them, prompting Wang Yu to quickly find cover, enveloping both of them in a protective barrier of wind. As the tumult subsided, they cautiously peered out, witnessing the devastation wrought upon the bamboo grove, where lay a battered wooden figure. Wang Yu placed his hand at the nape of Yakushi Kabuto's neck, channeling his inner spiritual energy through his palm to traverse the 12 major meridians within Yakushi Kabuto's body, mending the injuries sustained. The pallor of fatigue on Yakushi Kabuto's face gradually regained a hint of color. Once he sensed that Yakushi Kabuto was no longer in critical condition, Wang Yu retracted his energy, allowing Yakushi Kabuto to continue his healing process independently. Feeling a cool sensation coursing through his neck, Yakushi Kabuto followed the energy as it navigated through his meridians, swiftly repairing the damaged muscle tissue and bones. In less than 2 minutes, most of his injuries had healed significantly. What remarkable medical ninjutsu is this, allowing for such rapid recovery? He mused, watching Wang Yu as he moved to collect the remains, affirming his choice with newfound conviction. Wang Yu reached the epicenter of the explosion, where the wooden figure had transformed from its tailed beast form into a body that was nearly unrecognizable as human. As he placed his hand upon the figure, he could still faintly detect the weak pulse of its heart. The life force of a Jinchuriki was indeed formidable. Such an explosion had failed to extinguish it. This was fortuitous, for he could absorb the majority of the tailed beast's power while leaving a breath of life for Pain, achieving two objectives in one endeavor. Wang Yu hoisted the half-lifeless wooden figure and approached Yakushi Kabuto. Brother, hold on a moment. We must leave this place. The commotion we just caused will surely attract the attention of the nearby hidden Cloud Village ninjas. We need to find a safe haven to tend to your wounds. And I also need to absorb the demonic energy from the two tails. Yakushi Kabuto had no reason to refuse. As an intelligence operative, he was acutely aware of the formidable experts within the hidden Cloud Village, whose military strength rivaled that of Konoha. Remaining here would be tantamount to awaiting death. Nodding in agreement, he struggled to rise. However, due to his injuries still healing and the prolonged period of sitting, he felt a wave of dizziness as he stood, his body swaying unsteadily. Noticing Yakushi Kabuto's instability, Wang Yu grasped his arm firmly, steadying him. The pharmacist Do grasped Wang Yu's outstretched arm, gazing into his concerned eyes. Feeling deeply moved. Throughout his life, he had always undertaken missions alone, but this time he experienced the warmth of camaraderie, causing tears to well up in his eyes. He glanced at the half-lifeless wooden figure resting on Wang Yu's right shoulder, realizing that this was not the moment for sentimentality. Gritting his teeth, he nodded at Wang Yu. Understanding the signal, Wang Yu hoisted the wooden figure onto his shoulder and supported the pharmacist Do with his left hand, making their way towards the distant mountains. Once they entered the mountain range, finding a suitable hiding place would not pose a challenge. Though they were walking, their pace rivaled that of an ordinary person running. During their journey, Wang Yu continuously channeled his inner spiritual energy into the pharmacist Do, aiding him in keeping pace. 10 minutes later, the fourth Reikage, A, appeared at the epicenter of the explosion, accompanied by the eight-tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. The Reikage discovered a fragment of clothing that had fallen from the wooden figure amidst the wreckage, tightly gripping it in his hand. His rugged brows furrowing deeply as electric sparks flickered around him. Beside him, Killer Bee had abandoned his usual cheerful demeanor, standing solemnly behind the Reikage. His eyes filled with melancholy. He understood that his brother's anger stemmed largely from the village's loss of a significant power, which might diminish their standing among the great nations. Yet, he was the one who genuinely mourned the fate of the wooden figure. Both had been Jinchuriki since childhood, and their circumstances were remarkably similar. However, in truth, the wooden figure's plight was far more arduous than that of Killer Bee, who had the protection of his brother. The wooden figure had to rely solely on his own efforts, tirelessly completing missions for the village to prove his worth, only to have someone so akin to him vanish forever from this merciless world. With a tight fist, the Reikage shattered the remnants of the wooden figure's fabric in a surge of lightning energy. Turning his head towards the nearby Darui, he commanded, Darui, investigate this matter thoroughly. We must uncover the true culprit behind it. Yes, Darui responded with a bow. Having spoken, the three of them departed from the scene, returning to the village. Meanwhile, 10 miles away in the woods, two ninjas clad in cloud-patterned cloaks emerged, making their way towards the site of the wooden figure's explosion. Kakuzu, do you think the information from Brother Scorpion is credible? They say the two-tails Jinchuriki resides in a bamboo grove nearby. Yet I see not a single bamboo stalk in sight, Haiden remarked, carrying his scythe and chewing on a blade of grass, his expression one of impatience. Kakuzu, being an elder member of the Akatsuki alongside Scorpion, had a good understanding of the latter. The fact that Scorpion had shared this information with Pain indicated its absolute reliability. However, this time, Pain's message stated that crossing the mountain range would lead them to a bamboo grove, the very dwelling of the two-tails Jinchuriki. Yet, as they gazed into the vast expanse, devoid of even a single bamboo leaf, doubts crept into their minds. Nevertheless, glancing at the impatient Haiden beside him, Kakuzu suppressed his skepticism and continued onward. Faden, exercise some patience. Since Scorpion has indicated this location, it must be correct. Consider the information Scorpion has provided us before. Has any of it ever been erroneous? Faden let out a cold snort, turning his head away, casually tossing the dogtail grass to the other side of his mouth. Clearly, Engel's words did little to soothe Faden's temper. Observing Faden's sulking demeanor, Engel felt a sense of resignation and remarked, now that we are here, let us search the vicinity. Faden remained unresponsive, swinging his scythe and darting ahead to investigate. Engel shook his head and followed suit. Before long, the duo discovered what should have been a bamboo grove, now marred by a large crater, a clear indication of a recent and considerable battle. Angle, look, we came here for nothing. Phaeton pointed at the crater left by the explosion with his scythe. Angle, however, fell into deep contemplation. Who, apart from our Akatsuki organization, would have an interest in the Jinchuriki? Could it be a conflict among the ninja villages? Yet, recent intelligence has shown no signs of impending warfare between any two villages. This matter will require reporting to Pain upon our return. Turning back to Phaeton, who wore a face of disappointment, Angle managed a faint smile and said, Phaeton, would you like to accompany me to earn some money? Is it for killing? Indeed. What level of power are we dealing with? Kage level. Phaeton spat the dogtail grass onto the ground with palpable excitement. Splendid. Chapter 35. Absorbing demonic energy deep within the mountains, Wang Yu accompanied the medical sage, Yao Shidou, to a serene waterfall where he paused his steps. The tumultuous waters had the potential to wash away the presence of the three individuals, rendering it a suitable hiding place. Under Wang Yu's gentle support, Yao Shidou strained to extract the last remnants of his chakra, exacerbating the wounds that had only just begun to heal, leaving his breath more erratic than before. Noticing Wang Yu's intention to settle here, Yao Shidou, with the keen perception honed over years as a spy, remarked, This place lacks adequate concealment. I fear that if an enemy were to observe from a higher vantage point, we might easily be exposed. Cough, cough. Wang Yu, recognizing Yao Shidou's concerns and the labored breaths he was taking, softly patted his back to ease his discomfort. Brother, do not fret. I have a plan. Please take a moment to rest. He found a sturdy rock beside the waterfall and helped Yao Shidou sit upon it, casually placing the wooden figure he had been carrying aside. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself into the pool beneath the waterfall. The cascade, towering and wide, unleashed a continuous torrent of water, accompanied by a resonant symphony of crashing falls and enveloping mist. At that moment, Wang Yu appeared diminutive before the waterfall, his toes lightly touching the surface of the water. A flash of white light emanated from his forehead as the Kusanagi sword shot forth, plunging into the waterfall's depths. With a deft flick of his fingers, he commanded the sword to cleave through the rock face. After a quarter of an hour, the Kusanagi sword returned, and Wang Yu swiftly moved back to Yao Shidou's side. All done. Let us proceed. Without waiting for a response, he hoisted both Yao Shidou and the wooden figure, launching himself upward toward the point where the sword had entered. Crossing through the curtain of water, they emerged into the newly excavated cave. Wang Yu gently set Yao Shidou down. Brother, rest here for a while. With that, he ventured deeper into the cave, carrying the wooden figure. Yao Shidou marveled at the meticulously cut walls, astonished by Wang Yu's recent feats. He had witnessed the rapid creation of such a vast hollow and pondered the nature of this mystical technique. His faith in Wang Yu's promise to teach him the sage arts of the Dragon Cave was solidified, and he resolved to understand Wang Yu's cultivation methods, even contemplating the drastic measure of forsaking his own chakra to learn from him if necessary. However, the excitement stirred his wounds, prompting a fit of coughs. He quickly steadied himself, focusing on recuperation. The future can wait. The priority now is to regain my strength. Should I lose my value beside Wang Yu, all would be in vain. Wang Yu, having ventured deeper into the cave, carved out a small chamber within the wall. Given that the time spent with the pharmacist Do has not been extensive, it remains uncertain whether Do is wholly devoted to him. During this critical moment of absorbing demonic energy, caution is warranted. Furthermore, by utilizing spiritual power to extract the demonic energy from the host, a smaller space would facilitate its retention, allowing for greater absorption. Currently, strength is of paramount importance to him. Once everything is arranged, Wang Yu gently places the wooden figure on the ground. At this moment, the figure's aura has significantly weakened, appearing on the verge of death. Observing the battered wooden figure, with scarcely a whole part remaining, only the slight protrusion on her chest serves to remind Wang Yu that she is indeed female. Yet, in Wang Yu's eyes, the figure's gender is inconsequential. As long as he can draw demonic energy from her to enhance his own power, that is all that matters. Channeling his focus through the spirit drawing technique from the Spirit Profound Sutra, he gathers spiritual energy into his hands, which pulsate and emit a faint white glow, illuminating his eager visage in the dark cavern, alongside the unconscious wooden figure, with his luminous hands pressed close to the figure's chest. The spiritual energy bursts forth like a balloon filled with water rupturing, and the sealed demonic energy within her, akin to a flood breaching a dam, floods the cave in an instant. This marks Wang Yu's first genuine application of the spirit drawing technique after thorough preparation, and he is pleasantly surprised by the remarkably effective outcome. As he feels the surging demonic energy, he ceases the technique, reveling in the thick aura surrounding him, his heart swelling with joy. Murmuring incantations, he transforms his hands into claws, employing the spirit ingress technique to guide the incessant flow of demonic energy into his body. The energy courses through his meridians, traversing the Ren and Du channels before entering the Dantian, where it is refined into pure spiritual power, returning to his meridians anew. As days and nights pass, after absorbing 2 full cycles of demonic energy, the long-stagnant initial stage of foundation building finally shows signs of loosening. After 2 days of cultivation, Wang Yu opens his eyes from meditation to find himself enveloped in darkness. A small flame ignites at his fingertips, illuminating the entire cavern. Awakening from his practice, he senses the elevation of his cultivation, yet an overwhelming hunger washes over him like a tide. Though he has reached the foundation stage, he is not yet at the point of being able to forsake earthly sustenance. Regrettably, this world lacks the elixir of fasting. Otherwise, he would yearn to retreat for a year or more. Unfortunately, his previous incarnation was not well versed in alchemy, having only been taught the art of thievery and deception, lacking any instruction in cultivation skills. Casting a glance at the wooden figure lying on the ground, he notes that her chest no longer rises and falls, and her breath is barely perceptible unless one is very close. The world is inherently cruel. If you are not my stepping stone, then I shall be yours. With a sigh, Wang Yu diverts his gaze from the wooden figure, shaking his head as he steps out of the cavern. Upon reaching the entrance where the pharmacist Do is situated, he observes Do crouched beside a water curtain, grilling 2 plump fish over a blazing fire. You come here quickly. The fish will be ready soon. The pharmacist smiled at Wang Yu and said, Brother, has your injury healed? Wang Yu gazed longingly at the sizzling fish over the fire, his mouth watering as he stepped forward eagerly. I'm grateful to you. My internal injuries have nearly mended, and my external wounds have scabbed over, posing no significant threat. Good. Good, Wang Yu replied, squatting beside the fire, his eyes fixated on the roasted fish. Why don't you take a break? Allow me to assist you. The day after the pharmacist entered the cave, his stomach growled with hunger, yet he hesitated to disturb Wang Yu in his small alcove. With his wounds mostly healed, he ventured out, caught some fish from a nearby pool, and fearing that a fire outside might attract enemies, he gathered some grass and would by the riverbank to return to the cave for roasting. Chapter 36. The mid-foundation stage after roasting the fish to perfection. I took the largest one and approached the small cave where Wang Yu resided. Peering into the dim interior, I squinted. Guided by the flickering light of the burning stick in my hand, I spotted Wang Yu seated on the ground, his breathing steady. With his experience, it was evident that he was engrossed in his cultivation, and I deemed it inappropriate to disturb him. The following day, as before, I waited for the fish to be ready before heading to Wang Yu's cave once more. To my surprise, he emerged, drawn by the enticing aroma. I handed him the 2 roasted fish I had prepared. Wang Yu, you start eating. I will go catch a few more, I suggested. Observing Wang Yu's demeanor, it seemed that his injuries had nearly healed. Turning my gaze to the fish roasting over the fire, I noticed that while the skin was charred, a singularly appetizing scent wafted from beneath, stirring my appetite. Unable to wait for the fish to be fully cooked or for my companion to return, hunger overtook me. I lifted the roasted fish to my nose, inhaling deeply. The aroma was irresistible. I tore away the charred skin and took a hearty bite of the tender flesh, even crunching on the bones as I savored the taste. Moments later, both fish were consumed. I washed my slightly fishy hands in the nearby water curtain, shook off the excess, and patted my stomach, feeling a wave of satisfaction. Indeed, in moments of profound hunger, anything becomes a delicacy. Yet, a twinge of guilt accompanied my fullness. The fish had been caught by the wounded Yashur Do, who had also painstakingly roasted them. Reflecting on this, I regretted not leaving one for him, as my ravenous appetite had completely overshadowed my consideration. Though Yashur Do sought something from me, I was not one to exploit the weak. My initial persuasion for him to join me stemmed from a sense of brotherhood. Equality was paramount. Only with genuine intentions can relationships endure. Thus, I felt increasingly remorseful for having devoured both fish without reserving one for him. I resolved to make amends. Doing nothing was not an option. As I paced, my foot inadvertently snapped a small twig. The crack echoed, reminding me of the scattered twigs in the corner of the cave, a testament to the effort Yao Shurdo must have exerted to bring them here. Glancing at the dwindling fire, I flicked my fingers, summoning a small fireball that landed among the embers, causing the flames to roar back to life. With a gentle push of my palm, I cast a simple sealing array over the fire. The spiritual energy within the fireball intensified the blaze. And while the array would not entirely contain the spiritual flames, it would suffice for a couple of days. Having secured the fire, I gazed at my handiwork, the weight of my earlier guilt lifting somewhat. At least now, Yashirdo would not need to worry about insufficient firewood when roasting fish in the future. Satisfied, I clapped my hands and ventured deeper into the cave I had carved out for myself. A flicker of flame ignited, illuminating the wooden figure on the ground. With my hands placed once more on its chest, I executed the spirit summoning technique, allowing a wave of demonic energy to envelop the cave once again. Wang Yu focused his mind, activating the spirit entrance technique, continuously drawing in the malevolent energy and circulating it within his body, transforming it into pure spiritual power. After 2 days, the malevolent energy within the small cave was completely depleted. Following 2 cycles of absorption, the spiritual energy stored within his body steadily increased, causing his dantian to expand nearly double its previous size. As the mist-like spiritual energy within the dantian was gradually compressed, it began to transform into droplets of liquid. He had reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. At the moment the spiritual energy transitioned into a liquid state within his dantian, the Kusanagi sword, nourished within, trembled slightly. A yellow luminescence appeared in the dantian, darting about restlessly, causing the Kusanagi sword to feel quite uneasy. This sensation was all too familiar to Wang Yu, who had once been the Qingyu sword immortal in his previous life, filling him with excitement. This yellow light represented a significant secret from the spirit mysterious scripture, allowing the spiritual roots within the body to interweave and generate unique attributes. The yellow luminescence was the result of the fusion of Wang Yu's wood and fire spiritual roots, nurturing the manifestation of lightning essence. In his previous life, Wang Yu only cultivated the lightning essence during the early stages of the golden core and fully integrated it into his flying sword in the later stages. When unleashed, the 9 illusion true thunder technique wielded overwhelming power, far surpassing its previous strength, earning him the title of Qingyu Sword Immortal. To his astonishment, in the world of Naruto, he was cultivating lightning essence at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, a significant advancement compared to his last life, further boosting his confidence in his future path of cultivation. He then directed his spiritual consciousness to guide the yellow luminescence, attempting to have it fully attached to the Kusanagi sword nourished within his dantian. However, as he anticipated, the yellow light disregarded his consciousness, flitting about in its own manner within the dantian. I must take my time. One cannot become plump in a single bite. It will require persistent effort and gradual consumption of the lightning essence. Meanwhile, the wooden figure lying on the ground showed no signs of vitality. Yet Wang Yu could distinctly sense the trembling heartbeat of the two-tailed beast, having had half its malevolent energy siphoned away. He still needed to provide an explanation to Pain. After all, summoning Kagaya required all 10-tailed beasts. The crux was that his cultivation was advancing too swiftly, leading to an unstable foundation. He needed time to solidify his cultivation before absorbing more malevolent energy to avoid future complications. Wang Yu hoisted the wooden figure and exited his small cave, where he spotted Yakushi Kabuto once again cooking fish, or rather, boiling it. Kabuto had somehow procured a crooked iron pot, resting atop the fire pit Wang Yu had built, filled with wild vegetables and mushrooms. The quality of Kabuto's meals improved day by day. Wang Yu tossed the wooden figure aside and strode over to Kabuto. Noticing that Kabuto's injuries had healed, he exchanged a few casual words before eagerly taking the iron pot for himself and indulging in a hearty meal. After letting out a satisfied burp, Wang Yu informed Kabuto of his impending departure. Upon hearing this, Yakushi Kabuto was overjoyed, for he could finally depart from this desolate place, where the past 4 days had proven to be even more tedious than conducting experiments in Orochimaru's subterranean lair. Wang Yu also confided in Yakushi Kabuto regarding his plans, indicating that they must first deliver the remaining half of the tailed beast chakra from the two tails Jinchuriki to Pain. Wang Yu remained unperturbed by the prospect of Pain's displeasure, as he had previously received assurances that should he capture the tailed beast, he would be allowed to absorb half of its chakra. Furthermore, the prospect of earning money was also on the horizon. Chapter 37. The White Absolute. Subsequently, Yakushi Kabuto took it upon himself to carry the lifeless body of the wooden puppet. Wang Yu, upon seeing that Kabuto's injuries had healed, did not impede him, and together they exited the cave. intending to return to Rain Hidden Village to deliver the Jinchuriki to Pain before proceeding to the Fire Temple in the Land of Fire to earn some extra income. A glance at the wooden puppet that Kabuto bore on his shoulder led Wang Yu to believe that after their visit to Rain Hidden Village, the puppet would likely be reduced to mere scraps by Haiden and Kakuzu. A sudden thought struck him. During his time under Orochimaru, Kabuto had acquired considerable intelligence about the Akatsuki through Scorpion. Given the vastness of the Akatsuki organization, it was reasonable to assume they had established several strongholds across various nations. Upon inquiry, Wang Yu learned that the closest one to them was located in a small town at the border of the Land of Iron and the Land of Fire. Wang Yu clapped his hands in approval. After sending the wooden puppet away, they would head to the Fire Temple and should arrive before Haiden and Kakuzu. Based on his understanding of the storyline in Naruto, the master of the Fire Temple, known as Delu, had once been a comrade of Asuma and was believed to possess strength on par with that of a Kage. With a bounty of 30 million ryo on the underground black market, while it is true that great wealth often attracts brave souls, bravery does not equate to foolishness. The number of individuals with Kage-level power in a single nation could be counted on one hand, and such formidable figures would not engage in life-and-death battles for a mere 30 million ryo. The financially distressed are invariably the weak. The strong seldom partake in high-risk ventures. With Kakuzu being an exception, Wang Yu did not have an overwhelming need for money. His desire to visit the Fire Temple to converse with Master Delu stemmed primarily from a wish to assess his current abilities, straightening the creases of his garments. He gazed at the fiery crimson sunset. The road ahead remained long, and only strength could pave the way. "Brother, shall we go?" Indeed. 2 days later, at a small town on the border of the Land of Iron, Wang Yu, guided by Yakushi Kabuto, traversed a bustling marketplace and entered a relatively secluded ramen shop. To avoid attracting unnecessary attention, Wang Yu had deliberately changed from his cloud-patterned coat into ordinary attire. It was midday, the peak of lunch hour. And as they entered the establishment, Wang Yu noted with surprise that it was entirely devoid of patrons. Finding an empty table, he took out a clean cloth from his pocket and began to wipe the dust off the surface. A bit dirty, but as long as there's a warm bowl of noodles, it suffices, he mused. As Kabuto placed the sack he carried at his feet, they were met with the irritable shout of the shopkeeper from the counter. A rotund, middle-aged man with a round face, upon seeing the two seated, shook his jowls and impatiently barked, "If you wish to eat, it's 100 ryo a bowl. Eat or leave." Having traveled for 2 days without a proper meal, Wang Yu had entered the ramen shop with the hope of enjoying a hearty dish, only to be met with the shopkeeper's evident disdain. Anger surged within him. The prices in the Land of Iron are astonishingly high. A common bowl of ramen costs 10 ri, yet here it is 100. Clearly, this establishment is not engaged in legitimate commerce, even if it is merely a fade for an intelligence outpost set up by the Akatsuki. Such a lack of professional ethics renders it incapable of accomplishing any significant tasks. The hand that was wiping the table hesitated, about to erupt in anger, but was promptly restrained by Kabuto. "Allow me," Kabuto said, rising from his seat. "We would like udon noodles, with 2 eggs, no scallions, and no ginger." The previously arrogant rotund man's demeanor visibly softened, his tone becoming much more conciliatory as he inquired, "Vinegar or not spicy?" "Add vinegar, but no spice." "Add spice, but no vinegar." As Kabuto finished his order, the corpulent man immediately dashed out from behind the counter, his face a mask of obsequiousness. A stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. The man's small eyes darted between Wang Yu and Kabuto, quickly concluding that Wang Yu was the one in charge. He hurried to Wang Yu, bending at the waist in an exaggerated bow, his bulging belly nearly brushing his face. "What commands do you have for me, my lord?" Wang Yu could hardly tolerate such obsequiousness and kicked the man several meters away, pointing at the sack on the ground with a cold snort. "You have captured a Jinchuriki. Arrange for immediate transport to the headquarters in the Hidden Cloud Village. Remember, it was you who captured him." The obese man curled up in pain but dared not utter a sound. After a moment of enduring his abdominal agony, he lay on the ground, his face turning red with discomfort, and managed to respond, "Yes, my lord, I will do it immediately." Before he could finish, Wang Yu waved his hand, indicating that the man should leave the sack and depart. After Wang Yu and Kabuto had exited the ramen shop, it was a while before White Zetsu emerged from the ground, observing the still prostrate owner. With a casual flick, he sent a kunai through the man's head, splattering blood and brains across the ground. "Useless scum." After speaking, he reached down to untie the sack, sensing that the wooden puppet had lost its vitality, which caused a pang of anxiety in his heart. However, As he delved into the puppet's remains, he felt the presence of the two tails still alive, allowing him to breathe a slight sigh of relief, though his brow furrowed once more. Why is the two tails so weak? We must return immediately and absorb it into the tin tail's chakra. With no time to ponder the circumstances, he descended into the earth, leaving behind a corpulent corpse. 3 days later, the ramen shop had vanished from this small town, only to be replaced by a cobbler in a neighboring settlement. Wang Yu followed Kabuto as they infiltrated the Land of Fire, making their way toward the Fire Temple. Due to previous encounters with Jiraiya and Naruto, Wang Yu had become a wanted fugitive in the Land of Fire, while Kabuto was simultaneously sought as a rogue ninja from Konoha. The two proceeded with utmost caution, striving to avoid attracting the attention of patrolling ninja, successfully reaching the Fire Temple. This journey allowed Wang Yu to witness Kabuto's professionalism anew, as they narrowly evaded scrutiny from checkpoint guards and samurai on multiple occasions. Thanks to Kabuto's cover, Wang Yu's prowess is now at least at the level of a shadow, allowing him to traverse the lands of the Fire Nation, excluding Konoha, with impunity. Even though Yakushi Kabuto's strength ranks among the best in these remote areas, it is primarily Wang Yu's ambitions that dictate his actions. To bulldoze through the terrain of the Fire Nation would undoubtedly create a considerable uproar, potentially attracting unnecessary troubles. However, this approach has cost him valuable time. Upon arriving at the Fire Temple, Wang Yu discovered it reduced to ruins, with the remnants of fallen monks strewn among the shattered walls. They had arrived too late, as Haydn had already made his move. With their true objective unfulfilled, Wang Yu was not one to relent. With Master Dragon, there remained the imminent threat of Asuma. Having already forged enmity with Konoha, he was unafraid to further ignite the flames of conflict. Brother, let us head to the exchange. Chapter 38. Engagement within a structure not far from the currency exchange, for pairs of eyes were fixated on every movement of the establishment. Asuma-sensei. Based on the timeline of the destruction of the Temple of Fire and the perspective of the Akatsuki, it is anticipated that Haydn will arrive at the currency exchange within the next few days. Should we disperse and monitor? Shikamaru, with his narrowed eyes, inquired of Asuma. Haunted by the memory of his dear friend, the late Master Dilu, who perished at the hands of the Akatsuki, Asuma immediately sought Tsunade's approval to undertake the mission to capture Haydn, driven by a thirst for vengeance. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, releasing a plume of smoke into the air before discarding the butt and crushing it underfoot. Gazing into the distance, he spoke deliberately, disperse and enter combat mode. Our new acquaintance is approaching. The trio behind Asuma, including Shikamaru, harbored no doubts about his command and swiftly scattered, each finding suitable cover and adopting a state of readiness for battle. As ninjas meticulously trained by Konoha, they were conditioned from a young age to obey orders unconditionally, especially when directed by an elite J-nin like Asuma, the son of the third Hokage, whose judgments commanded unwavering confidence. Since entering the town, Wang Yu had been extending his senses, aware that Asuma's team was likely nearby. Though he felt a burgeoning confidence in his own abilities, he remained vigilant, knowing the cunning nature of Konoha's ninjas. At that moment, Yakushi Kabuto had one hand tucked into his satchel, his peripheral vision scanning the crowd and buildings. Years of espionage had taught him that the closer one approached the currency exchange, the more perilous the situation became. Suddenly, several shuriken flew toward Wang Yu and his companion from various directions. Faced with this unexpected assault, Wang Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. The attack was merely a rudimentary technique, shuriken. Despite their swiftness, even a mid-level ninja should have ample time to evade them. The attackers clearly underestimated their capabilities. However, as the shuriken drew nearer, Wang Yu noticed that each was affixed with a special explosive tag, prompting a sense of foreboding. He propelled himself forward, yelling at Yakushi Kabuto. Get away quickly, there's something unusual about those shuriken. Wang Yu had already leaped several dozen meters away, but Yakushi Kabuto was a moment too late in his escape. Each shuriken was equipped with an enhanced explosive tag. Asuma had not anticipated such a swift response from the enemy. Seeing that Kabuto was still in danger, he ordered an immediate detonation when the shuriken were still 10 meters away. Although the explosion did not yield the anticipated impact, it was imperative that they did not allow Kabuto to flee. With a thunderous roar, the explosion erupted, engulfing the area in a cloud of smoke that obscured all visibility. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Kabuto's figure emerged within the haze. Though the explosion had occurred at a distance of about 10 meters, the enhanced explosive tag's power was formidable enough to severely injure Kabuto, who possessed J-nin-level prowess, even from the residual shockwave. At this moment, Wang Yu found himself concealed within a room. This was his first encounter with explosive tags since arriving in the world of Naruto, and he was astonished by their immense power, which shattered his preconceived notion that explosive tags could never be lethal. Unbeknownst to him, these enhanced explosive tags had been procured by Asuma, leveraging his unique status, specifically intended to counter the members of Akatsuki, drawing upon his keen senses to evade the explosion. He remained vigilant, his alertness heightened rather than diminished. Chapter 39. Asuma's Resolution. Yaoshiro, a seasoned figure who has navigated the treacherous waters between nations, immediately recognized, upon Wang Yu's hint, that the incoming explosive tag was not just any ordinary explosive. Rather, it was a potent variant unique to Konoha, possessing a destructive capability several times greater than that of a standard explosive tag. It was rumored that this type of explosive was one of Konoha's trump cards during the last Shinobi World War, costly to produce and generally beyond the reach of ordinary ninjas. Despite the array of elite jonin surrounding him, Yaoshiro had confidence in his reflexes and believed he had evaded the threat in time. However, to his astonishment, the explosive tag detonated unexpectedly during its flight. Although he had attempted to dodge, the ferocious shockwave sent him tumbling several dozen meters, causing turmoil within him and prompting him to cough up blood. The formidable explosive tag indeed lived up to its reputation. In that moment, Yaoshiro realized that the opponent's strength was undoubtedly superior to that of a jonin. Ignoring the blood at the corner of his mouth, his instincts honed from years of espionage kicked in, and his chakras surged within him. He swiftly scanned his surroundings and, within a breath, discerned the optimal escape route, sprinting towards the nearest building. Years of combat experience taught him that his adversary's prowess and standing within the ninja world far surpassed his own. Engaging directly was out of the question. His immediate priority was to find cover, ensuring he remained concealed from the enemy's sight. If more powerful explosive tags were to follow, he would surely meet his demise. Under the veil of smoke created by the explosion, Yaoshiro successfully entered a building. As a medical ninja, he possessed an intimate understanding of his own body. He could not afford to engage while nursing injuries. He devoted his chakra generously to heal his wounds. Initially recognized for his exceptional medical ninjutsu talent by Orochimaru and others, Yaoshiro's healing abilities were among the best in Konoha. The shockwave had dislocated his internal organs, and it would take time to restore them to their rightful positions. While exerting all his effort to heal himself, he peered through the edge of the wall towards the epicenter of the blast, which had left a deep crater. He marveled at Konoha's formidable foundation. With Wang Yu's strength and reflexes, he felt reassured and hoped that the enemy would not discover his hiding place. Concealed in the shadows, Asuma gazed at the vast crater, his expression growing increasingly grave. To ensure absolute certainty, he had painstakingly secured powerful explosive tags from Konoha's higher-ups, specifically to deal with Haiden. However, upon witnessing Wang Yu and Yaoshiro enter the meticulously prepared area, he instantly recognized Wang Yu as the individual Jiraiya had previously reported to Konoha's leadership for capture, a figure of peculiar strength. Furthermore, trailing behind him was the rogue ninja Yaoshiro. The sudden appearance of these two in this remote town raised questions for Asuma. Was it mere coincidence? Or did it have some connection to Haiden? He found himself at a crossroads, torn between allowing them to depart or seizing the opportunity to apprehend them both. During Asuma's moment of indecision, it was Shikamaru, with his pineapple-shaped hair, who offered a crucial suggestion. Teacher, observe how the two individuals have slowed their pace upon entering our surveillance zone. It seems they have detected our presence. We should seize this opportunity, while their guard is still relatively low, to launch a powerful explosive tag attack. A single strike that ensures their demise would be ideal. If not, they will undoubtedly sustain significant injuries, allowing us to capture them effortlessly. Asuma contemplated this strategy, recognizing the merit in it. Should these two be allied with Haiden? Taking them down one by one would indeed be the wisest course of action. The opportunity was rare, and he resolved to subdue the pair without delay. As the smoke cleared, revealing the gaping crater left by the explosion, Asuma was taken aback by Wang Yu's astonishing reflexes and agile movements. The powerful explosive tag he had thrown had not inflicted even the slightest harm upon him. As for Kabuto, Asuma regarded him with little concern, for no one understood Kabuto's capabilities better than the Leaf Village. As the son of the third Hokage, Asuma was well acquainted with Kabuto's dossier, which portrayed him merely as a medical ninja, inferior even to an ordinary combat ninja. Even if he had managed to evade the explosive tag, Asuma did not deem him a threat. The explosive tag had been aimed at Wang Yu, and Kabuto had merely been caught in the collateral damage. However, the situation was not unfolding as Asuma had anticipated, and he furrowed his brow in frustration. Come, He called softly. Shikamaru, and Choji emerged from the unassuming corners around them, gathering at Asuma's side. Teacher, that explosion was easily evaded by Wang Yu, Shikamaru noted. Fully aware that relying on Asuma and the three of them to swiftly eliminate the enemy was utterly impossible, just as he was about to suggest a retreat. Asuma gestured for him to remain silent. There is no need to elaborate, Shikamaru. I understand your thoughts, Asuma said. Shikamaru wished to voice further objections, but, upon seeing Asuma's resolute expression, swallowed his words. He lowered his gaze slightly, awaiting Asuma's command, harboring no resentment in his heart. Asuma was not merely his teacher. He was a benefactor to his entire clan. Without Asuma's guidance, his father would not have held a prominent position within the village, securing a place for the Naruto clan. Relay the information from this location back to the village and summon reinforcements, Asuma instructed. Understood. Responded, removing a piece of cloth from her waist and deftly waving it in the air before laying it flat on the ground. She bit her finger and performed a series of hand seals, summoning 3 small squirrels. Each squirrel, varying in color and size, bore the emblem of the Hokage. Held each squirrel in her hands, tracing patterns on their backs with her other hand. After completing her task and imparting a few instructions to the tiny creatures, they darted away, disappearing from sight. Asuma watched with a sense of relief as the message was dispatched. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, forcefully discarding the butt underfoot, twisting it with his toe, and exhaling a thick plume of smoke. Shikamaru, Izumo, and Kotetsu. Let us now engage with this enigmatic individual who has even made Jiraiya falter. At this moment, Wang Yu stands atop a building, surveying the unfolding events. Observing Asuma and his companions not retreating but rather preparing for a decisive confrontation, he recalls how Asuma should have been swiftly defeated by Haiden. While he may not fully comprehend Asuma's abilities, it is evident that Haiden ranks among the weakest of the Akatsuki members, leading Wang Yu to surmise that Asuma's strength is likely comparable. With this thought in mind, a smirk emerges at the corner of his mouth. He chuckles softly. How amusing that the diminutive Asuma believes he can claim my life for glory. Chapter 40. Kill. One by one. Wang Yu's strength has now reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Both the purity of his spiritual energy and his mastery of the flying sword have ascended to a remarkable level. Dealing with a mere upper ninja is undoubtedly trivial. Even Asuma, who barely qualifies as an elite upper ninja, is far from being his match. As for the other 2 middle ninjas, they are hardly worth his consideration. Shikamaru? Wang Yu chuckled softly. In the face of absolute power, all petty cunning seems like child's play. Today, I shall put my current strength to the test against you. A gust of wind stirred up a cloud of dust. Asuma had already approached within 10 meters of Wang Yu, a dagger in hand glowing with a blue light. Enhanced by wind chakra. Boldness. Wang Yu flicked his wrist, sending a fireball the size of a fist hurtling towards Asuma's face. Feeling the searing heat of the incoming fireball, Asuma recognized it was unlike any fire technique he had faced before. Indeed, it was extraordinary, his expression turning grave. The speed was too swift, leaving him no chance to evade completely. In a moment of desperation, Asuma twisted his body, positioning the dagger defensively, and barely managed to divert the trajectory of the fireball using the wind chakra infused in his weapon. The fireball grazed his face, filling the air with the scent of charred flesh. His hands, gripping the dagger, were already reddened and swollen from the burn, with patches of skin peeling away to reveal raw, bleeding flesh. Damn, Shikamaru. Just as the words left his lips, Wang Yu sensed something amiss. His entire body felt as though it was no longer under his control, stiffening in place, even the flow of his spiritual energy becoming sluggish. Shadow imitation technique. How careless of me. At that moment of paralysis, 2 figures swiftly approached, each wielding a weapon aimed directly at Wang Yu's vital points. From a distance, Asuma watched Wang Yu frozen in place, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. He had succeeded. Hidden in a distant corner, Kabuto's heart raced at this sight. He understood that once Wang Yu perished, his own fate would follow, for he had already offended those he ought not to have. Though the scene suggested that Wang Yu was in a dire predicament, having spent time with him, Kabuto knew that Wang Yu harbored many secrets and could not possibly perish so easily, despite his internal belief that Wang Yu would prevail. He was nonetheless prepared to flee at any moment, contemplating his own escape. At that moment, sensing the impending danger, Wang Yu could not help but reflect on the reality of this world, where one must never underestimate anyone. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth, followed by a sudden seriousness that replaced his earlier disdain. The middle ninja responsible for the ambush, CHN, and Zidi were taken aback by Wang Yu's expression. Their hearts filled with scorn. They had practiced this combination countless times and had successfully executed it in real combat without fail. How could a supposedly dying man display such demeanor? Here comes the sword. The resonant cries of swords echoed from within Wang Yu. A flash of white light emanated from his brow, encircling his head before, in an instant, severing the heads of the approaching Chn and Zidi. As the body of Izumo fell under the force of inertia at Wang Yu's feet, the two severed heads rolled aside. The astonishment etched upon their faces remained, for they never anticipated that they would face such an onslaught without even a chance to retaliate. Asuma gazed upon his two esteemed Chnin, swiftly dispatched in an instant. A tumult of emotions surged within him, astonishment, confusion, fear. He pondered whether he could withstand such a strike if it were directed at him. As a trained ninja, he swiftly quelled his emotions, centering his thoughts to analyze his opponent. Observing the floating swords surrounding Wang Yu, he instantly recognized the distinctive Kusanagi, an artifact known only to Orochimaru. Could there be a connection to Orochimaru? At that moment, Wang Yu was immobilized by Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique, his body able only to execute slight movements. The sword hovered nearby, likely constrained by distance limitations. As long as he maintained his distance, he would be out of harm's way. Shikamaru, hold on. From his hidden vantage point, Shikamaru discerned this truth, hands forming seals, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, struggling to maintain the technique. Sensei, I can barely hold on. Asuma, without hesitation, inhaled deeply, his cheeks puffing out, hands forming seals. Fire release, ash cloud jutsu. A voluminous torrent of scorching ash spewed forth from his mouth, engulfing Wang Yu in a shroud of smoke. This time, Asuma had meticulously prepared for a decisive strike. Expelling the accumulated ash from decades of smoking, the dense ash manifested like solid matter, and as he expelled the last remnants, he bit down hard on his teeth. The thick cloud of ash ignited instantly, the sound of an explosive conflagration resonating from within. Having completed this, Asuma slumped to the ground as if drained of all vitality. Habitually, he retrieved a cigarette from his pouch, lighting it, inhaling deeply, and exhaling a ring of smoke. He was convinced that no one could survive his decades-long perfected technique. However, from a distance, Shikamaru coughed up a mouthful of blood. Sensei, he shouted, disregarding his own injuries, racing frantically toward Asuma. Upon hearing Shikamaru's cry, Asuma sensed something awry. Immediately rising to his feet, channeling his remaining chakra to grasp a dagger. What is happening? Shikamaru, the opponent is still alive. They broke free from my shadow. Their strength and techniques remain unknown. We should retreat for now and gather more intel before pursuing. Asuma's hands trembled slightly around the dagger. He too wished to withdraw. But it was too late. From the remnants of the explosion smoke, a figure emerged slowly. To his astonishment, the figure bore no signs of damage. Not even a speck of dust. How could this be? Even a ninja of the shadow level could not emerge unscathed from such an attack. As the figure became clearer, Wang Yu was enveloped in a faint milky white aura, a protective shield formed from spiritual energy. At the very moment of the explosion, Wang Yu broke free from Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique, channeling his spiritual energy to form a protective barrier that deflected Asuma's fire technique, ash pile burning. Asuma, I have indeed overestimated your capabilities. Wang Yu dispelled the barrier, gripping the Kusanagi sword firmly in his hand, advancing step by step toward Asuma and Shikamaru. It is only natural to ponder, a second-generation official raised in the embrace of his father, how much genuine skill could he possibly possess? At this moment, Asuma beheld Wang Yu approaching, sword in hand, wearing a light smile, as if the specter of death was drawing ever closer, physically and psychologically devoid of any fighting spirit. The dagger he held gradually drooped as he reflected on his life. Indeed, I have spent my entire life overshadowed by my father. Reminiscing about the various individuals in Konoha, their insincere smiles and flattery directed at me. What significance does my existence truly hold? Chapter 41. The apothecary's intervention turns the tide. Standing behind Asuma, Shikamaru observed the gradual lowering of his mentor's head, his face devoid of spirit. A pallor of defeat washing over him. With the formidable enemy approaching, Asuma remained lost in thought. Shikamaru swiftly positioned himself before Asuma, his gaze resolute as he fixed his eyes on the looming figure of Wang Yu, slightly tilting his head as he called out, Asuma-sensei, rally yourself. Asuma, unable to meet Shikamaru's determined silhouette, murmured, Shikamaru, you should flee. The enemy is too powerful. We cannot hope to defeat him. Sensei, how do you usually instruct us? No matter how formidable the adversary, we must maintain a clear mind. Yes, Grandiloquent words are indeed effective for deceiving children. Shikamaru, being as astute as you are, you cannot possibly take all my words to heart. Shikamaru felt beads of sweat form on his brow. He understood Asuma's predicament all too well. If it were not for the family's sake, he would not so willingly follow this reckless scion. Watching Wang Yu approach with his long sword and a menacing grin, he realized this was not the time for gentle persuasion. The burden of the situation rested solely on his shoulders. With decisive intent, he performed the hand seals for the shadow summoning technique. Since the recent explosion, Shikamaru had not taken his eyes off Wang Yu. He deduced that while Asuma's previous attack had not harmed Wang Yu, it surely drained some of his energy in the process. Initially, when Wang Yu summoned the flying sword to slay the likes of Kurenai and Shurten, the distance between the sword and Wang Yu had been approximately 10 meters. Thus, the effective range of the flying sword's attack was within a 10-meter radius around him. Currently, Wang Yu stood about 20 meters away. Moreover, as Wang Yu wielded his long sword without launching fireballs, it indicated that his energy reserves were nearly depleted. Shikamaru resolved to use his shadow to keep the enemy at bay within that 10-meter limit, preventing any potential strikes from the flying sword. The signal for assistance had already been dispatched. The nearest allies, Dingji and Ino, would take at least 30 minutes to arrive after receiving the distress call. With 20 minutes already elapsed since the signal was sent, Shikamaru needed only to endure for another 10 minutes to safeguard both himself and Asuma. Without hesitation, he utilized the shadow summoning technique, which required minimal chakra while maximizing control. Shadows from his vicinity encompassing Asuma as shadow, the remnants of crumbling walls, and the silhouettes of fallen trees rushed toward Wang Yu from all directions. At that moment, Wang Yu's condition aligned with Shikamaru's assumptions. He had escaped the shadow imitation technique, summoned the flying sword to eliminate Kurenai and Shurten, and utilized his spiritual energy to counter the fire-style techniques. This exertion had nearly exhausted his internal spiritual reserves. Presenting himself with an air of confidence served a dual purpose: to mask his dwindling power and to exert psychological pressure on his opponent. Unbeknownst to him, Shikamaru had seen through his facade. Indeed, Wang Yu recognized the cunning nature of this young man and deemed him too dangerous to be left unchecked. However, the encroaching shadows from all sides presented a dire predicament. In a moment of desperation, Wang Yu shouted towards a pile of rubble, "Apothecary dough. How long do you plan to watch this unfold?" His voice resonated like thunder, startling Apothecary dough into a tremor. He initially suffered damage from the powerful shockwave of the explosive tags, yet as a medical jonin, he had long since healed from such minor injuries. It could be said that among this group, Yakushi Kabuto was the one whose strength remained the most intact. Upon hearing Wang Yu's call, Kabuto displayed a hint of dissatisfaction with his decision to remain hidden and observe. The situation had reached a stalemate among the three. By intervening now, he could potentially break the deadlock. He contemplated whether to seize the opportunity to ambush Wang Yu, thereby earning merit for Konoha and erasing his identity as a rogue ninja, allowing him to return to the life he had once yearned for. Alternatively, he could continue to follow Wang Yu, assisting in eliminating these two Konoha ninjas, mastering senjutsu, and realizing his own worth. He could no longer remain in hiding. Now was the opportune moment to act. Kabuto did not respond to Wang Yu's call. Instead, he leapt forth, his hands swiftly dancing in the air, shurikens scattering like blossoms from a celestial maiden towards Shikamaru and Asuma. At this critical juncture, Kabuto chose to side with Wang Yu. Through their time together, Kabuto, with years of insight into human nature, discerned that Wang Yu was different from the high-ranking officials of Konoha. Moreover, Wang Yu had indeed saved his life, and they shared some similar ideals. He had no desire to entrust his life to those greedy, self-serving, vain, and obstinate old men. At this moment, Wang Yu found himself ensnared by countless shadows. Although these shadows possessed no formidable offensive capabilities, their sheer numbers made it exceedingly difficult for him to break free. He had underestimated these Konoha ninjas, particularly the one with the pineapple hairstyle. If this young man were to develop for a few more years, he might indeed fall victim to them in the future. Wang Yu had initially planned to unleash the lightning he had painstakingly accumulated in his Dantian, executing his ultimate technique, the Nine Illusions True Thunder technique, to resolve everything. However, upon witnessing Kabuto's attack on the pineapple-haired ninja and Asuma, he decided against using his trump card, opting instead to gradually extricate himself from the bothersome shadows using his spiritual energy and physical strength. Shikamaru, upon seeing the flurry of shurikens approaching, felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Ultimately, he had to act, casting a sidelong glance at Asuma, who remained in a daze behind him. He felt a twinge of disdain deep within his gaze, dividing a portion of his shadow from the ground. He retrieved a handful of ordinary explosive tags from his pouch and scattered them before him, 10 meters away. As the shurikens made contact with the explosive tags, they detonated one after another, forming a defensive barrier before Shikamaru, successfully blocking Kabuto's rain of shurikens. Just as Shikamaru was about to breathe a sigh of relief for having thwarted Kabuto's initial onslaught, a figure emerged from the smoke, glinting with a cold light, charging directly at him. It was alarmingly close. With no choice, Shikamaru relinquished control over the shadows and drew a kunai to defend himself. Observing Shikamaru withdraw his control over the shadows, Kabuto swiftly jumped back, maintaining a relatively safe distance while remaining vigilant of Shikamaru and Asuma. He knew his objective had been achieved, to cause Shikamaru to lose control over the shadows, thereby allowing Wangyu to escape. Realizing that his retreat path had been severed as Kabuto stepped back at their first encounter, Shikamaru wasted no time, hoisting Asuma onto his back and fleeing. Did they still think they could escape? Wangyu, having freed himself from the shackles of shadow, felt the flow of spiritual energy within him. With a graceful bend of his legs, he leaped forward to stand before the fleeing Shikamaru. He raised his sword, pressing it against Shikamaru's face, compelling him to halt. At that moment, Yukushi Kabuto positioned himself behind the two, effectively preventing Shikamaru from making a further escape. Realizing that flight was futile, Shikamaru slowly lowered Asuma from his shoulders. A look of anger crossed his face as he addressed Wangyu. Do you not understand that this man is the only son of the third Hokage of Konoha, Asuma Saratobi? If you harm him, you will incur the wrath of the entire village of ninjas. Wangyu replied, Oh, I have no desire to merely injure him. I intend for him to perish. Chapter 42. Hidden in the angle of despair, Shikamaru gazed at the grass-cutting sword that Wangyu held aloft, unyielding in its position. Please, spare Asuma-sensei, he implored, kneeling before Wangyu, his eyes brimming with determination. Having endured the weight of profound moral dilemmas, Wangyu remained unmoved by this sudden display of desperation. He had witnessed countless such dramatics in the realm of cultivation during his previous life. At this moment, his gaze held only a trace of mockery. Was this all for a mere pretender? Shikamaru, despite the turmoil within him, dared not reveal his discontent. The fate of his entire clan rested upon his shoulders. Should Asuma perish, the Nara clan's standing in Konoha would undoubtedly plummet, reverting them to the status of an ordinary family. The worst outcome would see them gradually consumed by the wrath of Konoha's higher-ups. Such a scenario was one Shikamaru could not bear to witness, for he had long been the recipient of his father's aspirations for the family's prosperity. The elders of his clan had bestowed upon him the finest resources, enabling him to rise to the esteemed position of Asuma's apprentice. He could not allow all of this to be in vain. Just as Shikamaru prepared to speak again, a disheveled Asuma seemed to awaken from his stupor at the sight of Shikamaru's kneeling form. He stepped forward, placing himself protectively behind Shikamaru. Shikamaru, rise. This is all the teacher's fault. With those words, he cast a glance at Shikamaru, as if to convey a hidden message. A wave of terror washed over Shikamaru as realization dawned upon him. He understood Asuma's intentions. Asuma still held two powerful explosive tags, intending to perish alongside their adversary. Shikamaru steadied his expression, striving to maintain composure and conceal any signs of weakness as he slowly stood. For the sake of Konoha, it was time for me to take action. Go, Asuma urged, grasping Shikamaru and exerting all his strength to hurl him away, while brandishing the explosive tags in his other hand. Spare me your theatrics, Wangyu retorted, having already discerned their intentions. No longer interested in playing with their emotions, he thrust the tip of his sword forward. Asuma's hand, clutching the explosive tag, was severed cleanly, the tag itself falling uselessly to the ground. Another stroke of the sword, and Asuma's head was sent soaring through the air. In that moment, Shikamaru, flung away from the carnage, witnessed the gruesome sight of Asuma's decapitation, his heart sinking to the depths of despair, releasing a harrowing cry, "Teacher!" The sound echoed far and wide, punctuated by haunting reverberations. As Asuma's head fell to the ground, Shikamaru crashed down heavily 10 meters away. Without a moment to lament his clan's impending fate, he scrambled to his feet and fled into the distance. As Shikamaru made his escape, there was no need for Wangyu to issue commands. Kabuto had already vanished from sight. Injured and emotionally turbulent, Shikamaru stumbled as he ran, his steps unsteady. Kabuto effortlessly closed the distance, and with a few swift strikes, Shikamaru crumpled to the ground, incapacitated. The chakra scalpel had delivered its fatal blow. At this moment, Shikamaru's body was rendered a mere lifeless mass. His muscles and veins devastated by Kabuto, lying on the ground like a heap of dead flesh, with only his blood-red, wide-open eyes fixated on Wang Yu in the distance. Kabuto had refrained from delivering a fatal blow, clearly waiting for Wang Yu to approach before making his decision. Wang Yu advanced step by step towards Shikamaru. Dragging the Kusanagi sword with one hand, its tip inscribing a crooked line on the dry sandy earth. Upon reaching Shikamaru, he crouched down, gazing into the defiant eyes of Shikamaru, softly uttering, "You struck first." With a flick of his left hand, a fireball the size of a grape descended upon Shikamaru, igniting him instantaneously. Amidst the thick flames, a few cries of anguish emerged before only the acrid scent of charred flesh remained. This scene sent a shiver down Kabuto's spine as he wondered whether aiding Wang Yu against Shikamaru had been the right choice. Before Kabuto could ponder further, Wang Yu's voice reached his ears, sending another chill through him. "Kabuto, stop daydreaming. We have company." Soon, two figures clad in crimson garments appeared before them. Haiden and Kakuzu had arrived. Their timing was impeccable. The group exchanged glances, and Wang Yu refrained from initiating conversation. Although he had joined the Akatsuki, the members possessed peculiarities, and it was prudent to observe before determining friend or foe. Haiden first glanced at the charred Shikamaru, then at the dismembered Asuma. A naive smile spreading across his face as he shouldered his scythe and grinned at Wang Yu, saying, "So you're the new member, you." "Hello, I'm Haiden. Interested in joining the cult of Jashin?" He licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue, contemplating Haiden's faith in sacrifice and suffering while glancing at the recently slain Asuma and Shikamaru. Wang Yu couldn't help but smirk inwardly, recognizing his own potential for joining the cult. But he decided to pass on that. Upon hearing Wang Yu's resolute refusal, Haiden's innocent demeanor vanished, replaced by a huff as he turned away, dismissing Wang Yu. Wang Yu felt speechless, realizing Haiden was indeed a simple-minded pervert. He then turned his attention to Kakuzu, who was cradling a bald man under his arm. If his guess was correct, it was the esteemed Master Jiraiya. Kakuzu met Wang Yu's gaze, momentarily flinching, his small eyes blinking rapidly, clearly eager to speak. "You must be Kakuzu's senpai." "I am you. It's a pleasure to meet you." Wang Yu took the lead in breaking the silence. Kakuzu's face displayed a hint of confusion, as if he didn't fully comprehend Wang Yu's words. However, he grasped the general intent and ceased his bewilderment. What stood out was Kakuzu's frequent glances at Asuma's dismembered body, his free hand incessantly rubbing his crimson garment. Ultimately, he pointed at Asuma's corpse and inquired, "You, may I have Asuma's body?" How could Wang Yu be unaware of the significance of the angle entrenched in wealth? Asuma and Master Jiraiya are both revered members of the 12 Guardians of the Land, and their bounty is undoubtedly substantial. Furthermore, Asuma is the offspring of the third Hokage, which elevates the worth of his bounty to remarkable heights. Otherwise, how could the Angle possibly exhibit such a countenance? Observing the anxious yet cautious demeanor of Angle was somewhat amusing, prompting Wang Yu to remark, "Could it be that you, esteemed Angle, have an affinity for collecting corpses?" Angle was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in affirmation. While Wang Yu harbored a desire for wealth, it did not mirror Angle's fervor. After all, the money would ultimately be funneled into the Akatsuki organization. As for Asuma's remains, he was willing to relinquish them, for should he ever find himself in need of funds, he could simply approach Angle. Initially, he had intended to barter Asuma's body for monetary gain, but since Angle expressed interest, he resolved to bestow it upon him. Very well. Chapter 43. Arrival of Ino and Choji Kikuzu felt a chill in his heart upon hearing that Wang Yu intended to exchange Asuma's head for money at the exchange office. Although he considered himself superior in both status and strength, the bounty was not his to claim. His love for wealth was tempered by a sense of propriety, and he would not forcibly take what did not belong to him. However, when he learned that Wang Yu was offering it to him, his face lit up with delight. Without a moment's hesitation or courtesy, he reached out, his arm swiftly snatching Asuma's head. Once he possessed the trophy, Kakuzu casually discarded the forehead protector that signified Asuma's allegiance to the Leaf Village. Asuma Saratobi, TSK, cradling the severed head in his hands. He scrutinized it with eyes gleaming with avarice. Beside him, Haiden turned his head away in disdain, muttering softly, "The dead hold no value for Lord Jashin." "Kakuzu-senpai, aren't you going to take Asuma's body?" Upon hearing this, Kakuzu's eyes brightened. "Indeed, it would be prudent to bring the body as well. If we neglect to do so, the exchange office might shortchange us on the bounty. After all, the exchange office is conveniently located in this town, so it would require little effort. Your foresight is commendable." Kakuzu nodded appreciatively at Wang Yu before reaching out to gather Asuma's corpse under his arm, stacking it atop the fallen body of Master Dalu. Brothers should be kept together. Wang Yu smiled in response and bent to pick up the discarded leaf forehead protector, thinking it might prove useful in the future. He surveyed the surroundings with his senses, unconvinced that individuals like Asuma and Shikamaru would engage him without summoning reinforcements. The recent battle had drained a considerable amount of his spiritual energy, and his strength had been significantly impacted, reducing the range of his perception. He was uncertain whether the leaf had already dispatched someone nearby. Seeing Kakuzu accept Asuma's head eased his mind. Kakuzu owed him a favor and would likely not abandon him in peril. With a thunderous roar, dark clouds gathered in the sky, heralding an impending storm. Yakushi Kabuto had been standing behind Wang Yu, but now stepped forward and whispered into Wang Yu's ear. We should leave at once. The Leaf Ninja are likely on their way. Wang Yu understood this well, yet he felt considerably weakened. If he were to leave alone with Kabuto and encounter Leaf Ninja, even if they were mere foot soldiers, a confrontation with a high-ranking shinobi or several elite shinobi would not bode well for him. As for Kabuto, the recent battle had unveiled his true nature to Wang Yu. Should he find himself in a precarious position without anything to offer Kabuto in terms of sage techniques to learn, he would likely be betrayed in an instant. Currently, his first impressions of Haiden and Kakuzu were relatively favorable. Moreover, both Haiden and Kakuzu were part of the same organization, as long as he was with them. Mutual assistance was assured. Kabuto, what is there to fear? We shall slay as many as come. We have nothing to dread as long as you follow me. The pharmacist remained silent, stepping back to stand behind Wang Yu, demonstrating his loyalty. As Kakuzu admired the lifeless body, his expression suddenly tightened as he gazed into the darkened sky. In an instant, he moved, a fissure appearing at his arm's joint, from which a tendril burst forth. Soaring towards the heavens, in the blink of an eye, the tendril retracted, returning with a small bird made of paper. Kakuzu unfolded the paper bird, perusing the message inscribed upon it, before the entire sheet spontaneously ignited into ash. With a grave demeanor, Kakuzu addressed Haiden and Wang Yu, stating that pain had summoned them to return swiftly to assist in the extraction of the two tails. Haiden, standing nearby, complained bitterly, lamenting the circumstances. It was truly disheartening. First, they sought the host of the two tails, only to discover that someone had beaten them to it. Later, they learned that the individual had been captured by the organization. And now he found himself ensnared by Kakuzu's deceptive words. The promise of a grand slaughter and funding for the organization had turned into a mere few slain monks, leaving him wholly unsatisfied. Little did Haiden know, it was indeed this newcomer from the Akatsuki who had captured the Two Tails host first. Wang Yu, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy. The sooner they departed from this place, the better. He needed to find a safe haven to heal, for only by replenishing his depleted chakra could he find solace. Kakuzu-senpai, let us return immediately, he urged. Indeed, the mission had been accomplished, and there was no need for further delay, yet he still needed to trade the two captives for bounty at the exchange center before they could leave. Wang Yu refrained from arguing. He understood that the task of killing the master of the earth and obtaining the bounty was also one assigned by Pain to Kakuzu and Haiden. Returning without completing the mission could result in unknown repercussions from Pain. At that moment, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky as they arrived at the entrance of the exchange center. Kakuzu glanced at the lifeless bodies of the Earth Master and Asuma Sarutobi under his arm and instructed Haiden and Wang Yu, "You need not enter. Just wait for me here." Before he could finish, several shurikens flew towards them. The ninjas from Konoha had arrived. Standing several meters away were the elite Jonin Aoba Yamashiro, along with Ino and Choji from Team 10, glaring menacingly at the group. "Teacher Asuma," Choji shouted upon spotting Asuma's corpse cradled under Kakuzu's arm. Ino, recognizing Asuma at first glance, realized that Shikamaru must have perished. She understood him all too well. The weight of the Nara family's legacy rested heavily upon Shikamaru's shoulders. Though he often appeared carefree and indifferent, only she knew the immense burden he bore. He would never allow Asuma to die unless he too had fallen. As this realization struck her, Ino felt her spirit shatter, and she fainted. Fortunately, Aoba was quick to support her. In the face of such dire adversaries, one could not afford to lose consciousness. However, before he could rouse Ino, Choji had already charged forward in a fit of rage. With no choice but to leave Ino momentarily, Aoba swiftly positioned himself to intercept Choji. "Choji, calm down. The situation does not align with the information we have. The enemy before us is far too formidable. Do not throw your life away recklessly. In the mountain city, amidst the embrace of Qingye, Dingxi could hardly bear to listen. As he roared incessantly, yearning to break free and rush towards Kakuzu and the others. Kakuzu regarded these individuals with a cold smirk. Haiden, your turn has come. Do not prolong this too much. When I emerge, I do not wish to see any of them still gasping for breath. Haiden, gripping the 3-month scythe firmly before him, let out a bizarre cry, his excitement palpable. Kakuzu, just get on with it. Spare me your incessant chatter. Chapter 44. The Judgment of Yamashiro Aoi. Even though Yamashiro Aoi is an esteemed Nin of Konoha, he exerted considerable effort to restrain Choji, ultimately resorting to knocking him unconscious and dragging him back to join Ino. Truly, the strength exhibited by the Akimichi clan is astonishing. As he glanced at the eager Haiden, Yamashiro Aoi hastily rummaged through his knowledge of the Akatsuki organization, swiftly concluding that with his current abilities, combined with 2 burdens, victory was utterly unattainable. However, the thought of sacrificing these 2 scions of prominent clans, Choji and Ino, weighed heavily on him, even if he returned. He would likely find himself unable to survive in Konoha thereafter. Observing the angle at which Asuma and Master Jiraiya's corpses were escorted into the exchange site, his gaze shifted to Wang Yu and Yakushi Kabuto nearby. Wang Yu was presumably the mysterious figure Jiraiya had mentioned, undoubtedly possessing strength surpassing that of elite Nin. Yet, according to Jiraiya, this individual seemed to specialize solely in certain sage techniques, without having exhibited other ninjutsu. As for Yakushi Kabuto, though a medical spy ninja, his prowess should not be underestimated. In a genuine confrontation, it would be improbable to eliminate him swiftly. Returning his focus to Haiden, Yamashiro Aoi noted the mad fervor in Haiden's expression, instinctively recognizing his proficiency in taijutsu, making close combat unwise. Thus, it appeared that none of these individuals excelled in genjutsu, providing a glimmer of hope for escape. Just as he pondered this, Haiden's scythe came hurtling towards him. Yamashiro Aoi swiftly lifted one of his companions and retreated to create distance. Simultaneously, he employed the crow technique, conjuring numerous crows to fly towards Haiden, and quickly utilized the mind-reading technique to forcibly awaken Choji and Ino. Wang Yu remained stationary, seemingly uninterested in engaging. On one hand, he was mindful of Haiden's pride, having gleaned from descriptions of Haiden's past in the Naruto series that unless Haiden requested assistance, it was best not to interfere, as it could lead to misunderstandings regarding his intentions. On the other hand, he needed to conserve his own strength and could not afford to deplete his chakra reserves further. Regrettably, this world lacked elixirs. Had there been any, having a supply would undoubtedly enhance his combat prowess significantly. As he contemplated this, he glanced at Yakushi Kabuto behind him and suddenly had a revelation. Standing before him was a descendant of a great scientist from the Naruto universe, Yakushi Kabuto. Surely, he must possess knowledge of various potions in this world. Perhaps if he communicated his needs to Kabuto, it might be possible to concoct some useful elixirs for himself. Amidst the battlefield, Haiden appeared increasingly impatient, furiously swinging his scythe, evidently powerless against this genjutsu. Haiden, too, felt helpless. He was utterly inept with genjutsu. It was precisely for this reason that Pain had assigned him to work alongside Kakuzu, leveraging Kakuzu's genjutsu expertise to compensate for his own deficiencies. However, he found himself without Kakuzu at this moment, glancing at the newcomer spectating. How could he possibly request assistance from a novice, especially when uncertain of their capabilities? The very notion of soliciting help was utterly beneath him. Such a request would be a severe blow to his pride. In contrast, in the mountainous town of Aoyama, after being roused from slumber, Choji and Ino found themselves unable to accept the demise of Asuma and Shikamaru. Upon witnessing the menacing Haiden brandishing his scythe against the crows, Ino gradually regained her composure. She seized Choji, who had activated his expansion technique, and, with a quivering voice, implored, Choji, please stay calm and heed the words of our senior Aoyama. Do not rush in recklessly. At her urging, Choji slowly regained his senses, collapsing to the ground in tears. Meanwhile, Aoyama was also in distress. Having executed several high-level ninjutsu in quick succession, his chakra felt as if it had been entirely drained, leaving him visibly pale. Ino, Choji. At this moment, my Thousand Crows technique cannot restrain Haiden for long. The disparity in our strengths is too great. We must retreat while we still can, before Kakuzu emerges or that other individual intervenes. If we wait too long, we shall find no escape. Ino, it is not the time for such discussions. I will hold him off. You two must retreat and report back to the village. Ino, who had trained in the 10th squad, despite her teacher's eccentricities. Had gained enough discernment from her time with Shikamaru. Gritting her teeth, she nodded resolutely. With a serious expression, she turned to the sobbing Choji and shouted, "Stop crying. You fool. Let us return to the village and fetch our parents to confront them." Her commanding voice succeeded in halting Choji's tears. He wiped his eyes with his chubby hands, smearing his face with dirt and presenting a most pitiful sight. "All right, let us get Dad to come and deal with them. Let us go." Ino gave Choji a firm kick, prompting him to scramble to his feet, and the duo bid farewell to Aoyama before hastening towards Konoha. As they faded from view, Aoyama let out a deep sigh. Indeed, the second generation of ninjas is quite challenging to manage. Yet, there was no time to dwell on this thought. Turning back, he saw Haiden had breached the confines of his Thousand Crows technique, charging towards him with his scythe raised. "I have no choice but to fight with all my might." He unleashed a fire release, Phoenix Fire technique, a massive fireball accompanied by a scorching wave, hurtling towards the rapidly approaching Haiden. After enduring the torment of the previous illusion, Haiden's twisted visage was now marred by fury, instead of evading. He charged directly into the inferno, bellowing, "Come on, give me more. This pain is nothing. Soon, I will make you truly understand suffering." Seeing his technique strike the enemy without resistance brought Aoyama no joy. Rather, a sense of foreboding gripped him. His instincts screamed that he could not allow Haiden to draw closer. "If necessary, I shall employ that technique again, the Thousand Crows." Yet, before he could release it, Haiden, cloaked in charred remnants of his garments, barreled towards him. There was no alternative. He had to engage in close combat. Drawing two kunai, he prepared to grapple with Haiden. In the realm of elite shinobi, Waimu Yamashiro's martial prowess ranks among the finest in Konohagakure. However, during his confrontation with Haiden, he discovered that the latter's techniques were solely offensive, devoid of any defensive maneuvers. This realization left Waimu in a state of frustration, as he found himself constantly on the defensive against Haiden's relentless assaults. Meanwhile, Haiden grew increasingly exhilarated, emitting bizarre sounds that disregarded the wounds he had sustained. On the contrary, Waimu's complexion grew ever paler as he recognized that if he continued to defend passively, he would inevitably succumb to Haiden's scythe. He resolved that he must seize the right moment for a decisive strike. It seemed as though Haiden could read Waimu's thoughts. With a sinister grin, he shifted his body slightly to the left, a movement so subtle it appeared inconsequential. Yet, to a master like Waimu, this seemingly trivial adjustment presented an exceptional opportunity. Waimu discerned that Haiden's forthcoming attack was not flawlessly executed, compelling him to take a desperate gamble. At the moment their weapons clashed, Waimu thrust his kunai upwards, striking precisely at Haiden's heart. The price of this decisive maneuver was the piercing of his own left arm by Haiden's cursed scythe, causing blood to cascade forth.